Children of all ages, welcome to the International 2016. We are here on the wild card. What is today, Mott?
I don't even know.
What day of the week is it?
Tuesday?
It doesn't matter. Trick question. It's TI day. That's right. Wild cards have begun. Execration taking on eHome here. While meanwhile, on the other side of the bracket, you do have Team Escape Gaming versus Complexity. Only 2 of these 4 teams will make it to the group stage, which begins tomorrow. But first, they've got a tough task ahead of them. eHome coming into this match as heavy favorites. Execration, the underdogs, but it's a best of 3. Nothing matters, past results. You set that all aside.
Yeah,
you lay it all on the table here.
Anything can happen here. In Execration, obviously, a team with a superstar middle player, Nabed, obviously. Very exciting squad of players. Very famous in the SEA region, obviously, for their play. But their past couple of results in the SEA region have not been particularly good. They've lost to teams like Mineski. They've lost to other teams along in that region. eHome have been looking dominant for the most part with their game so far before even coming into TI6. But here, they'll start off with the Ogre Magi pick with their draft. As we get underway into the draft, you have the bands coming out, Darkseer, and then, of course, the Shadow Demon, which has been so popular recently, LD.
Yeah, eHome, a team I think looked their most impressive at the Frankfurt Major and shortly thereafter did fall off a bit, but they've shown a resurgence. They did really well in the qualifiers. It took them a while for the new roster to gel, and there were concerns this team might even just not make it to TI at all, but they come in here strong, and frankly a team that if they get through the wild card, you could see going deep into the upper bracket and into the main event. So, well, they'll begin the wild card match now. They ban out the Abed Meepo first phase. Something that you and I were kicking around was, you know, when do you ban that hero? You mentioned, I think, a big hero for Execration is the Abed Invoker. They've been running a lot of it in the past. Not sure if they'll pick it up first phase, having already grabbed the Marana, but it's rare to see Meepo banned first phase. It's normally a hero that is more of a second or third phase ban, but this just shows, I think, eHome respect his ability to run the hero and also don't want to get cheesed. Yeah,
they don't. That's the thing. You don't want to get cheesed. You don't want to lose. At first, you lose the first game in this best of 3 series going down to a Meepo, and that might even just send you on a tilt. Although I don't think a team like eHome is very tiltable. I think it's more likely that they kind of just say, okay, we lost to a Meepo, we can figure things out. But they don't even want to play against it. They take care of it. They ban it out. Slardar and Marana are the first 2 for Execration, and you were talking about the Invoker. I'm very surprised that Execration didn't pick up that hero in this particular series, at least not in this first pick. It'll be more than likely banned in the second round for eHome. So as we round things out with the Batrider pick coming in, so Ogre Magi, Batrider, a strong first 2 against Slardar and Marana.
Yeah, still not clear how the Marana will be run. They have the option to run it as like a solo mid or a core. They don't have that reliable arrow setup as of yet, but they could still run it potentially as a support here. eHome going for the bat fairly early, but there aren't any Batrider counters that have been picked up right now. The Oracle, the Vengeful Spirit, both still available for Execration. Execration, of course, on the dire side, so the Slardar pick definitely aids with the Roshan, but eHome, they're going to ban out the Elder Titan. A decent vision hero, but more importantly, I think just a hero that makes it difficult to push and group up.
I do like for eHome the Ogre Magi, and you were talking about the Undying as well. They're like the only team that runs it with Lana playing it, I believe, for the most part.
Yes.
And that's just a hero that is like super run at you, and that's kind of where Ogre Magi fits as well. He just throws up his Ignite, and then he is like, what, 8 base armor, and he just hits you as much as he can before, you know, you can get away, and he has a pretty good lockdown as well. But I'm kind of wondering if they're going to pick up a Vengeful Spirit to make sure that Execration don't grab it, although they don't have first pick. Execration had first pick coming out of this ban phase, so...
Wow, Execration banning out the Naga and the TB. Now, eHome has been running quite a bit of Naga, and that's a hero that can really thwart kind of a face rush style with the sleep, as well as just the hero's ability to split push and slow down the game. So far, it does look like Execration want to group up a bit more, but Core Marana, one of the better heroes against illusion-based carries, so a bit surprised, and this to me does suggest it might more be a support Marana. They grab the Juggernaut now. So it's a hero that does well against Magic Burst, fairly independent as far as carries go, doesn't need too much help in the lane.
Right.
And against an Ogre, a hero that's likely to roam, a hero that likes to just run up and go for kills, does make sense.
And the thing about the pick, like you talked about the Marana support, if they did go for the Marana core, you have all 3 of your cores right now as your first 3 picks. So you have your mid, your off lane, and your safe lane coming out, assuming that you do send the Marana into that mid lane.
And that's revealing a lot this early in the draft.
I agree with you. So, and we we don't even know. It could be Mirana support, it could be Jug mid, could be Jug safe lane. It could be Slaughter safe lane. There's a lot to do with this draft for Execration. And so eHome, instead of worrying about their draft, they're going to pick up a Sven for now. Plenty of cleave, plenty of damage. Usually you'll see this a lot against illusion lineups and things of that nature, but I guess they just really want the disables coming out. The Ogre and Sven in lane together is going to provide a lot of lockdown, making sure that it's very easy to be able to kill heroes like Mirana before they can leap away, like the Slaughter before he can sprint away, and have plenty of burst damage with God Strength when you get down to that point, and be able to chew through the Jug as well. So the Sven is very interesting to me. I really like it, actually.
Yeah, obviously, I think the main reason you go Sven here is to deal with Slardar, to deal with minus armor-based strategies.
Yes.
Generally, I think the one thing that's the most likely here is RR just playing the off-lane Slardar. That's been something where they've consistently run it for him. So out of all three of these picks, I'm the most confident about how they'll run him. I still think more likely Mirana support, but it's flexible and they could go either way. Yeah. So let's see what Execration do here heading into their last two picks. Still don't have a great Batrider Lasso counter.
Right.
I mean, you have Moonlight Shadow. Maybe you can preempt his jump if you see it coming. Other than that, Blade Fury is okay, but there's no proper, reliable way to stop the Lasso itself. And later in the game, Lasso and a Sven just right-clicking will be enough. And so they grab their counter now.
Yeah.
They get the Vengeful Spirit. Also more minus armor for the Roshan. For eHome, they've got the Batrider to contest around the pit, but still feeling like they're a bit lacking otherwise. And with two melee heroes here, maybe tough to walk in.
Yeah, I'm wondering what they're going to send mid right now for eHome, what they're going to pick if they decide to send the Batrider into the offlane currently. So that's my biggest question mark. I wouldn't mind seeing an Evoker from their side, from eHome's side, actually. I think that might be pretty good. You talked about around the Roshan pit getting more team fight as well. I think Evoker fits that mold, Quaswex especially, although I'm not sure how Quaswex has been in terms of win rates recently, but they still have plenty of time for the pick ban phase. eHome have 2 minutes of reserve time right now, so we're going to wait and see what they grab. And that's, you were talking about this,
Warlock.
And I was hesitant to bring it up, but LD was saying right before the draft started, they do love their Warlock, and yes, they will grab it.
Well, it's a hero that can take the Roshan fights. It's a hero that excels in grouping up and pushing. The main weakness with Warlock is generally just his laning stage, where he takes some time to come online. He is a fairly tanky support. He's pretty good at trading blows, but he's not really a good roamer. He can't run around and set up kills, so you don't really threaten the opponent cores, and generally that's the weakness. But if you can get through the laning stage, get your level 6, and make the first ultimate count, that's where this hero really shines. So seeing the Warlock pick, having the Sven already with Warcry to help your Death Ball, Execration will ban out a very strong DPS-based mid, the Death Prophet, and I think they're a little worried about this eHome push. That's the big weakness of Execration right now, Mott. They have very little D push, especially if that's a support Mirana. With the Venge pick, that would make them very single target heavy, so I'm a little unsure about it now, but even if it's a core Mirana, they still don't have the best wave clear. If you're walking into Starfall, you're also likely to get caught. Yeah,
I mean, you might want to get a Battle Fury for Juggernaut, but I don't think that's really, you can't rely on the Battle Fury Jug to clear out waves to stop the push coming in.
Yeah,
like you mentioned,
you do that, you get lassoed, you get hit by a God Strike Sven, you die.
And the Mirana, I do like it more core because of exactly what you just talked about. Starstorm, the Aghanim Scepter is very good. Now, you might be able to get that as a support, but very late in the game, later than you anticipated. So.
And it takes up a lot of space. Mirana, you get the Ags, and it's like a Naga. I mean, it can contribute more to fights at that stage than, say, like a Naga with the Radiance. So the hero doesn't take quite as long to come online, but you still want to farm your next 2-3 items before you really start taking a lot of fights.
Right.
Your Boots of Travel, your Blink Dagger, and then whatever that next item is, be it an E-Blade, which we often see, or even going into right-click DPS. So what do you want to round out their draft here? They have their support duo.
Yeah.
They're looking for probably the mid hero. Dragon Knight is something they love to run. He's great against Slardar. He is a bit weak against Nuke damage, which Execration have quite a bit of. But no, it's
is that a mid Warlock?
It's a core lock.
Yeah, I was gonna say the duo of Warlock Ogre Magi might be. That's a bit interesting if they decided to go for that duo support, but they pick up the Phoenix, and so it'll be the Phoenix more than likely in the 4 or 5 position.
This 5-man is very scary.
Yeah,
now. Phoenix with the Sunray boosting up, pumping up a Sven and a Warlock ready to drop the ultimate. You have as well the Bloodlust to throw on Sven, so he's going to hit harder in fights. eHome are very team fight centric right now.
I mean, there's just so much to deal with in this game. Like, you drop the egg down. You talked about Sunray already. You drop the golem. You have a lasso target. You have God Strength, Warcry. So even if you get a good Slaughter stun into an Omni Slash, it's not going to matter. There's so much armor there. There's so much tankiness between this squad. Heck, Ogre Magi has a ton of HP and armor to begin with. So, Execration, what do you do in order to rectify this situation? Obviously, you already have the Slaughter for the amplified damage, but we've talked about Warcry. They go for Weaver, which is a Desolator carrier. But it's more late game oriented.
Pretty damn good Weaver game if you get to that point, though,
right?
Because it's all single target nukes, and generally Weavers will go for Lincoln Sphere, so they don't really have that reliable lockdown, and they are doing something unusual here. Ice,
Sven
playing the Sven for now.
Yeah, they've been experimenting, I think, with him playing the safe lane for the past couple of matches, and we'll see how it works out for Ice. I mean, that's a guy that can play just about any hero, I feel like. And he's been playing a lot of things like Slark, I believe, and Timbersaw and stuff like that.
For me, the big thing about this draft is they picked the Warlock. They have been running it almost exclusively as a Fenrir support, and then they last picked Phoenix. So I think this will catch Execration a little bit off guard. It's probably a heavier 5-man draft than what they were expecting. And we are going to see Old Chicken playing it.
Ooh, the predictions are back. We're here. We did it. We actually can look and see what we want to grab. All right, it's time, LD. First to buy a Blink Dagger real quick. Let's see. I would imagine Old 11, but...
Batrider for sure.
Batrider, yes. All right, let's see. Player with highest net worth by 25 minutes. I'm going to go with Ice. You think
Sven,
the same?
yeah,
yep.
I agree.
Player with the longest kill streak.
That's a tough one.
I'd say Sven or the Batrider, honestly.
No faith in Execration?
Maybe Abed, potentially.
I think it's a tough Jug game, to be honest. I would probably go with Warlock.
Okay. And then 25 minutes, total number of teleports canceled by stun. Let's just go with 3+. 3+.
Surely.
All right, we got that out of the way. Predictions ready to go, and we're jumping into the game. The Smoke of Deceit coming out from Execration, and they will spot Fenrir. There's going to be the magic missile. He's got the Icarus dive away, and he will make it out, but the arrow hits perfectly under the tower, and they should be able to get this kill. And they will grab him and get first blood going the way of Execration.
What a snipe there. Chemo coming in with the big follow-up. They get the first blood. More importantly, eHome don't have vision over their own jungle now, so Ice will try to creep out. They get the ward down. I don't think this was something that he actually saw getting placed because it was around the tree line, but he knows they're in the area. He may expect this. And running a Phoenix support, this is a very level-dependent support as well, just like the Warlock when Fenrir plays it. So denying him his early experience could be quite big. This is also going to give Chemo, I think even more importantly, better arrow setup. So now you've got a Slardar Mirana, no reliable setup for the arrow, but if he can hit them, Slardar could definitely follow up for a kill.
Yeah, and it's a lot of aggression in that lane, and they're going to have to be careful down in this bottom lane. I mean, Ice with Warcry later on down the road. Fenrir should be okay with Icarus dive to get away if anything else happens, but it's the other lanes I'm actually interested in. Old Chicken, the mid-Warlock going up against Abed. He's already going to throw in the Fatal Bonds, and this is a matchup I'm looking forward to. It's not something you see very often. And
this is not going to be a fun lane for Jug.
Yeah, I think so. You can already see he's taking a lot of damage just from right-clicking Fatal Bonds alone.
I mean, Warlock can trade quite well with most ranged heroes, and playing against a melee hero like the Jug, if he doesn't get help, he is going to lose out in terms of CS. Old Chicken, you can already see constantly going in for the poke damage here and there. Mirana, meanwhile, is going to move, but there's only a Radiant Hill Ward, so she actually has quite a bit of freedom to take a shot at mid as Chemo lets an arrow fly. Only steals a small Wild Wing here.
One of the big Wild Wing Ripper, more than likely. All right, the Eyes Peeled will be down at the bottom lane because it looks like action might happen at any time Icarus dive. In fact, Chemo might be in trouble.
No leap. They already know he's skilled up arrow. He has not gotten level 2 yet. Can Fenrir finish the job? Beats the tree, has the boots advantage, so he should be okay. But this will force him off the lane.
And Chemo's just too fast with boots, like you mentioned. No boots for Fenrir, with the Icarus dive only lasting a bit of time. The slow, obviously, it's just not enough to bring him down. Good effort, though. It's going to force at least him back for a little bit of time and just try to regen up. But top lane is where we haven't really talked about. It's Nando on the Weaver going up against Old 11, Lanham, and Tim, of course, on the Execration side. Nando is going to get caught with an Ignite, but detection. They have 1 sentry for the Ogre Magi, and that's it at this point in time.
You wanted to say McGee, didn't you?
I did. I really did.
The spirit of Kano guy lives on.
Yeah.
Or should I say model guy. But this is a good lane for Weaver. Really benefits a lot from the Napalm spam as it enables his own Sakuchi spam. If you don't die early, you'll be fine because the cooldown on Sakuchi scales very well. So you go for, as far as the uptime goes, by the time it hits level 4, he's in great shape. And he'll get that in relatively short order. I think the bigger worry is if the Venge gets caught out, that's a hero that will be defenseless if the Ogre gets onto her. Has the Windlace already picked up, but nice Dire Ward here. Scouts out old Lanham. Moving in.
Yeah.
By the way, have you noticed the old creep
Yeah.
on eHome? It started off with just an old chicken.
Yeah.
And now it's an old 11, an old Lanham. When are we going to see old Ice Ice Ice?
The old boys. They're coming back. They're making an appearance.
Forget about the sad boys. The sad boys are so 2015.
Yeah, it's all about the old boys.
It's all about the old boys here at the International.
And I mean, they are. I mean, they do have a lot of experience. With Lanham obviously being one of the most experienced players in all of Dota. So, I mean, and on top of that, obviously Ice 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 has been a part of so many top teams and plays so well in a lot of the TI's past. So I'm looking forward to seeing how he performs. And right now, Ice 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 is sitting at 12 CS. You can look at the last hits right now, and eHome is leading the way. Still kind of close at this point in time. It's pretty even.
I'm pretty worried for Execration though. They're starting to fall behind in CS here. They're running a roaming Mirana. They got one kill with Chemo, but now he's abandoned the bottom lane. This is going to make it a lot more tricky for RR, who could go back for the Iron Talon, go to the jungle, but then you're just enabling the Phoenix to get easy levels, so you don't really want to do that. Ice 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 is free farming, and as we talked about strategically, like the big picture here is eHome are running a push-centric 5-man lineup in the mid-game.
Yeah.
Execration do not have good deep push. Their split push is very mediocre. Weaver, yes, hard to gank, but doesn't push the waves fast, so can't really put a lot of side lane pressure. So I think Execration are definitely the team right now that there's more pressure on them to make moves. They are the ones that have to get more done in the laning stage, and despite the nice start with the first blood, the slow, steady pace getting gradually out farm will come back to haunt them if they don't make it.
Bottom lane, Stormhammer, there's the Sunrays. Well, our body block, good slithering crush to get him out of trouble in the sprint away. Icarus dive comes through. Will he burn to death? I think he should be okay, though.
Stick charges, has the salve as well. Should be absolutely fine. Meanwhile, top lane, old 11. They were looking for that stun from Tim's, but couldn't quite get in range. As Abed will make his way down to this bottom rune, a 3-hero group up. Looks like he may be bottling up some teammates. Give me that juice. Says Chemo.
I thought they were going to go for something there, but I agree with exactly what you said. They need to do stuff, and Chemo has really only had that one kill, which is exactly what you talked about earlier. I mean, he needs to find more.
Oh, Lanham going for the courier snipe up top. He wants to club this thing.
And
is he going to fight it? Bam!
Beautiful.
Pow, right in the kisser.
And while that's happening, they were setting up for an arrow mid. Chemo is still looking for it. No vision here on the Radiant side to see this, but Old Chicken's positioning is great. Arrow came through, and it's going to hit a ranged creep, and Old Chicken now just backs away. Abed's going to Blade Fear the creep wave, and he's taking so much
he doesn't have boots
damage
here. They might be able to run him down. He drops the healing ward, though, and takes the right path to make it out of there. You know, Mott, the courier had already been hit once by Lanham down in the river before that happened, so I have to say, a little sloppy by Execration. The safe move is definitely sending it up above the tree line. It only takes like an extra half second or so to micro it out of the way, but a little bit lazy there, and it does come back to hurt them. So now we settle into the mid game, or not the mid game, but the tail end of the laning stage where eHome are free farming on all 3 cores. We're not seeing kills come out. This is not looking great for Execration.
Oh, they could use the Chaotic Offering. They come in with Ignite as well. Abed is in trouble. No Omni Slash. They should be able to bring him down. In fact, they will.
They force out the TP on Tim's. That's just going to enable Old 11 further on this top lane. All 3 lanes settling down into a great setup for eHome.
This is looking really good. Arrows coming through. They dodge it nicely by sidestepping. They back away. Chemo's going to walk out of the tree line, but Ice 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 is not afraid at this point. Building up either the Armlet or the Helm of the Dominator. Either choice is fine at this point for Ice Ice Ice. I don't know if you really want to take it late again.
Lanham wants to flank this one. He finds RR.
They even bring the Chaotic Offering Warlock home. Did not expect that to come through, and that's going to allow for this tower push to be even easier.
And mid lane, the stun into the Blade Fury, but Abed still no boots. I think Old Chicken might just be able to creep his way out of this one. The heal,
there's no way.
Jukes. This chicken just won't die. He's tough, he's rubbery, and he is not an easy snack.
Oh, they have the haste rune. Does he have another magic missile? He does, but he doesn't go for it. He doesn't have the damage to bring him down. The TP coming in though, bottom lane, Chemo arrow. He's going to hit up. Won't be able to get the last CS as, of course, the Golem does go down. Ice 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 is looking for a Stormhammer, but doesn't have the mana for it. And so that'll be the end of the bottom tier 1 tower. And they're just getting away, I think, right now. eHome are barely scraping by in a lot of these engagements, but they are winning these engagements, getting these kills, making sure they can survive in those circumstances like Old Chicken in that mid lane, and they're doing very well right now, LD.
Yeah, eHome really, you see the Warlock pick, you know 5-man's coming, especially with the Sven already, especially with the way eHome have been drafting in quite a few of the recent games. Like they didn't expect it necessarily up until that point, but you saw the Death Prophet 5th ban. So Execration already had an idea. There was a push lineup coming. I think they're expecting more out of the laning stage from their Mirana pick. They got the first blood. It's been very quiet since. So now heading towards the mid game on the end of the laning stage. This is where eHome are looking for the Blink Dagger and the Bat Rider. They're looking for levels on the supports. Fenrir closing on level 6. Every time the Warlock ult is up, expect eHome to try to find a kill into a tower.
Tim's is going to get lassoed. 3 sticky napalm charges, and he'll burn to death as he doesn't get vision of ult 11. He just sits there and finds himself a pick off.
He's looking
Arrow's
for
gonna
more.
Be missed as well. Is it TP out?
Should be absolutely fine. Nothing to cancel it. And then Ogre comes right in. It's clubbing time, Lanham says. And looks to get his levels here. The Midas already grabbed an old chicken. A very fast clip for the Warlock. And he hasn't exactly rushed either. Stopped off for the Bassi, the Null Tally, and the Boots. So
right now,
how to Execration find kills? That to me is the big question right now. So you have to slow down the 5-man group up.
I don't know if you bring Nando in. Honestly, he does have treads. He has a wand and he's a Aquila, but you don't want to bring in your Weaver generally too early. And again, you can get caught by one of those lassos, by some of those disables, and you could be caught out rather easily. So it's, again, that arrow maybe a Slithering Crush, but RR has had a pretty rough time. He's only died once, but he's not been getting much CS out of his bottom lane, I don't believe.
It goes back to that early skirmish where Mirana got driven out of the lane, and already it's going to be a disadvantage lane. Phoenix is just a better zoning support. Slardar can't really scratch Sven, even from the early levels, and certainly not once he gets a point in Warcry. So you have to find the arrow setup into a stun, and barring that, you're just going to lose the lane.
Rotation Stopple at 11's here with Nando, and they're looking to be able to kill this Weaver, but when they're going to get that Blink Dagger, and that's when you have that go time on Weaver to be able to bring him down and get that lasso up as quickly as possible.
Somebody needs to be getting this experience mid for Execration. Abed went to the jungle, nobody laning there, and the map is a bit dark right now. With whenever the Ogre's missing here, you have to be worried about the Warlock ult into a stun, and then suddenly your Jug is likely to die, especially lacking the mana, but for a Blade Fury. But in good news, top lane, they make their move. Arrow coming through. Oh, splits the wickets.
They will throw up an Ignite, but that's going to be dodged nicely by Chemo, just leaping away. Still coming in his ult 11, just trying to push them back. Right now, it's 2 versus 3, as Execration have 3 heroes nearby, and a 4th and 5th rotating
They are
in.
going deep, but little do they know, 5 Execration heroes are swarming in. Hey, old Lanham. He's done for. The question is, does ult 11 make it out? Has the teleport, has a Firefly available, still running. Space created, though, is bottom lane. Ice is making his way out, but RR is on the chase, just needs that one crush into an amp.
2,000 gold, don't lose it. Now they're going to find him with a Slithering Crush. The amp damage comes out, the Starstorm will finish him off, and he's going to go down.
Sloppy play by eHome. And that was, they had no vision on any heroes except the ones they were chasing. Still commit for it. They do get some chip damage on the bottom lane. They are still farming the Warlock and the Sven, so it's not a total disaster. Even Fenrir managed to stack Ancients during this time for the side of eHome, but all things considered, those are kills you do not want to be giving away.
Especially to Nando as well. I mean, he's starting to get up there now in terms of net worth, right? He was 4th a little while ago. He's now eclipsed that of the Bat Rider by bringing him down and jumping over him.
Oh, look at Chemo. He's like, hey, are there any Ancients here? Old Chicken says, get the hell out.
That damage
what
is insane.
Thinking?
The right click, not to mention the Shadow Ward doing some decent dish. And so he'll back up, and it looks like they might smoke up here. Chemo is going to die to the Shadow Ward near the tier 2 tower. I was talking about decent damage. I didn't think he was actually going to go down to it.
Yeah, leveling up the Fatal Bonds. This spell used to be the bane of every support player's existence. Don't really see too much Warlock from most teams, but already the point booster Mott. It looks like an early Ags is likely in the making as he grabs the staff. They're going to set up bottom. They look for the Ice kill. Teleport scrolls available on 3 eHome heroes, but one of those is Ice, so he's likely in trouble.
Yeah, he's going to Warcry and run. They might just leave him, but the TPs are going to come through. Stormhammer onto 2 right now. He's got no mana for the God Strike, but the Omni Slash will clean him up. But here's the Golem, David.
Healing Ward, Abed doesn't have the mana for it. The team really needs it now as Tim's will drop. Nando on the way out, but they've got vision. They stun him. He time-lapses. He heads to the south. He does have a teleport available, but he's got to find a way out of this. Even the Phoenix ain't committed.
They have lasso.
They don't have the vision.
They didn't have vision?
Sakuchi's just out of tower range, and they didn't have detection.
I was sure they were going to get that kill, but I was like, where's the lasso? You have lasso. Use your lasso. They didn't have the dust. Out of tower range. Beautifully played to get out of that bad situation.
He Sakuchi'd, and during the fade time, he TP'd there. That was very impressive from Nando. And
they're going to go again.
That's a Warlock goal, and they don't take an objective. eHome want to be using the Rock for towers. Just getting kills, especially just the support kill, that's not acceptable. And Execration say it's time for Roche.
Yeah, like you said, with Warlock Golem now down, Supernova down as well. they could take over Roshan right now. It's a bit dangerous. This is where the Blink Dagger is going to come out from eHome's Old 11. So they have that going for them. They can easily Firefly and Blink for a lasso target, but that's not going to happen. Execration, they smoke once, they find a couple of kills. They smoke again, they find Roshan. They drop some wards down in the process, and all of a sudden, Nando's getting up there again in top worth, now picking up the Aegis as well.
I do like this play by eHome. They recognize very unlikely we can contest Roche, lacking the Phoenix Egg. I mentioned the Warlock ult, but also the Phoenix Egg. So their team fight very weak at this stage. Yeah, they had Batrider Blink, but they also didn't have good vision around the pit. So I like the call by eHome here. Let's just slow the game down. We still have the stronger 5-man lineup unless farm is completely out of control in Execration's favor. Have Ice push the top lane. We're still stacking Ancients, as you can see. He's now up to, I believe it's a quad stack. And looking for the quintuple here.
Yeah, this is a bit hard to do, but if they can get it,
but that damn
just barely.
dragon.
Yeah,
so fat, so derpy.
It was very close to the spawn box as well. So the Black Dragon is going to be a nuisance, and unfortunately, they won't get it. But Old Chicken now with his Midas off cooldown, ready to go and get up that Aghanim Scepter, is very close as we talked about. He's 700 gold away, less than 700 gold, as they'll try to put some pressure onto this tier 1 tower. They don't really care about the Aegis, or at least that's what it seems like. Nando does not yet have his Lincoln Sphere, and that's maybe the go time for Execration to try to defend this, but they'll at least send 3.
As we talked about, though, they're just a very weak tower defense lineup. And eHome actually pushing before the Warlock ult comes up. A little bit risky to do so as Nando moves in. Oh, complete swing and a miss there on the Swarm. And the Swarm is actually important. This is probably their best spell to discourage a push. You don't want that minus armor to set in too much, and then you get suddenly swapped, crushed, and amped, and just die in a quarter of a second. So with the Swarm down, with the Warlock ult up, eHome will move in.
Yeah, they're going to back up and give this away, and I don't blame them. However, they have found Ice. Does have Warcry, he's got his God Strength. They'll come through, they pop the Swarm. He's going to try to chase him down, but really it's just Nando at this point. Ice can turn and just stun. And
meanwhile, bottom lane, Chemo going to get caught out here. Old 11 on the hunt. There's no Moonlight Shadow available. He has the TP, but there's ways to cancel it. Chemo will roast. It's Mirana for dinner, and meanwhile, top lane, they did manage to run down Ice.
Yeah, or actually it's a Blink Dagger.
The bigger kill.
That's huge for them. That's a huge pickup. That's one of the top net worth heroes going down again, and Nando is again involved. This guy has been involved in 5 kills right now.
Moving in mid, they're ready to go on Tim's with the Sunray to start, but the Crush connects on 2. They got to be careful about this Warlock also. Healy Ward coming in, they drop the rock, but Abed micros the ward nicely. The Sven, or sorry, not the Sven, the Slardar will get caught out, crushed, unable to save him. So they get a double kill out of that. And they're at a tower, they can transition here into a push.
Yeah. So they lose Ice, but that is a great team fight coming out. They burn down Vengeful Spirit just with Fatal Bond, Shadow Word, and all the damage there. And of course, they can now look towards maybe even pushing bottom as well, as that's where they're headed towards at this point. They don't want to go for the tier 2 tower push mid, understandably so. They'd like to be bottom instead and look for more aggression and try to take away that Roche control, that map control for Execration.
Nando getting just buried here by the Pulverize and the Flaming Fist.
He didn't even have enough
He might actually go down.
Oh my god, he's going to die to the Firefly, and that's just the Aegis gone. Luckily, he has that.
Had 2 minutes left. That's an early loss in the Aegis. It means basically no chance we see Execration team fighting when the ultimates are up for eHome. So I think for Execration now, the big concern is can they push the side lanes and just generally split push fast enough to prevent this eHome group up. Because every time the Warlock ult is up, if they can find a kill, great. But even if they just drop the rock to secure a tower, that is going to just continue to wind the clock down until they're able to breach the high ground. At this point, Echo Saber arrives for Ice. Despite the death earlier, despite not really being too active or involved in engagements, he is farming exceptionally well.
Ooh, they missed the Slithering Crush. Ice also picks up a haste, and that would have been another huge pick. Ice would have gone down for a second time in like 2 minutes, and that's just not enough time for him to farm. I think he would like to be a little bit higher in his net worth, but with, of course, the ancient stack going down. He did take the ancient stack. Yeah, he did. Yeah, he's up to 8,000 net worth now with the Echo Sabers you talked about. BKB more than likely is going to be next, I think. I'm not sure, probably.
BKB is not like an auto-win type of item because there is so much minus armor, but still, with a lot of stuns on Execration, this will allow him to be a beefy frontliner. And you have to imagine this guy getting constantly healed up by Sunray, potentially by the Warlock, Max Shadow Word. He is going to be very tanky in the front lines.
And that's really what we've seen from eHome so far. When they're getting caught out and picked off one by one, that's where they're at their weakest. But when they're playing together as a team as 5, with their abilities, and you have to imagine with all of these ultimates, they can crush a team fight.
Here
and
comes the smoke from eHome. They're moving in.
No
Old
golem
11
for
out in
25
front.
seconds, though. They don't have golem for that amount of time.
And he's going to actually get jumped. Quick crush to start. The amp to follow, but the Sunray comes in. Can they focus him down? The Blade Fury, it's not enough. Old 11 healed up, kept alive.
They have the lasso. They'll bring down the Juggernaut first off. Tims is going to be next. Great flame break. TP cancel. They have the upheaval as well to slow down more. Nando getting caught still. That's going to be the Lincoln Sphere broken. He's going to get away, though, in time. The amplified damage is up on Old 11. He doesn't want to dive too deep, and it's a 2-for-nothing trade. They don't even need the golem, LD. They're just going to go straight down mid now as well.
They might save it to go high ground, Mod. This is a big worry for Execration. How do they stop the push? The Mirana Ags for Chemo is not ready yet. They have just completed only a Lincoln Sphere on the Weaver. He doesn't have the right-click damage to try to split push with, say, a Desolator, for example, nor are the waves shoved out or not. If eHome want to play the safe, they go tier 2 bottom. If they're feeling bold, they could strike straight down the mid lane.
I mean, when we talked about it, there's not even that Battle Fury for the Juggernaut. They don't really have any ways to clear the creeps out.
Battle Fury?
Yeah, I mean, like, he has no farm, really, at all. So, not even to think about Battle Fury, to think about any item. He's only got a Blade of Alacrity. This is one of Abed's worst performances, honestly. If you look at his net worth right now, he's below that of the off-lane Bat Rider for Old 11. He's really struggled this game, and it comes down to the laning phase,
I
too.
really think they were expecting something like the Dragon Knight mid for Old Chicken. You see that Warlock pick. You're just not expecting it to be a core. It's eHome running it almost exclusively as a support for Fenrir. This does catch Execration off guard in the draft, and they scramble to react from here. The BKB now complete on Sven. Items piling in for eHome as they continue to mount their advantage. Suddenly a 10k gold lead, but top lane.
He's going to get caught. Arrows, slithering crush. They hit it perfectly. Do they have the damage? Even with amp damage on, no, they finally put it on. Still doing a lot of damage here. There's the God Strike. Nano needs to be careful. There's the bash, and he will end up falling. So
no TP on Old Chicken, Mod. If he had one, I think they just immediately rotate top. They turn that fight, and Execration lose 3, but fortunately for them, Warlock was not ready.
Old 11 will pick up an Aether Lens. It's flying out as we speak. We talked about the BKB for Ice, so at least it doesn't lose that much money with it yet. They're going to blink. They're going to find a lasso, and Tims is going to be brought to the high ground near the Secret Shop. The Flame Break. He's in trouble. Sunray. They will bring him down first. RR will back away with the rest of his team, it looks like.
Lanham running in directly into 3 heroes, but he gets amped. He is scared off a bit. Reinforcements are coming in. Old Chicken's ready to go. Lanham surges forward, and Old 11 continues pursuit, but the Firefly ends. It'll be tough for eHome to find another pick, but Lanham forced that forward, gets the multicast. Here we go.
First dive in. They're looking for the lasso. It's on cooldown, but still the Firefly as well as the sticking napalm. More than enough to do enough damage in the upheaval, slowing him to a crawl. They don't care about sprint. You're going to die one way or another with that upheaval.
Nando, though. He says, screw it. I'm going to backstop for your tier 1. Just bypasses the wave. So he gets what gold he can for the team.
He has been dusted.
But
the
he
TP,
may pay.
They have the Flame Break, and he's going to have to use his time lapse to stay alive, and he's going to just have to Shikuchi out, but they're all kind of blocking off the exits here.
Can they isolate him, bring him down? Ice doesn't have the detection. Nando makes the right move to escape, but eHome go back to the Ancient stack now. So Ice clearing out, I believe, his second of the game.
Yes.
This is a huge influx of gold for eHome, and despite a few blunders as far as pickoffs go, they've kept the farm up. They had the superior lane matchups, and we're seeing Execration get punished now with their inability to stop the push. I'm not sure how they adapt at this point. Juggernaut not going for Blade Fury, can't really keep up in farm with a Sven. Even if he does, Jug needs to be ahead.
Yeah.
Sven will win that matchup if they're even, because Warcry completely counters Omni Slash in a vacuum. So it's not looking great for Execration right here, Mott.
I mean, at this point, you're looking forward to Chemo's Zags more than anything that Abed's going to pick up. And he's actually pretty close. Point Booster, Ogre Club, Blade of Alacrity, he's getting there. That Aghanim Scepter might be enough for Execration, or at least it'll help them. I mean, with how far Abed is behind, it's very tough for them to team fight at this point. And just look at the net worth lead at this point is 10,000 for eHome at 21 minutes into the game. And really all they have to do is just secure their next couple of items. They even picked up a gem coming out, which they have on the Bat Rider as well. So they're going to play this safely, maybe wait for Roshan and try to push high ground at that point.
It's a systematic game plan from eHome. Win the lanes, push your towers, secure map control now. That's step 3. They grab the gem on Old 11. They will clear out the high ground hill ward, and here we go. Going for the base break. They already have a max bloodlust, and Old 11 creeps in on the right. Can they find that lasso?
They see Old 11. They know that he's there. The swarm will come through the arrow as well, so he's going to back up and avoid it, but Ice is still in the front
swarm
lines.
on the creep wave here. eHome can continue their siege. They just bought a blink on the Sven, but it's not been delivered yet. Wonder if they want to wait for that.
Is
He's
it-
going to sell it and rebuy it from the side shop.
He's buying it from the side shop. That's funny. I like that. And so it's going to be there pretty quickly, too, but they're just sieging at this point now, LD.
Mott, you can't swap out everyone. If they get hit by Warlock ult into a multi-hero Sven stun, they will just get cleaved to bits.
Oh my lord, the damage, the God's strength. They have the lasso. Can they bring him down in time? They can. He does have buyback and he might have to use it, LD.
Tim's roasting the Phoenix Egg. Oh, just barely missing him with the Blast Zone. But what does Tim's do? He's too low to go in. He wants to help out. Ult 11. Flamebreak will get the kill. Tim's is down. And more Execration heroes to follow. Getting wiped and cleaned up. Juggernaut, a futile effort now. He'll be next on the list if he sticks around and forced to spin his way back. Another buyback. But eHome, I think, honestly, if they want to play it safe, they can just back off and look for Roshan, but they might find more kills.
Abed, what are you doing walking up there? The Slithering Crush will come through and stop Old Chicken, but Chemo coming in with the Starstorm, doing some nice damage against Old Chicken, but it's not enough. Nando, he just fought back, he's low. The time lapse will save his life for the time being. Steel, then we're cheering everyone up. Now the Slithering Crush coming through. Starstorm on top. Everyone's so low.
Can Chemo be the hero here? The Mirana eggs, it might be the turnaround item they need. 3 heroes about to follow the Phoenix, trying to make it out. Arrow's gonna snipe him. It's Chemo to the rescue for Execration.
Just like that, I thought Execration might have been going a little too hard, trying to go for that fight out of the base, but Chemo with the consistent
they're
damage,
hunting
they're not
ult
done.
11, makes it out, just will barely survive.
They didn't have the Swarm Vision, he had already used it, and I don't think it caught onto the Bat Rider. He's able to TP away, so that's the one hero to survive. But that is a almost 5,000 gold swing, I believe, coming the way of Execration. That is a lot of gold. 1,300 from Lorana. And she can start building to that Ethereal Blade, Shiva's Guard, whatever. But at least they get back into the game, although they have to use a lot of buybacks to do so.
They can go Roche now, potentially, as well. There is eHome Vision here, but Warlock ult is a long cooldown, Mutt, 80 seconds without it. The Phoenix Egg, sure, it's up soon, but you really want the combo to win these team fights. So Execration transition from a 4-hero wipe into a Tier 1, now into a Roshan. This game is about to be even as far as gold goes. And as the game goes later, I think Execration actually can take fights. It's the early to mid game where they struggle before they can split push effectively.
Yes.
Before they have their items, but they have physical damage burst. They do have an answer for the Bat Rider Lasso with swap. If Tim's can get an Aether Lens, get his level 2 swap, they're not out of it yet.
And Chemo's really stepping up, and we talked about that Starstorm. That consistent damage over that last team fight, and he just had to get a couple of Starstorms to do the job, and I don't think eHome were really expecting that to happen at the beginning of that fight. So
I mean, I look at the draft and the hero matchups, the way the lanes developed. I feel like game plan wise, eHome had the clearly superior game plan, barring an explosive Mirana laning stage. Execration had really no way to stop pushes, but then you look at some of the individual mistakes and overextensions here as they're going to move on to Ice 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 on the top side of the map. They have the Moonlight Shadow, and they will pursue even further. He moves into the trees. He's forced to BKB.
They have Bash.
Can they get the Bash? Ice Ice Ice!
Oh,
he
he
gets
gets it! The amplified damage, and he is going to fall.
Again, Ice 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 getting picked off, brought down, and there is no trade. It's sloppy play here from eHome. This is a veteran squad. All of these players experienced on the biggest of stages. They are not playing that way, Maud.
No.
Execration has them reeling.
It looked so good, and you talked about it. It was a methodical game plan for them, was to take down towers, push their advantage. Maybe they tried pushing that bottom lane a little bit too quickly, and now it looks like they're starting to hurt from it. And you look at the net worth graph just swing down in favor of Execration. It's still going eHome's way by 4,000, but that is minimal compared to the advantage they had earlier on in this game.
And Execration looking to snowball this. They smoke. They dive deep into the Radiant Woods.
Some good wards as well.
Setting up to take this Tier 2 top. Does eHome defend? It's tempting, but they see Old Chicken. Do they jump? They swap him in. They crush him up, and they disintegrate him. What a pick.
I'm not sure about the Omnis. It's a little bit of overkill, I feel like, but they get the kill nonetheless.
There's
they
no
don't know who's
buyback on the
around.
Warlock. They can go high
dead for
ground.
53. They might be able to take this. They have the Desolator as well on Nando, so the Ring Crush coming in is going to miss. Now there's the Stormhammer as well.
No
They
swap.
might be able to bring him down. RR is in trouble. Still, the Sunray, yes, it will do the job. And now, just because he's a little bit too deep, a little bit too aggressive, Execration have to back up because of that.
Still, they get the Tier 2, and they get the pick on the Warlock, and more importantly, eHome are playing defense. This is the lineup that wants to be deathballing at you with a Sven in front, being healed by a Sunray, dropping the Warlock ult to set up a Phoenix Egg, just throwing the Bloodlust on the Sven so he can hit towers harder. They have not broken base at 27 minutes. This was not the eHome timing. This is not the game plan. overall Execration still in control, but a bit of a blunder there by the Slardar. If swap is up, I think you can definitely go for that play, and if you miss, it's no big deal, but unfortunately, swap was on cooldown.
Yeah, RR with that aggressive play is dead still for 19, and still Aegis is up on Nando, so they can continue to be aggressive. It's just you have to be worried about that Warlock Golem. I think he's building Refresher as we speak. Ice. Nando has found him. Needs some help though with the Warcry coming through. He has some decent armor, but here comes the rest of the reinforcements for eHome LD.
Do they want to commit everything here on a Weaver's Lincolns? I'm not sure about that. With a swap behind him as well. Oh, they're going to go for it though.
They have that forced lasso into a death from Nando. They get the Aegis, and that will at least push them back for the time being.
The worry here for Execration is if they group up to defend the Weaver, potentially eHome could take a team fight with all their ultimates. But they decide to play it safe. They will back away. They wanted the clean pick on the Aegis, and they get it.
He broke the Lincoln Sphere. He still has time lapse. They're playing footsie in this top lane, staring at each other down. The arrow will come through. Sail in and not catch anybody. It's a little too far off. And now here's the Moonlight Shadow, vision-wise. eHome don't see this coming.
Lanham, that's not the ideal here to initiate on. They are going to find the Ogre, but he's a tanky support. Do they really want to go on him? Meanwhile, Nando, stun, will be blocked here by the Lincolns. Another arrow coming in. It connects. It's on Fenrir. That's a big hero to burst.
Ice coming in. BKB. RR gets another stun. Force forward. Fenrir. Nando has to use the time-lapse already. They get off the Warlock Golems, and now Chemo has to leap away, and that might actually just be the end of it, LD.
Well, they're going to look to disengage, but if they don't get kills with the Warlock Ultimate, this is a win for Execration. They find one. The Purge on the Ice. BKB on cooldown. Omni Slash coming through. They slice him up.
That's going to be Ice down to Abed, who is struggling early on, but now providing that damage. Lanham's going to get chopped up as well, and Nando will find Fenrir. No, he'll be able to leap away with that.
Fenrir, though, in trouble. Nando in hot pursuit. Abed looking to bring him down, and the plink of the Deso finds the kill.
Lassiter's coming in on the other side. They're going to at least get RR here. Slithering Crush. Now he's caught out, and he's going to take some right-click Flame Break to push him forward.
They're going to get T-Wipe Mod. Old Chicken looking for the TP. Is there any way to cancel it? There is a Diffusal Blade, but no stun, so they disengage. They lose their Golems. They do not even take the Tier 2 tower. eHome are self-destructing. That
was a bloodbath as well. Execration also lost 3 heroes on top of that, but the amount of money they're getting out of these fights is still more than eHome. If it was an even trade, maybe it'd be a little bit close, but 3 for 4, taking down Ice first. The Omni Slash, the Diffusal Blade, the Manta Style. Abed has caught back up. He's third in net worth right now. Nando, as you talked about, has got a BKB coming out as we speak. They'll take down the second to last Tier 2 tower for eHome.
eHome are just, they have lost all their momentum here. Old Chicken still trying to complete the Refresher Orb, and we're now 30 minutes in. With the pace he was on, he could have easily had this like 24 to 25 minutes in, if not for the deaths, the lost team fights, the lack of Roshan control down the stretch. The wheels are coming off, and I think looking late game, this gets to a point where Execration are running a lineup that scales incredibly well with 3 right-click heroes. You've got a Mirana who can be the magic damage, and potentially this team can have the late game. I think a bit of a worry for Execration, though, is RR. Very low on the farm department. Doesn't have a BKB anytime soon. He could just get blown up in team fights by Cleave. So it's got to be these kind of scrappy engagements for Execration. Bait out the cooldowns, the Sven BKB and the 2 big ultimates, and then take the fight, or just find a pick to start it. But with a Slardar this under farm, they are lacking that reliable initiator.
Yeah, RR is going to have that extra mobility, though, coming in with a 4-staff very soon. In fact, he has it now. It's just purchased, so he is going for no mobility, not that right-click type of build that you'll see on Slardar. Has played in the safe lane with Armlet, so yeah, he is going to be lacking in that right-click damage for sure, and we'll see what he can accomplish with a good stun, but there is going to be the Moonlight Shadow and the smoke from eHome at the same time, and this is right before Roche spawns, or at least
potentially could, yeah.
8 minutes.
Just about a minute off here before the earliest possible respawn as eHome will defend their house, their own jungle. Execration unable to find a pick during this time, but it's going to move deeper, creeping through the Radiant Woods. Do they find a pick? They really want to burst someone early or just not take the fight, but a Radiant Scan is going to get the jump here on Execration.
They're going to see it. Old 11's Firefly pretty soon should get the job.
But they have a Hill Ward.
Yeah, they jump in, they find Ice. There's the last of the counter-initiate. RR getting caught out. BKB swap back. Now there's the Golems on the ground, but they have the Omni Slash going, and Old Bottom is in trouble.
They're going to have to back away. Sven, BKB will end. Nando just finding the pickoffs and cutting them nicely. Tim's with the TP out. Oh, well, Chicken. He's going to drop the kaboom. Not in time. Ice. Oh, the time lapse. He prevents the damage. Makes it out. Getting out fought here, Mott.
Yeah, they really just have too much mobility, too much damage, and Ult 11 will find all of that with Chemo coming in with the Starstorm. Now it's a Blink Dagger. It is a 4-0 that Hill Ward ends up winning them the engagement.
That's
they
all right.
will
The
lose.
Golems will win the rest of the fights. Slardar gets massacred. Death by the Fire Beasts. Chemo will snag the gem.
Yeah, if they could have picked up that gem, it would have been, all right, maybe there's something to work on. But now they're just pushing in. Nando trying to force out buybacks
They know
at
the
this point.
cooldowns are down. Execration playing the matchup beautifully here. They may not get racks, but they will chip, and they will do a lot of damage. That tier 3 tower top also dropping low. Jug forced back. Weaver moving forward, but they have the healing ward, Mont. This could be one, maybe 2 lanes of racks if eHome can't hold.
Going to be in trouble there. Get the swap back on Bottom. He's going to get caught. And 2 chops from Abed bring him down instantly.
Gods was
no
right.
Buyback.
Gods was right. Nobody believed in Execration. I think every single analyst we spoke to, every player I talked to said, including myself, said this is an easy 2-0 for eHome. They are the favorites. Much as Execration can bring a great Meepo player to the table, as much as you want to believe in this team, they're struggling even to beat SEA teams that didn't make it here. eHome are the favorites, but they're getting outplayed.
Yeah.
Execration now with 1 lane of racks and an exposed top lane in the driver's seat. They are dire side with an easy Roshan lineup. This is their game to lose now. But one bad fight against the Golems and the Egg, if comboed correctly, could turn it. eHome not entirely out of it yet. But this is not where they expected to be after the way these lanes began. That's for damn sure.
Moonlight Shadow's going to come out waiting for Roche to respawn. It's going to be in 25 seconds. We'll see that big bad boy up. And look at that net worth graph just swing drastically in favor of Execration. And you're absolutely right, LD. Nobody thought that Execration really even had a chance in this series, but they're proving right now in this first game that they can at least take one off of eHome and play at their level. You talked about eHome's mistakes. They've made a lot of them, but Execration have done very well. And I think going back to that fight down in the bottom lane with Chemo's Ag Scepter on the Mirana, that's when it all turned around for Execration. They've started to get where they needed to be in terms of damage.
It's just been generally sloppy play from eHome. You look at that, that was probably the key turning point in the game, but even going back earlier when eHome were diving the dire jungle with 2 heroes, with all Execration heroes either off the map or being chased, they got swarmed on by 5, they gave up 2 kills, and then Ice, repeated individual deaths. A bit unlucky the one time where he got bashed on the second hit. As far as RNG goes, that shouldn't happen more often than not, but still, it's just, this is not the polished play you expect from a veteran team, and Execration have taken advantage, and now a fresh Aegis. They move forward bottom lane. They have a butterfly on Nando. This is a big grab. Looking at eHome, they already struggle to burst him. Now it's going to be even tougher.
Yeah, no MKBs even in sight. In fact, they're building into a Chrysalis for Ice.
Your standard Sven build, but unfortunately this is a matchup where you need to burst the Weaver. If you don't, he's going to get swapped out, healed up by the Jug healing ward, time-lapse it off, Sakuchi away. He will escape. And then you have to reset, and you've got no big ultimates to work with.
I mean, they have the control if they can break that Lincoln Sphere. Starting off with a Golem stun, on with the maybe use a Force Staff to break the Lincoln Sphere, get off a Stormhammer into a Lasso. The Lasso, if you get the Lasso, maybe you could bring Nando down. But again, he's got 2 lives. He has the Aegis for immortality, so.
I mean, the real idea is, like, you catch the Weaver, you drag him in, you kill him once, like you said, and then when they come to save him, you drop the Warlock ult with the Phoenix Egg. So you drag them into a bad position, but that's assuming they chain everything perfectly and there's no Venge swap. It's a tall order. It's a combo that eHome can pull off, but if Execration are in position with their Venge, with the Slardar counter initiation, it could turn into a disaster real quick for eHome.
It looks like Nando's going to walk right up and just look at the damage he does to this range racks.
Hey guys, how's it going?
That's 4 or 5 hits and he takes the range racks from full to pretty much, I'd say, 30% HP. Now they'll go with the Moonlight Shadow, but there is a sentry there, Nando. Will get caught. They have the Stormhammer. They'll jump in. Counter initiation from R, and there's the Golems to come through.
And it hits everyone. That's a big combo with eHome. Ultimate number 2. It's the Refresher surprise. Can eHome turn the fight on the back of this Chemo? Still moving in. The Phoenix Egg committed. Run! The Golems are coming. Execration cannot take this damage.
If they can get out, though, without losing much more, that's still a great exchange, I think, for the most part. Execration lose their offlaner and their support, but that's it.
double buyback. You just go right now.
Yeah, you wait for the golems to despawn and then
They're
kill
gonna be done pretty soon, and you can potentially just bring them down if there's no heroes in support. So I think Execration, immediate repush. They didn't lose their Aegis. They didn't use the cheese.
Yes, that's huge. Huge for Execration. You talked about it earlier. Having a fight with Aghanim Scepter golems and not really getting anything out of it.
You're not taking that fight, buddy. Woo.
Yeah, that is a lot of damage. He needs to be careful. Oh my god.
If they die to these golems, that is a massive lost opportunity.
That's throw central almost if he goes down, and he's very low, 100 HP. Don't lose your Aegis just for golems. Nando is walking a tightrope.
That was played it way too close. A couple more Flaming Fist procs there, and he wastes that Aegis. But he does have the butterfly to work with, I guess banking on the evasion. And Nando did the math in the end.
Blink Dagger now for the Juggernaut. He has the cheeses we've talked about. They're full health, and this time, no Warlock Golems for 80 seconds.
No egg for 25. This should be almost a guaranteed free lane.
They have Glyph, but that's it really at this point. And they do so much damage so quickly. You watch Nando come in and he'll hit this a couple of times. They get it to roughly 75% HP, but there's the lasso. They'll bring in RR, but they immediately Ethereal Blade him. The Stormhammer will go, but he's done. They even get the upheaval, but here comes Abed with that Omni Slash. Ghost Scepter will come through.
Working on old chicken, he pops the cheese, but he's taking too much physical damage, has to back away. May have overplayed his hand here. Can they chase him down? The egg gets dropped. Omni Slash though. Nando getting focused, but he time lapses it off. He still has the Aegis available. 2 hero stun comes in from Ice Ice Ice. They turn back for Chemo. Can they bring down at least the support? Murano will get the kill. Warlock buyback. They're going deeper.
They want Ice Ice Ice. They'll find him. He doesn't have buyback. Dead for 88, and they find Fenrir as well. Not to mention they got the Rex. No, Ehome's being pushed back into the well. They're being destroyed. It's going to be a triple kill for Nando. This might be it.
Execration diving in deep, finding the kills, and pushing Ehome to the absolute brink. The thing is, Mott, this is not a very good high ground base defense lineup just because the cooldowns are so long. Sure, you can win one team fight, but how do you push after that, even if they manage to find it? This one is all but in the bag.
Yeah, you look at it right now, and the Bat Rider just gets blown up between Nando and Abed, and Fenrir is actually going to get bloodlusted back into the well, and there it is.
And GG!
GG! First game of the wild card.
Goes not to Ehome, but to Execration. Who would have thunk it, and who would have thought it would go the way it did?
That was an impressive display of fortitude, especially at that high ground defense bottom lane. Yes, you're absolutely right that Ehome did make a lot of mistakes going back to that jungle where they pushed up with 2 heroes and got caught by 5. That was a little bit aggressive, and they made those mistakes a couple more times throughout the rest of the game.
But I absolutely agree with what you said earlier. It was Chemo getting the Ags in the middle of that fight, bottom lane, when Ehome were going for their first high ground siege. That was where the game turned. And the thing was, that was avoidable. Ehome could have backed away. Execration threw multiple buybacks at the fight, and then the fight went on for like 20 seconds before they started getting those kills.
Yeah.
Ehome could have played it safe, just said, all right, we didn't get the Rex, we forced out 2 buybacks, let's reset, continue farming, maybe even wait for the next Roshan. I think there was still a tier 2 top to take for free at that stage. They misplayed their hand, but Execration, you have to give them a lot of credit. They punished beautifully every time there was an opening, sneaking into the Roshan pit, using Moonlight Shadow to find pickoffs. A true comeback performance here.
Yeah, Execration, beautifully done, 39 minutes in, and they do complete the comeback, and some great stuff coming in. But that's just the first game of this best-of-3 series. Ehome, they have a potential to tie this one up and get to game number 3, but for now, we'll take a quick break and jump into game number 2 as soon as possible. We'll see you guys soon. right, everybody, welcome back into the wild card here at the International 2016. It is eHome versus Execration in our first series of the day, and I have to say, I don't think we were expecting this. Execration up 1-0 against eHome, who were by far and away the heavy favorites out of not just this series, but all 4 of the teams in the wild card. My name is Mott, with me is LD, and what a game, David, that first one.
That was a real barn burner, Mott, as we will see the draft get underway here. The bans will not change from eHome. They get rid of the Tide again. They remove the Meepo, respecting Abed and his individual play, but they will change the picks. They go for the Mirana first overall. This time they are also dire side. Execration chose second pick, I want to mention. That is pretty unusual for teams to do. Generally, we will see teams either favor dire side or first pick, at least a little bit more frequently. So maybe trying to throw eHome a curveball with the draft. They now move into their picks. Batrider will be grabbed. They also get the Earth Spirit, so they get that powerful roamer.
That's a very good first 2 start for Execration, and it comes down to banning Meepo out first phase, and they go for the Ogre Magi again. And I want to get your thoughts. What did you think about his impact on that last game, the Ogre Magi in particular?
He didn't do all that much in the laning stage. I think the big reason for that was just good warding by Execration. They had that hill ward top towards the top rune that protected mid. Juggernaut's not an easy gank anyway, and then Weaver's difficult to kill in lane. So he didn't find kills early, but to me the Ogre pick was more just about securing the lane advantage, which they did. They won all 3 lanes as far as farm goes. And then you just max Bloodlust and you throw it on the Sven and he hits towers. Like, to me the pick was fine. It wasn't flashy. It wasn't, you know, a high octane performance, but I don't think it needed to be for them to win. To me, the real issue for eHome was execution of the overall strategy down the stretch. That's where it fell apart, and that's where they need to step things up in this game. So we'll see what they look to do here. They picked the Mirana first phase. With the Ogre already grabbed, you have to assume it's going to be a core Mirana. This is not a very reliable support duo. They don't give you too much wave clear or deep push unless Mirana gets a lot of farm. They're very single target oriented overall, so I expect a core Mirana here. Not sure how the lane setup will look just yet, but on the other side, second phase ban's looking fairly similar. Execration going to remove the Naga. eHome so far taking out the Abed Invoker.
They didn't ban the Invoker last game, I don't believe.
They did not last game, and that makes me wonder, are they planning on picking something that Invoker really deals well with?
Yeah, that's...
We also saw the Terrorblade ban here. That was the other thing Execration went for, and I don't think they have good TB counters this game right now. They also don't have the Mirana especially, and obviously the Mirana Axe is great against Terrorblade. So
yeah,
they removed the Beastmaster though, but it is Execration with the first pick coming into the second phase. Do they pick Terrorblade? Perhaps?
Yeah, that's the question, and that was a hero that was, I mean, it made its debut, I guess you could call it, in Manila, and of course since then it has been more hit than miss on, I think, a lot of these games, and actually eHome will last ban it, so...
You don't want to get just deathballed down, and yeah, Mirana deals well with illusions, but if she falls behind, or if it is a support or a hero that doesn't get much farm, she's not going to be able to shut him down at all.
Yeah. I mean, that would be a tough way to lose for eHome, 2-0 against the Terrorblade in your second game, or to get cheese for that matter. There's still potential for like a last pick Broodmother or something here, but we'll wait until the end of the game. And against Baron, I'm not really sure about that particular choice, but there are other ways that you can get cheesed in certain circumstances. But it's going to be the Jug again for Execration, so regardless of how much Abed struggled in that first game in the laning phase, he was able to catch back up, and he was top, I think, 3 or top 2 in net worth at the end of the game, at least.
Yeah, he wasn't the guy that got them back in the game, but he did a good job of not tilting and of finding his farm once they had that opening. eHome going into the Nyx Assassin here. This is a hero that can deal pretty well with the Batrider initiation. That's the main thing for me. Nobody really that great against Jug, though. I like the Jug pick better this game than last game. Obviously against Mirana, very heavy. eHome ambush him. That's an incredible pick-off combo. And they get another playmaking support now.
Yeah,
they take
huge.
the Disruptor.
I really like this pick coming out from...
This is a hero that can cage the cat. So assuming a core Mirana for now, and if they do catch her out, she's an easy kill with the glimpse.
And the Thunder Strike, as long as you got it on there and with the vision, I mean, that's the most important thing, I think, in this situation.
And it sets up for the lassos as well.
Right.
So this is a good combo there. eHome still don't really have a great Batrider counter. Like, yeah, Nyx is okay, but once Batrider gets a BKB in the mid to late game, you don't have a solution for that lasso. There's no swap, there's no Oracle Purge, so little nervous about that, but we'll see what these last 2 picks are, and if there are even any great lasso targets. Lifestealer gets grabbed.
Wow.
Interesting. Now this is a fun little duo here. The Nyx Lifestealer roaming around.
And Nyx Lifestealer, obviously, it's not one of the most popular Lifestealer infest bombs, but it is something that has worked in the past for a lot of teams. And so you look at the Nyx Assassin, and I would have said this is more like an Ice 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 hero if he was playing the off lane, but to be honest, we don't really know what they're going to be doing with these heroes yet, with the Nyx Assassin and the Ogre Magi, where they're going to be sent, where they're going to be support. There's still one more pick left, so they're keeping their draft open-ended for now. And it kind of comes down to these last bans.
What a total swap in style here for eHome.
Yeah,
They're running almost no tower sieging potential. They are not a death ball lineup. This is like a complete gank pick-off lineup. A 180 for them as far as draft goes, and
exactly. I mean,
for,
it was also a super
Execration,
team fight last game.
Yeah, very team fight heavy. This was not. So I'm interested to see how they execute it, because generally we'll see like the stronger, more stable teams, they might vary a couple of picks, but they tend to have a comfortable style that they stick to. You would have thought eHome is the confident, comfortable team come into this matchup, but that does not appear to be the case. They're going to maybe talk it over with 71, say, you know what, we need to switch it up. We need to play more up-tempo, low cooldown type heroes that can constantly fight, because that's what Execration likes to do. Execration,
in fact, will ban out the Oracle, the Bat Rider counter, obviously with, of course, your False Promise, and just a really good hero in general, I think, with the ability to heal and kind of kite people pretty effectively.
So they are expecting a Cormorana and Nyx here with that Oracle ban, unless they're expecting an EG-style solo mid Oracle.
Oh, God. I don't think we'll ever see that except for Sumail in this tournament.
And I don't think Sumail ever wants to play that again.
No, probably not.
No.
Phoenix last pick coming out, so yeah, I mean, it's looking like a core Nyx Assassin at this point.
Yeah, Core Mirana, Core Nyx, Core Lifestealer, support Phoenix and Ogre. I mean, Fenrir plays the Phoenix very well. And it's still not the easiest Phoenix game because of the Disruptor, and you have the follow-up silence with the Earth Spirit, so by no means, I think last game was easier for Fenrir, if anything, but at the same time, he has good frontliners here, so he can sit back and kind of hide behind the rest of his team and just be patient looking for that egg.
Let's wait and see what Execration will grab with their last pick coming out. What are they looking for? I think an Abed. Well, unless they send Juggernaut there, they can do that again. But
normally you would expect, what, the Mirana mid here, Nyx off lane, Lifestealer safe lane, most likely.
Yeah.
Potentially one of the melee heroes goes mid. Like you could, I mean, honestly, against if it's a Jug mid, you can run like Lifestealer or Nyx against him, and they'll do just fine. So maybe they even change it up and put Mirana in one of the side lanes, but we'll have to see. And PL, this is MVP Phoenix-esque.
Yeah, exactly, because it's the Abed PL mid. So
this is a scary PL game mod. eHome have very little ways to deal with the illusion spam later on.
Yeah. I mean, it's Starstorm, really. I think Starstorm is really the only illusion clear I can think of. Maybe Sunray, but that's not.
That's true. If the Mirana gets farmed, they actually have one hero that's pretty good at it.
Yeah,
but if she gets behind, they may struggle.
It is old chicken playing the Mirana, so it looks like it'll be a mid lane Mirana, old 11 playing the Nyx Assassin in the off lane, which is what ISS, like I talked about, would have done back a couple of maybe years, well, not years ago, but before this team was ever formed.
Still not convinced by Ice Ice Ice's carry play that game. He got picked off a lot, and against a lineup that shouldn't have been able to kill him.
You said one of them was unlucky, and I agree with you, but the rest of them, he was caught in a bad position.
The way he was farming and the level of aggression he was showing, like that's okay if you're playing like a split push style game, and like for example, Secret will sometimes do that when they're running Artesian Envy on hard carries, and they feel like they just have late game. Yeah, you die here or there, but that's okay. You're pushing the lanes in, you're stalling the game out. But that was a single core Sven game, running a 5-man push strat. Sven can't be dying on his own. So it felt like Ice 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 still a little bit of the off-lane mentality where deaths create space for the rest of the team, but he was one of the heroes that needed to not die that game.
Yeah.
So maybe still adjusting a bit to the role, but he's certainly a veteran player in the mold of Old Man Fear.
Real quick here, LD, let's talk about predictions. We got 55 seconds, total numbers of death by 25 minutes.
I'm expecting a lot here, Mott.
26 maybe? 26 to 35.
26 to 35.
Okay, we'll do that. Roshan, team with the most Roshan kills. I think eHome just by virtue of being on the dire side.
Yes, eHome should have the Rosh.
In total number of player deaths by 10 minutes, I'd say...
Let's go bold here, Mott. Let's say 16 plus.
I like it. In total number of Blink Daggers purchased by 25 minutes, I'd say 3 to 4 probably.
Bat Rider, Earth Spirit, Nyx, 3 to 4.
Yes.
I would say, yeah, 3 to 4.
Yeah.
And they have the Mirana as well, who will eventually look to pick one up.
See how we do as the game ends, but for now, we jump into game number 2, Execration versus eHome, and they dropped the ward down for eHome pretty early on. They TP'd, I think, towards the tower to get that ward down as quickly as possible in the jungle. So Lanham left some vision of the heroes walking out. You could see it. He is not going to contest that bottom rune spot, but here's that Rider top R won't contest the top either, so just to start, that's pretty casual. I mean, you expect both teams to get at least one of those bounty runes, and that's exactly what happens, and we're going to settle into a laning phase with a aggressive dual lane offlane right now with eHome.
Yeah, meanwhile for Execration running the PL mid, straight out of the MVP Phoenix playbook, looking back to the Manila and especially Shanghai majors. So, matchup-wise, Old Chicken fishing with an arrow there. Looks like he just maybe wanted that first creep to get a little extra gold. Not sure he's actually aiming for Abed. I think it's actually a decent matchup for PL. You have the poor man shield, you have quite high base armor, but bottom lane, our early action mod, here we go.
Rolling Boulder is missed. Tim's goes to the left and can't quite find that initiation, that slow onto Old Manam or Old 11. Sentry Ward takes down the Observer Ward in lane, so laning ward is now gone for the Radiant side, and they'll have to be a little bit more blind here. They still should have vision from the creeps and their heroes, but some good vision for Old Lanham and eHome down in this bottom lane, especially in the jungle as well.
Yeah, I do feel Execration have kill potential here, especially on Old 11. They go in for the stun on Nando. Chemo gonna get slowed down, but once they get like level 3 on these heroes, it's quite easy. Just a glimpse into a kinetic field. Blade Fury on Old 11, he can't stun the Jug or prevent that damage from coming out. And he should be able to get the kill.
Now they have the kinetic field, and Old 11 is in trouble. The Blade Fury, he's going to have to buy out, and it's going to be Execration. They get first blood by bringing down Old 11 in the off lane.
Well, I said level 3. That's where it gets automatic, but they find it sooner with the casual
Might get another one.
kinetic field. They don't have Blade Fury,
Yeah,
though.
that's
This
the
will be
problem.
tough.
Yeah, they'll back up. They knew with the kinetic field they might have a chance, but exactly, without Blade Fury and with the long cooldown at level 1, it's very difficult.
So elsewhere, looking at the other lane matchups, the PL versus Mirana mid, it should just be a farm fest here. Abed, yeah, Mirana actually decent at dealing with the illusions. She has good AoE damage, but you can't really right-click the main peel down that easily. Old Chicken has to constantly focus on her ass. So Abed will farm, Old Chicken will farm. Off lane here for Execration, RR should have a pretty good time. They have very little in the manner of ways to shut down RR. So expect him to get a lot of levels, and I think that's where for Execration, if they keep on finding kills bottom, they will win the laning stage convincingly.
Yeah, I mean, with this dry lane, and especially with Tims who can rotate on an Earth Spirit, yeah, you need to be doing some work and finding kills in this bottom lane. Otherwise, you should be helping out mid lane with some rolls, even though it is Old Chicken on the Mirana. At least try to put some pressure
Yeah, they
on
can't
that mid lane.
Oh, Chemo, he's gone in.
Double Impale, nicely done. Kinetic Field will drop, they get off the Ignite as well. But Old 11 again is caught once more, and the Blade Fury doing so much damage. Spike Carapace does not save his life.
They're rolling in. Tim's going deep.
So low. Can he survive this? Old Bottom was trying to get the last right click, and he can't find it. He was mid-animation looking for that kill.
Mid-club. He had it up. He was looking to slam it down, Mont, and he died a little bit too fast there. That is very costly. They just overestimated their damage output. It's only a level 2 Nyx Assassin as your offlaner. Didn't have the level 2 stun for the additional damage and lockdown, and it does 80 damage before reduction. That's basically nothing.
Yeah.
That's not even a right click.
Yeah, it's just not enough. Arrows gonna fly through mid lane. Old Chicken just trying to be aggressive and try to find Abed and at least do some damage. Old Chicken, I think, outlaning him a little bit here in this lane and with Starstorm. Ooh, good doppelganger. That was beautiful. He avoids it. Nicely done.
Yeah, you don't need to win the mid lane here as Abed. As long as you get decent farm and you don't die, I think you're okay heading into the mid game, because until Mirana gets ags, the solutions for a mid-game peel are very limited, but Fenrir will find a kill here. Dove RR had the ward available, and I think saw him going back to the jungle, snipes him on the way out. So nice pick up there. Meanwhile, mid lane, Abed looking to go in on Old Chicken, has the leap, but a spear can be used here to force that thing out.
He's going to salve, and Old Chicken now picks up a haste rune. He needs to be careful mid lane, Abed.
Meanwhile, bottom lane, they're also looking for action.
And I feel will stop any further aggression from them home there, but there's the TP in as Abed. They were looking for that aggression that I was talking about with the haste rune from Old Chicken, but good TP reaction from RR even after that death.
Lane stabilizing here pretty nicely for eHome. Despite the 3-0 start, they're leading as far as net worth goes. Experience going slightly Execration's way. So it's even here in the early moments, Mott, but compare that to last game where Execration were getting crushed and they still won the game.
Yeah, and I gotta say, heading towards the late game. It's certainly not cut and
Mid
dry.
lane, moving on
So
Abed.
Ray, is he going to fall? Starstorm? Yeah, he's dead. That's just too much damage, and great rotations that I guess Abed wasn't expecting.
I think the Doppelganger was still on cooldown there, and when it's on cooldown, you look at the eHome draft, they're a great ganking lineup later on once the Nyx hits 6 and starts to move and once the Lifestealer and Fest Bombs begin, but at this stage, normally you don't expect a Phoenix to gank, so that's just eHome playing unpredictably and catching PL a bit off guard there.
Yeah, I mean, they're rotating back up to top as well to try to find more, and RR is very concerned about this lane. He even drops a sentry to make sure there's no vision, but in fact there's a ward. It's just over at the ancient stack. So he's got the right idea. Unfortunately, he will miss out on finding the sentry in the correct position. Old Chicken, he's got the infused raindrop, one of the best items in the game, if not the best item, especially if you talk to Winter. He loves that item, so.
Loves and hates it, but it's a relationship one way or the other. RR getting caught out here, goes for the quick TP.
Ooh, this might work. He'll make it out barely. He's set with 30 HP in the well.
Raindrops saving lives, Mod.
Yeah, again, great item. Keeps him up and ready. So that,
Did I
guess.
detect a twinge of sarcasm
Eh,
there? You sound like an angry support player who's been denied by raindrops.
yeah, I have, but also raindrops have saved my life too numerous times. So I can't be too upset about the item.
Abed here, farming up the mid lane. So despite the constant pressure, even on CS with Old Chicken, the Jug, even with the Lifestealer, it's really a fine laning stage for Execration and for eHome doing okay as well. So then you look towards the mid game, and for me, I don't really feel like either lineup has just like a straight up, oh, they're the better draft late game, or this is a lineup who has a clearly better timing. Both are ganking oriented lineups. Both have good pickoff potential. Both have pretty good late game. It's just going to come down to who makes the better moves around the map. And it's hard to say who that'll be. eHome have the Infest Bombs, but Execration have the Batrider for vision, the Glimpses for pickoffs. They are getting levels on their supports here, so a much more even game and one that should be very back and forth heading towards the mid game.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how this plays out. And you're right, going to the late game, it's again, it's not super cut and dry with who comes out.
Arrow on the mid lane, gonna miss the Scout the Courier coming in.
I was wondering if there was any ancient stacks, or not ancient stacks rather, but just stacks in general. Stun comes out on Abed from old 11, but he'll be fine. Down bottom, looks like they were taking that tier 1, but it's going to be glyphed and bottom will rotate in. But yeah, no jungle stacks coming out from Execration, so this Batrider kind of has to do it.
They're going to go for old Lanham here in a second, I think. No, he backs very far away.
Yeah. Finally, level 6 will come out from RR. His levels actually roughly the same with the Nyx Assassin, who's now rotated. I think actually he's taking over mid as Old Chicken's top lane, looking for that pick-off potential. But RR knows this, and he's going to TP home.
So for eHome right now, they're mainly waiting for Nyx to get level 6. Vendetta will come out, and they will start looking for pickoffs. That is the hero that needs to be moving around the most, together with Ice 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 looking for Infest Bombs, who, by the way, did stop off for a Midas here. Very uncommon pickup on the Lifestealer nowadays. Used to be a go-to grab, but it suggests eHome are really counting on him to get mega farmed.
That's kind of surprising to me. And it makes his early game just not necessarily
That's an
useless,
armlet, basically.
Yeah,
Like at this point, he would have an armlet. So it delays when they look for those big team fights, but obviously gives them that little bit of extra heading towards the mid game.
Tier 1 tower top will be taken. Now Nando setting bottom. Here we go. The TP's going to come in. eHome's looking for the Lifestealer with Ice Ice Ice. The glimpse back. He's got rage and he'll use it. Now there's the Blade Fury. Nando needs to TP out and he will make it away. Again, another great TP coming out from Execration's squad to get out of a bad situation.
And I don't see eHome pushing in on the bottom lane. This is a very healthy tier 1. Defense will be mounted, so forcing the TP, still getting the tower. Slight win there for Execration, I would say, overall. Limits a bit of the Lifestealer's farm time. And this is the stage of the game where supports look to get their levels. Tim's trying to get his level 6. Fenrir doing the same. Meanwhile, eHome, though, moving in under cover of smoke. They've got a Hasterin up here on the Mirana. Looking for Chemo and...
see you later, I think.
See ya.
Starstorm, that'll grab the kill. Right now, 10 minutes into the game, and it looks like we might be right. 6-10, I believe, is what we chose for kill values at 10 minutes into the game, and it's looking pretty good at this point.
Oh yeah, predictions are safe.
Yes, always. And there's that Vendetta. This is exactly what you were talking about, although they're not really setting anything up top lane.
No Infest Bomb, just a Phoenix sitting here who's not going to hit level 6 off this creep wave. The pings come out, Execration.
Yeah, that was a Phantom Lancer ping. I think he knew that. He's not mid anymore, and he's like, well, he's probably Vendetta.
Nix.
He tries smoke. Oh, it's going to pop. Yeah, Chemo's was popped out and they dropped the sentry, but I mean, Old 11's not going to make the mistake of walking too far up.
But 2 other heroes still smoked here. The Vendetta's about to end.
Hey, Sadie.
Looks like this is just going to amount to nothing.
Yeah, Nando said screw it and let me just farm and get my battle fear, which is what he's going for. He has the perseverance unless he wants to link sphere, which is highly unlikely.
So you see Lifesteal getting a Midas, your Execration. You say, great, we're going to get a battle fear on Juggernaut. This is a game where Nando will look to farm a bit more. Going to play a little greedier, and with a PL and a Juggernaut with a Battle Fury, perhaps that slightly tilts it their way, though Mirana will be working towards the Ags, I do imagine. Still, a very farmy second game here. eHome wanting to play a bit safer, a bit more reserved. They're going to move under cover of smoke. They head towards top, still no Infest bombs. Lifestealer, again, very focused on the economy game.
They need a sentry down. Do they have one in lane? Do they have one on them? They only have Dust right now. I believe they have 1 sentry on Thames. He drops it, but it's in lane. First contact, who's it going to be made by? Still wrapping around. Here comes Old 11. Then he's the Moonlight Shadow and Execration. They should know that this is happening. They
But they get the stun off.
Sunray will come through Omni Slash, but now they have vision finally and Lanham. Sunray, can it keep him alive? No. But still, Tim's is
Phoenix
very low.
has the egg, though. They're going to dive a bit deeper. The Glimpse back, trying to remove 1 hero from the fight. They will get rid of the Disruptor, so it ends up being a 1-for-1. A Disruptor for an Ogre Magi. Still the egg reserved.
Nando wants to go back in. Great stun onto 2. There's going to be the Blade Fury. Silence up onto Old 11 as well. He's low. Stick charge with a Spike Carapace. It'll keep him alive.
The bait, can they turn it? The stun on cooldown. Nando can just walk away, has the healing ward going. Old 11 unable to snipe it here, but he has the impale, so they have to fall damage. The kick comes through, he hits 1, almost 2. Old 11, 1 more right click will bring him down. Fenrir as well.
Wow.
That should not happen, Mott.
No way. That was a sick kick one way or the other, but you're
and
right.
mid lane, they're diving on Old Chicken. They have the glimpse soon.
3
He's
seconds.
Trapped in the trees.
They have vision.
Oh, they could have gone for that, but they're a little worried about TPs.
I thought they should have gone for that with 2 heroes dead. I think he might have screwed up. I think he might have glimpsed. No, I guess he just didn't go for it.
And Nando almost has a Battle Fury already. It's a Midas Lifestealer who can't even keep up in farm with a Juggernaut who's yet to get his Battle Fury. That is not a good sign. And the Blink Dagger now comes out. Sure, it's a relatively even game when it comes to farm, but you have to keep in mind that eHome have gone for a Midas and Lifestealer. This is a hero who normally is looking for kills around this point, looking to shut down the enemy carry. He's just trading farm. Mirana Ags, that's the hero that can take over as far as net worth goes. Not snowballing, not really finding pickoffs. eHome need to get something out of this Nyx. They are going to look for it now, but do they have an opening?
Here comes Lanham. They're going to find him here. They drop the ward down. They should see this rolling boulder. It's just going to miss, but the boulder smash does hit on 2.
And again, it's on 2, and the last one to follow it up. They're going to feed the old Lanham.
He will end up falling here with, of course, that kinetic field. He does get a Fire Blast before his death, just trying to say,
The issue with running this like pick-off style against Execration, they are a swarm. They will send all 5 every single time if they have towers in range. So if you're going to go for pickoffs, you need to be prepared for 5 to show up, or just have clearly superior team fight with less. But here's the move mid. Swoop in from the Phoenix. They can drop an egg if they want to go the stun.
Oh, Nando onto 2. Abed in trouble. They're about to both fall. And he's actually able to doppelganger away the Sunray, and the arrow will hit. And he's done. A bit too far. Execration lose 2, and they're not done yet. eHome looking for more. Old 11 with another impale ready, and Kibo will try to dodge it. He does nicely.
He can glimpse Old 11 back potentially.
I don't know.
He's going to pull him in.
Firefly, Spike Carapace is up. This is dangerous. R opens wounds, and they also have the stun as well with the Fire Blast coming out. You saw it, but...
Come back here. Come back here. Sure. I will happily collect this kill.
That's just...
They didn't have Static Storm. That's the big thing Execration need. They're lacking that key support ultimate. Ends up costing them pretty heavily. And an awkward time to force a fight mid is the Jug Battle Fury was almost complete. Chemo was almost level 6. And Peel almost had Boots of Travel. A lot of almosts there for Execration. It was just not the ideal time to engage. The other thing is they have to be more disciplined with Sentry Wards. Constantly have them ready. And also, when it's nighttime, you need to have an Observer Ward paired with it, so you have just the general vision to make that true sight count. So I think not respecting the Nyx here, or the Moonlight Shadow.
I mean, like, it's 2 of those, and Old 11, they don't have the vision to see him, so I think Nando might just be dead here. They're going to just swarm on in, and they're going to go for the impale. Open wounds, the arrow comes through, and he's done. Static Storm, though, and they might turn this around. Lasso's up, they get Old 11 as well. And can they bring down Ice? He does have that armlet. He's very tanky. It's 2 dead for the side of Execration.
He is going to melt down. Now PL arrives, can look for a bit more. Old Chicken's also low, has the leap available. They're going to surge in for this. Can RR flame break one back? Fenrir on the run, but has another swoop out. Old Chicken looks to turn, but now he's in trouble with no leap available. Oh, the Sunray. It's enough to save him on for now.
4 sticky napalm stacks. There's still more. Good boulder smash to find the kill. Fenrir.
The skirmishing from Execration. They're going to look for Fenrir, I think, as well. Another lance in. 6 napalm stacks. A flame break is really going to hurt, but he's out of mana with that last napalm.
And he can't go in with the urn, still constantly pressuring him and doing a lot of damage, and that's why RR couldn't find Fenrir there. But overall,
our predictions are looking good, Mott. 20 kills at 15 minutes.
3 for 2 trade after it's all said and done, as the fight recap shows at 1,500 gold exchange.
That's the entire advantage eHome just built up, completely wiped away, but they're looking for a pick top. Abed, he got greedy with the TP. And now he looks like he's going to pay.
Yeah, one more right click. There it is, Old 11 will find himself the kill.
I mean, both teams, let's be honest, a little sloppy here. Forcing the fights, it's kind of a chaotic draft by nature, so you expect to see a lot of these kills happening, but some very avoidable ones. eHome overplaying their hand mid, PL being greedy top. When the dust settles, still very even.
This is a close one. And another Impale is going to find Chemo, but he doesn't. He comes back first. The arrow does hit, though, and the Sunray on top. Chemo will feed away a kill, looking for that rune. And they have a ward over at the Ancient stack, and now Nando needs to be very careful with how he proceeds.
Oh, if they can steal these Ancients, that would be absolutely massive. That's a lot of gold.
And you can't fight because 2 of your heroes are dead, and yeah, that's just an Ancient stack that's gone. It's gone to the way of Old Chicken, and that'll build into his Aghanim Scepter even further. All it needs is that Blade of Alacrity right now.
I think the one worry here for Execration is PL starting to fall behind a bit on farm, and if you fall behind, Maelstrom, the choice for Ice, eventually a Mjolnir, that combined with the Mirana Eggs can clear those illusions out like nobody's business. So I think PL needs to not die here for Execration, more so than other games. The itemization will allow eHome to deal with the illusion swarm late game, and Jug is not a hero that will solo carry. This is a hero that needs a multi-core draft to work. Execration have been quiet lately. It's RR, the tempo setter. Hasn't been finding pickoffs with the lasso. The supports have been getting caught in RR. He will look to break a smoke here. The Moonlight Shadow comes a bit late. He blinks out.
Yes.
They see it coming, and now they can re-engage.
Lasso, and they get it, but there's the Spike Carapace. Omni Slash going very far. Static Storm catches onto 2, but they walk out. But still, that Blade Fury and Magnetize doing some serious damage, LB.
And they're going to find Old 11. They're looking for Lanham as well. It was the Bat Rider to the rescue. Nando will have the phase boots. Old Lanham likely to die on the other side of the fight. Ice runs in. 1v4. Well, actually, as Old Chicken, but Old Chicken is not long for this world. He will drop as well. And now Abed turns. Can this Lifestealer find a kill?
No rage, no infest for at least 5 seconds.
No TP either, Mott.
Do they have the damage? He's so tanky. I just don't know they have enough right now to deal with this hero.
They can kite him. He's eventually going to die.
Look at that micro coming out from Abed. Now this is going to be the glimpse back as well, and he'll have to armlet toggle for
Can he fight
life.
this? Ogre McGee is coming back in, but the micro god gets out microed. Abed gets the job done. That was 100% the Bat Rider. But the thing that cost them, they didn't Moonlight Shadow before they ran up the hill. Yeah, he broke the smoke, but if they're under cover of Moonlight Shadow, RR would not have known. There were no sentries in the area. All these sentries just got planted after the fight broke out, so that was a big blunder by eHome.
Yeah, it's just, again, you talked about in the first game mistakes that they shouldn't be making, and Abed, he's about to walk into a Sentry War with Old 11. They see him there. He's going to bait these. He's got his Spirit Lance ready to go with the Spike Carapace, force forward. They have no lasso, but the Firefly, oh, they do have it. Not to mention they have a gem on top.
Oh, but they push him away. They need that vision. Oh, yeah, sorry, they do have the gem, like you said. So Old 11 will end up going down.
Yep. And
this is not the eHome that I was expecting. Yes, Execration are doing a good job at forcing mistakes. They are playing well as a team, but eHome, it doesn't feel like they're united right now. There's a lot of individual players going for solo pickoffs, trying to make plays on their own. Where's the unity?
That's exactly. I mean, they are going for like ganks together, and they're going for like these 5-man smokes in like Shadow, but they're not really connecting. It's not really working out for them, and so they're capitalizing. Execration are capitalizing, and they're going to try to pressure the tower because of that. They're getting a couple more items. Diffusal Blade, which is a great item, coming out for the PL. That's where your damage really starts to pump up, and Well, Nando with his Battle Fury and his Yasha, not to mention Omni Slash at the ready. This should be enough for them to take the tower, as they do have the Mirana Ags, though, coming out finally for Old Chicken, and they really need it.
I really like the gem pickup, though. This is going to be huge as eHome look to run in. They could be running into a trap. Stun on PL to start.
I bet he's going to get arrowed up. He's in trouble, and he is going to fall. It's time to back up for Execration. They'll try to TP away, but
the Flame Break comes through. It allows them to get some TPs out, but not enough. RR could be the third man down. Old 11, though, dropping low here. The blink out from Bat. He looks for the TP, but he's not in the trees.
Gem.
And that's the gem as well. Pretty disastrous push there. They had gem, but
he wasn't in position to find those heroes. He was sitting back, waiting for a blink lasso target, and Abed's here at the front of the tower, and he just gets caught, and they don't have any way of saving him. It's just, if you're going to try to make a play like that, I feel like you need to be closer to your teammates to keep your allies alive with the gem and vision. It's a big mess up for Execration. And allows the Nyx Assassin to pick up a Blink Dagger, and he'll carry the gem around for the time being. Schemo is lamenting that gem's purchase after it goes down.
You've talked about it, Maud. It's Moonlight Shadow and Nyx. You need to have a gem. Sentries are a big tax on the supports. They had to drop 4 bottom earlier. That's 400 gold. It's a big investment. And it only won them one fight as eHome will start massacring those wards. They take over this Radiant jungle for now, but Execration will look to strike back. But you see every time they creep forward a little bit, drop a sentry, drop a sentry. They're running out of them, and they will need to make sure they have them up for this upcoming potential Roche fight as the scan does connect. Could be a big opening, but eHome have the high ground.
They're looking for Roche. They thought that's where they were with these scan, but it's unfortunately not true. Abed actually went on illusion. And so this Smoke of Deceit is going to be dodged swiftly by eHome. They'll stay together, and this time they're going to look to counter-engage as they have now the Infest Bomb with a new
no Blade Fury. He's dead.
My lord, Nando gets blown up.
eHome just winning the pick-off game right now.
Yeah.
And they'll move on the back of that kill towards the mid tower. There is a buyback available on Jug, but the Slice Star is just very tanky, so I'm not sure that you can really go on eHome when it's a 5v5 scenario like this.
I don't think so. Especially with the newly minted Axe for Old Chicken, I just think there's too much damage coming out for eHome right now with the Lifestealer until he's got a Maelstrom. Looking for a Mjolnir. Boulder Smash will be dodged and used Rage by Ice Ice Ice. The Cliff will go. Sun Rays trying to clear out the creep wave. It'll do a nice job. RR has his Firefly. He's looking for a dust, but instead, Blink Lasso, Old Chicken brought back.
Static Storm!
Can they get it done? Magnetize on top. Ice 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 burning down, and he will end up going.
And they're looking for more. They're going to dive onto Fenrir. The Lance finishes him. It's 3 down.
They get the gem back.
And they get the gem back. What is happening in this game? Incredible Static Storm. Chemo, the veteran captain. This guy has been around for years in the Filipino scene. Has never quite made it at TI, but that was so far the play of the game, and they might find more. They've scouted out Old 11. The stolen gem turned against them. Can they follow this up? There's going to be a blink. And they can chase.
They have plenty of sticky napalm stacks. And the Bloodlust will go, though, and I don't know if they want to push any further.
Oh, these heroes are respawning. You cannot be diving that.
Yeah, I think that's
I'm not sure you can even Roche here, Mod. It's a risky one.
Oh, no, Abed. He's got to wait for another 3 seconds. Oh, no, he doesn't force it. Just kidding. All right, I was a little concerned that he couldn't get down. But
they have the gem advantage here, but they are fighting in the pit against a Phoenix and a Mirana Ags. This is extremely risky for Execration. I don't think this is a Roche you go for, and it seems they have realized if they're going to go for it, they'll at least need to reset, find a pick first. But, I mean, the kills are great. Getting the gem back, though, that is the real trump card there for Execration. Here's the Moonlight Shadow.
And they're about to come in and engage head on. Old 11.
Oh, the blink dodge, though. He jukes up into the trees. The stun comes through.
Great impale onto 3. And now Nando will be the second to fall again. Abed has to doppelganger to the low ground to stay alive, but only for a moment as Old Chicken leaps and is looking for more right clicks, and Abed will end up falling. No, the high ground miss. Can he get 2? No, he cannot. It's a double kill for Old Chicken and eHome. And they'll take Roche with that fight going their way.
They had a ward, I think, right near the pit, and it may have seen the Bat Rider like flying around near this observer ward. I'm not sure, but it looked like he expected the Bat to jump him right around that moment and thought he was in the trees. So eHome end up once again, completely turning the game back around. Look at this graph, just up and down, all around.
I've seen a lot of graphs that have been hills and valleys, but this one is kind of nuts.
This is looking like a very, very dangerous roller coaster of a game. And for eHome, it truly is. A loss here. They're down to the lower bracket against a desperate team, and even should you win that match, you've got to win another to advance. So you want to be in that winner bracket finals. You want to have 2 shots at advancing, not just playing your hearts out for the one.
And
they are in the driver's seat for now.
I mean, they have the advantage. R is going to find a lasso.
Is the gem going back the other way again? They want it bad.
He can't bring him down to
the
low ground.
They have dust. They could chase, but eHome are there.
This is a dangerous fight. Again, they have the Aegis up and ready to go. It is on Old Chicken.
If they had one carry there, that is an instant gem reclaim. And the game swings back around again.
Old Chicken being very aggressive, but he knows he has the Aegis to work with, not to mention a Blink Dagger and Leap to get out of a bad situation. And Nando just knows that he's been stuck at this Battle Fury Yasha for a long time, so he finally will be able to purchase up his Ultimate Orb and get the Manta style. And Abed similarly has been stuck on Bot's Diffusal for a couple of minutes as well, while eHome have started to progress further with this Lifestealer.
I'm not sure about the Manta this game. There's so much AoE with the Mjolnir and the Mirana Axe, not to mention like things like the Phoenix Ultimate and the Nyx Stun. There's no big silences to remove really.
I think it's mostly for open wounds, I believe.
That's true. It's decent versus open wounds. I feel like a BKB is eventually a necessity here for Jug heading towards the late game, but he gets caught out again. Manta
back into a BKB if he keeps dying like this. Blade Fury will go, and then he dies right after.
Yeah, Jug just struggles against Lifestealer because of the tankiness of the Lifestealer. You build the armor, you've got a lot of plus armor to deal with Omni Slash, and your right click really does not care about Blade Fury.
No buyback. It looks like they were deciding to try to defend this. They were setting up the Bat Rider here to position himself for a good Blink Lasso, but again, without the Juggernaut, you can't fight 4 versus 5, and Abed will just, I think he's needed to do more of this throughout the game, and I like it now. Split pushing down bottom, no tier 1 to take, and he's pretty far away from that tier 2, but he's trying to do all that he can at this point.
And we have our first decisive lead of the game, Mont. It has been neck and neck the whole way, but eHome, in one fell swoop, they get the next and perhaps the decisive punch. On the back of that, they get the gem back. They deward the enemy jungle. They take the Roshan. They systematically wipe out all Execration tier 2s left standing. They occupy the jungle now. Execration are bottled up.
Yeah, and even with the Lifestealer staying inside of Old 11 for a long time, it just doesn't really matter. I mean, he already does enough damage. He has in the older, he has an Ogre Club for who knows what. And SNY might be a little bit late for that, but here we go. Execration will go for a smoke LD, and we'll see what they can find here. There's a Moonlight Shadow coming out from eHome. Is there any detection coming out from Execration?
Oh, I think they're going to miss each other, and missing each other is just fine for eHome. They have Aegis. They would love to fight with it, but it's Execration who lack the map control, lack the towers, as Radiant will struggle to contest the next Rosh. As I say that, though, they circle back around on the mid lane. They are going to reveal their Juggernaut. Yeah. Nando, he wants to back away, but the rest of the team also scrambling. Here's the jump.
Oh, they missed the stun. Old 11 was not on point there still. Might just back up for Execration, but there's the Omni Slash. Great Yule Scepter might keep him alive. Static Storm onto 2, Supernova on top, and it looks like eHome are turning this around.
eHome still finding pickoffs here. 2 supports brought down, but can they get more? Here comes the Phoenix Egg. Old Chicken low, but on the high ground, Juggernaut lurks. He's going to spin. They charge in on that Mirana, but she still has Aegis. They're committing too much for a hero that's going to have a second life. They might bring him down, but at what cost, Mon? I don't think it's worth it. Ice still struggling to lock onto a target, though. Nice chip damage here as eHome yet to lose a core hero, but Jug might be first. The Dire Courier down, a good pick off there. The Jug will fall. The Bat may well be next. No, RR does escape. Who got the gem? That's the real question. It's Abed who salvages it. I actually think that's not too bad for Execration.
Yeah.
All things considered, Aegis will now expire. The gem is worth, to me, like at least a core death at this point.
It's just the Jug needs to really stop dying. He's now 6 deaths, and we were talking about the PL going down. He's got 5. So it's both of these heroes. Luckily, the PL did survive in that last engagement, and he is split pushing, but here come eHome with all the Aegis gone now, but
they can chip with Ice here. Can Rage, right-click for a couple of seconds. Just has to be worried about the lasso. It is on cooldown now, so eHome will back away.
Net worth lead is now up to 10,000 for eHome, but we've seen a game where eHome have had a 10,000 net worth advantage before, and it's dwindled just by making mistakes. The Moonlight Shadow, they'll look to try to
re-engage here.
Yeah, it's
RR has to be careful. Are they going to lose this gem again? It's been passed
Please,
around like a
RR.
hot potato.
Back up, my friend. I think it's time to stay in your base. And eHome, it looks like they won't find anything out of this. It's Old 11 with the Blanket and Tail combination. They will at least give Execration a little bit of breathing room here.
Just breathe.
I have to take
That's
a breath.
an Execration. I think they need to as well. This is the game where you want to close out eHome. You do not want to go against this veteran squad into a Game 3 having lost the previous match.
Exactly.
It doesn't look good, but they have shown the ability to come back already in this series. I do worry a bit about the matchup, though. They don't have that heavy physical damage burst, the Venge, the Slardar. And they don't. And to me, the eHome draft scale is a bit better. It's dual core, Lifestealer, as well as Mirana. Both heroes that can dish out heavy DPS even late into the game. Still think Execration can take it. What they really need, I think more than anything here, is the BKB on RR. You get the BKB, you can reliably initiate. The Nyx can't carapace you. You won't instantly lose the gem. Lifestealer can't just focus you down with open wounds. But speaking of Lifestealer, Mont, he has gone for a BKB.
Yeah.
This is now a 22-second magic immune beast of a hero.
It's kind of nuts, honestly.
You rage, you BKB.
Exactly.
And as soon as the BKB ends, you have a fresh rage available. Only the first time, though. After that, the BKB charge won't be quite long enough, but it's still a very small window to stun
It's
him.
very good against the Diffusal Blade of the PL. I mean, it's going to stop. I mean, a lot of this magic damage is really the Static Storm of the Disruptor, so they kind of have to hope the Omni Slash is good. And even then, I don't know if that's enough to bring down the Lifestealer with plenty of armor as well as HP. And they're going to go for another smoke for eHome. They're going to try to find a pickoff here, but I don't know if I think they see that Nando is top, but I don't know if they see everybody else. It looks like they're heading straight up there, waiting to try to catch somebody out of position.
I mean, they see this Jug, and after the number of times he's died, you pretty much know the whole team, not visible elsewhere, is likely lurking behind him, so it's Old 11 leading the charge, as he so often has. Will RR see this one coming? He's got to get the jump.
His Spike Carapace will go the Firefly,
and he
won't
doesn't
get jumped. He won't get the jump. In fact, he gets jumped instead. Chemo and Abed trying to TP out, and it looks like they will make it away in time. So, well.
Big grab. And for those just joining us here, we find Execration now on match point looking to close out eHome. It was a back and forth slugfest of a game. If you look at the gold graph, dead even, team wipe or virtual team wipe, back and forth from both teams. The key of this game has been the gem getting passed around. eHome reclaim it now, and up against Moonlight Shadow, up against a Nyx, you really need that True Sight to deal with the gank. So now eHome in control, but looking to force that deciding Game 3. Execration came back from a similar deficit last time, Mott. Can they do it again?
I just realized that gem was lost. I'm not sure if you talked about that already. The gem that they purchased up for Execration by Chemo was done at about 10 minutes or maybe 15 minutes into this game, and it's passed hands about 6 to 7 times throughout this entire matchup. So it's kind of nuts how many times this gem has gone through different hands, but it is back in the hands of Old 11, who will take it and he'll work with it, trying to gain more map control yet again. And again, it's just Execration. They can barely get outside of the base, and if they do, they have to play together because they've been the pickoffs have been so fast and furious from eHome that it's tough to deal with, especially on the cores. In fact, I think the supports have lesser deaths than you see 5 deaths for Abed, and then you have 6 for Anando. So
the carries are dying a lot, but I think the bigger issue here is we see Old Chicken moving in the bottom lane, looking for a quick snipe on Chemo. Goodbye, Disruptor, he says, but the Glimmer Cape saves the day. Great way to deal with that Mirana, but meanwhile, top lane, Lana marching in, Tim's is going to run. Nando's going to TP with the Blade Fury, and they will catch, it looks like just a solitary Earth Spirit.
Abed is going to get caught out as well. TP was not able to complete, and he has nothing left now, and he's just going to have to go down. There's nothing he can do. It's 2 dead. It would have been fine if maybe you just lose the Earth Spirit, but again, another carry dies for Execration.
eHome just snowballing this one, and it's all about map control right now, Mott. That ward top, it saw all the heroes walking up into the lane. They knew that the Disruptor was backing off. Sure, they don't find the kill, but they know he's not there, and he's a key part of their team fight. On the back of that, eHome muscle up. They look for their first lane of racks here.
They're going to have to force out the buyback for the PL, and Again, we talked about how much he's been struggling to farm.
A buyback here is really going to hurt you.
He's looking for that Scotty, and that'll keep him alive a bit longer in some of these engagements, but 30 seconds, they have Glyph, but that won't last nearly long enough. He will end up having to buy back, I think. Static Storm, unless they can find a good fight.
It's only going to isolate Lanham, and they move in. But again, the Yule Scepter just completely countering this Omni/Nando. He's in too far. He's got a Blade Fury away. Only the Lifestealer forced to really commit anything there. Infests and says, goodbye, guys. But they're going to come right back. They know that with Static Storm on cooldown, Execration's team fight is a bit underwhelming. Though, as I say that, I jinx the push, and eHome like Shadow back.
I mean, that was the mistake eHome had last game. They forced out the buyback, and then they stayed a bit too long at that bottom lane. But now this time, we're going to play more methodical.
I think this time they actually could have pushed because there's no Omni, there's no Static Storm, and Execration really aren't that scary without a good... Like, the team fights that they've won have always been on the back of a good Static Storm. So barring that, I think eHome could have pushed this time, but this to me is more just showing, like, mentally, they're like, yeah, let's play ultra safe
this
now.
This feels like an all-in play from Execration. Lasso will find Ice. Do they have the damage?
Need that Static Storm. Unfortunately, they don't have it. He's got a BKB anyways. They're just going to turn and maul Tim. That was not the hero to start the fight on. They immediately scramble back. Tim so low. Will he make it out? Not going to happen. He's down for the count. RR try to TP out, and elsewhere, they're beating down Chemo. The Disruptor will fall as well.
It's just another 2 kills going the way of eHome. They continue to garner this advantage, now gaining a Lincoln Sphere. And you talked about Yules. They have 3 of them LD on eHome's side.
They know that Disruptor is the key. And between the Yule Scepters here as well as the BKB on Lifestealer, you're just not killing anyone with that Static Storm unless you horribly overplay your hand. This is an easy roach for eHome. This is the veteran squad that we were expecting. They've taken a while to show up, but they are completely now in control of Game 2.
Yeah, they have a 15,000 net worth advantage after, again, you see these bumps on this net worth graph, and it looks like nothing right now, but at the time, it was just back and forth like crazy. Nobody really gaining any sort of advantage, just a lot of different fights. One team will win one fight, another takes the second, but for now, Execration, it just feels like they just don't have the answers to a lot of, the damage, the survivability, the mobility, and everything that eHome has in their bag of tricks. And
Old Chicken creeping in. Again, these dire wards, scouting out hero rotations. They saw one run up into the trees. RR frantically scrambling back, but they got him.
He just bought the gem. He's going to lose another one.
I'll take that as well, says Old 11. We're going to see the double baller gem. Lanham wants to grab it, but his pudgy ogre body can barely wind its way through the trees. Eventually, will manage to grab it. That is a devastating loss.
Yeah, he just bought it. It's still on cooldown for
even with the gem, they still struggle to take fights. They still struggle to leave their base. With no gem, they ain't going anywhere. And I don't think they actually have late game. Like PL Juggernaut, you look at MVP Phoenix of the Shanghai Major when they were dominant. Yes, it's a very scary draft that can win the lanes and transition great in the late game, but eHome have all the solutions for PL, and Jug just cannot burst this lifesteal down.
No, Ice has got no ages, but the BKB will be popped. The Glyph will go. That might be a little bit early. Premature BKB pop from Ice. Can they find something here? Static Storm will go. The Rage is up, and the Omni Slash.
It's good, but it doesn't look like it's enough. Nando's got to back away. They can re-engage both ultimates down again, and this time eHome, they almost certainly stick around here. What they need is a creep wave. Just a lonely melee creep trying to lead the charge, but that is something Execration can deal with, although it's taken them a while. Kill that creep already. But a new wave is coming.
Here we go. The air's going to come through. Oh my, the Yule Scepter on the bat as he blinks in. The Force Staff to try to get out, but it won't be successful. The Impale to go further. Chemo, as well as he's played, will fall next. 2 dead LD, and it might be more.
Ice, though, is almost out of mana here. It means he might not have the next Rage up. Old Chicken in deep as well. Will eHome overextend and overplay their hand? They're continuing to chase, looking for more. They have brought down 2. Right now, if the 5v3 power play, Nando's going to explode. eHome burst him with ease. They play it right, and they will now rotate onto the mid lane, looking for a second lane of Rax, or at least a second melee. And with that, almost certainly the game. This one was a back and forth slugfest early, but losing that gem and then losing the Roche meant eHome were going to keep it and keep map control for a long time, and from there, it was eHome's game to lose.
Yeah, this draft just feels more put together for eHome than the last one. big issue with the last game is the Warlock ulti, just the cooldown's too long. In this game, Ice 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 and Old Chicken, they just kind of run in, they do their damage, and they have the backup with the rest of the supports. Good Static Storm onto 2, but the BKB will go for Ice Ice Ice, and Tim's literally melts to the damage.
The itemization of eHome is, along with getting the gem back, is really the key, as they have all the answers for Static Storm. The Batrider initiation isn't that scary when you don't have the follow burst, and with that Execration unable to close out the Juggernauts from China here in eHome, we'll have to fight it out in Game 3. With just one fight going their way, a little bit more careful play, I think this game could have easily snowballed the other direction more, but that just didn't happen that way.
Yeah, I mean, it was close. It looked like at the beginning of the game, the laning phase was very, very strong for Execration. They had some really good movements. They played well, and the Chemo had some great Static Storms, but it's just not enough. And the BKB decision from the Lifestealer, the Yules pickups were really solid for eHome when you consider everything together. And so, yeah, like you said, LD, we're going to go to game number 3. So
it's a tough series, Mott. Execration, just getting to a Game 3 is already a bit of an accomplishment with them. And with that, we are going to throw it back to the desk and see. unorthodox. Perhaps threw eHome off earlier in the series, but
Yeah.
coming down the home stretch, have to wonder if it's going to work out here.
Well, I'm not sure. I mean, the choice of getting the two heroes instantly rather than just the one is really, it's kind of interesting. I mean, and this time they're going to go for the Ogre. It means that they miss out on things like the Mirana, for example, which they had in the first game, but unfortunately, the past game, of course, eHome played that to a T, I think, and I don't know. It's an interesting choice for sure, but I'm not sure if it's going to be
10 seconds
that big of a deal once the draft is done and we have all the picks in.
So they do change it up a bit here, grabbing the Ogre for themselves and then taking the Bat Rider once again. But they take Bat early. eHome are going to mix it up now. They grab the Naga Siren. Song, a great way to set up Arrow, a great way to disable a Bat Rider initiation. And it's a hero that can counter Bat Rider who's not a support. So if you also go for Avenge or an Oracle, even a Disruptor who can somewhat deal with the Blink initiation, then it's going to be a really tough Bat game.
Yeah, I'm surprised they second pick it. I don't think it would have been banned, although I'm not sure what Execration would have done in that situation. But Naga Siren's definitely an interesting choice for sure. And then, of course, the Juggernaut ban from eHome as they picked it up twice so far in the series for Execration.
Thing is, it can easily be a support Naga as well. It's something Lanham would absolutely bust out, and if you overcommit to trying to counter like a core Naga and they just run as support, you can completely ruin your draft. So could be support Mirana, could be support Naga, both could be cores. It's really up in the air for Execration, and that's what I like about this eHome draft heading into phase 2 is you don't really know what their game plan is.
That's what they had going for them in the last draft too. If you remember, it was very open-ended. We didn't know where the Nyx Assassin was going. We didn't know where the Mirana was going in the last draft as well. Once we had to the 4th pick, and that's very strong. You have such a, it's just nice. It's a nice thing to have going for you during the draft. Going back to the Naga Siren support, I'm thinking, when's the last time we've seen a Naga Siren support? I can't remember off the top of my head.
I want to say I saw EGM run it like within the last couple months, but it's definitely not common.
Right. It could certainly work. I mean, with Riptide being a nice nuke, and
I mean, eHome even banning Timbersaw, that's a great hero to clear out illusions. They also pick Mirana, which kind of block picks one of the heroes that's great against illusions. Something available though, Mott, is Terrorblade. Banned in phase 2 both of our previous games, once by eHome, once by Execration. Do you go for it here?
I think it was.
I feel like it's a trap because Mirana as a core is very good at dealing with the hero. Naga as a core can somewhat just counter the split push. There's still plenty of room here to counter pick it, so it's tempting for Execration, but I feel like eHome is baiting it.
Yeah, I think so too, because they banned it last game, right? eHome banned the Terrorblade in the last game, so yeah, I think they are kind of baiting it. They feel confident enough with the heroes they have with the Mirana and the Naga Siren to be able to deal with the illusions.
So here's a support that can kill illusions. Mana Drain, Hex, Lion, pretty good against Naga. Also has the burst damage that allows you to kill someone hopefully before the song sets in. But eHome, it's starting to look more like a core Naga, now grabbing the Keeper of the Light as well.
Wow.
This is a dirty combo.
It's the old strat. It's the Keeper of the Light Naga or Keeper of the Light PL. You go to one place in the map, you get relocated to another, recalled, and then you TP down to another area of the map. There's just so much mobility with this, and it helps that Keeper of the Light is starting to come back into support, support picks.
Ooh.
This is cool, though. This is a good
There are 0 stuns and reliable stuns,
Yes.
only an arrow, and 0 silences. Looks like a good Morphling game. Shotgun maybe not ideal against a Mirana with a lot of farm, but barring that, I like this Morphling pick quite a bit. It's a slightly slower hero. He's not the best at countering split push, doesn't really have great wave clear compared to other hard carries, but it could definitely work. And the nice thing is you can replicate Naga, so you can make your own Radiance bearing illusion, which can allow you to farm and split push effectively.
Yeah.
So I actually think it's a pretty good Morphling game. I'm not a huge fan of the hero right now, but in the right situation, he definitely can work.
Yeah, I agree with you. He's not on my top tier carry list. I'm wondering how Mana Leak is going to affect Morphling in this game, and I don't think it's. I think he has enough mana to be able to deal with the Mana Leak, and unless they're really setting up for a gank, I'm not sure I'm that concerned about the ability. If you're a Morphling, you should be able to at least waveform.
He tends to build a lot of stats anyway, so
Yeah.
I don't think Mana Leak's the biggest deal.
Right.
You can also waveform, you're invulnerable, so you won't lose mana during that, but And he also is likely to get a Lincoln Sphere and or BKB. So I don't think Monolith counters Morphling by any means. Certainly not when Keeper has so much else to worry about, but it can just be a nuisance, that's for sure.
Yeah. With the last pick in this second round, eHome will look for, well, they've got their support, Keeper the Light, they have the Murano,
they have
supposedly in a core, but...
They have Wave Clear, they have a lot of AoE. What they lack is disables and tempo control.
Yeah.
So Beastmaster banned, Nyx banned. What does that leave as far as gankers go, as far as
maybe?
pressure heroes?
Not sure if Venge is the right choice. Swap back against a Morphling.
Even Tide
against Batrider, yeah, Venge is, I forgot about that, kind of. So.
They also, like, that's the issue for me is they have Song. Like, Song's decent against Bat, but I think you still want that other hero. So, like, Oracle or Venge comes to mind.
Right.
But then on top of that, neither of those heroes deals very well with Morphling. And you've already picked your 2 supports, surely, at that point. So, how do you counter him? I'm a little worried for eHome.
Elder Titan is what we usually see against Morphlings, usually.
Elder Titan would actually be really good. That would be great against Morphling. It does leave them light on lockdown, but it gives them something that can just crush him.
Oh, they love this.
Okay.
This is their go-to.
Here we go.
This is Lanham's bread and butter. I think Lanham's
they are the only team picking Undying outside of the very occasional OG Fly Undying, which was disastrously ineffective. I believe it was at the Summit, or maybe it was, yeah, it was at the Summit.
It was at Summit, yeah. I remember that game.
So
it was effective in the early game, but the problem is that you get to the late game and Undying.
You have an Undying.
Exactly. And the thing is, like, okay, you can get Aghanim Scepter, which makes you sort of relevant in the late game as an Undying. But what I do like about eHome's draft is that they have a Naga Siren and a Mirana in the late game. So you have an Undying that can help you in the early game along with Illuminate from the Keeper of the Light and some lockdown with maybe the mana leak, but the Undying is going to provide that aggression early on in the game that they really don't kind of have.
I think the key here for Execration is the laning setup. What kind of farm will the Morphling get? Will Lion get his early levels? If they get like an early blink on Bat, Morphling gets some farm, or Lion gets a relatively fast level 6, they're in excellent shape. I do not think eHome can deal with Execration having an even laning stage. To me, they have to win the lanes right now, and it will just be a matter of the matchup. So how do they lane this? Do they go like full aggressive Naga tri-lane a la Alliance? Do they run an Undying +1 in the off lane? Do they run the Naga mid? There's a lot of setups here. I think in general, the Morphling is the key hero you really want to be limiting early game because they lack tools to lock him down, but eHome will now ban out the Tinker, someone who can quickly join fights, provide that extra bit of burst and pick-off potential, and again, they don't have many stuns right now, eHome.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem with the Undying pick. That's the issue. Yeah, sure, with the Deathlust, it slows a fair bit, but
it's just all about winning the lanes, like you mentioned. That is the key with the Undying pick.
Right, and I'm kind of concerned because even if they do like an aggressive duel or maybe an aggressive tri-lane, you're still going into not only a Morphling but an Ogre Magi and a Lion as well, which are they're pretty potent damage dealers and they can help the Morphling survive, not to mention he can survive, but it's the Axe last pick. That's where they're getting their lockdown from.
As well as another hero that can do really well in the lanes. Expect Morphling to be under heavy fire here.
This draft doesn't it look strange to you for eHome? eHome's draft just looks strange. Like, I'm sure it could work, but
this is...
Wow.
This is very greedy by Execration.
Yeah.
Going into a mid-Alchemist. So you could either run Bat safe lane and try and dodge with the Morphling off lane, or you could run Bat off and just try and protect the Morph bottom. But I do not see Lion, Morphling, Ogre as a tri-lane doing anything against eHome. If eHome want to go aggro or even dual lane, they could cause problems. I'm worried about Execration's lanes, Mod. If they can somehow have a good laning stage, obviously they're in great shape. I'm not sure they can.
Yeah, that's the tough thing. With the Axe pickup, it makes this a lot scarier. eHome is going to be running at you pretty heavily in the early game with at least 2 heroes, and then you have Ice 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 to fall back on, playing the Naga Siren, and what I imagine to be the safe lane. The Murano played in the mid lane more than likely, but against an Alchemist, which is kind of an interesting matchup.
Yeah, Murano versus Alch should probably just be a farm fest. Very weak ganking supports here.
I don't know, man. It's really tough for me to. You're right. I think Execration have a greedy draft, and I would, even though eHome have made their fair share of mistakes in this particular series, LD, I think I have to give the draft edge over to eHome, even though it's a bit interesting to say the least. As Chemo and Old 11 will spot
Oh, come on, you're
out.
Ogre. You have 8 armor. What are you doing, Chemo?
You can
hit
man
him.
up. You can man up.
Hit him. Just playing it.
Oh, and 11 taunting him with dropping the observer wards down on the ground. But we have a moment to talk about predictions, LD, and what do we got here? Total number of player deaths at game's end.
Okay, so first question is, will it be a quick game? And then the second question is how active of a game will it be? I think it will be a very split push ratty game.
Yes.
So I think kills will be relatively low, but it could be a long one. So let's go in the middle there. Let's go 26 to 40.
Okay. Player with the first triple kill. Axe, maybe? Because of dunks?
I think Axe is going to have a hard time running in with the number of stuns there are.
Undying, nah.
I'm liking our Marana here.
Okay.
I'm liking Old Chicken.
All right, we'll go with that. Be teleport canceled by his stun by 10 minutes.
Oh, come on, yes.
I think that has to be yes. Team who places the most observer wards by game's end, I'd say eHome probably because of how well they played with Vision last game. I wouldn't be surprised if they could get some good Vision down. Agreed.
Let's go eHome.
All right.
We're underway.
Here we go. It is going to be eHome versus Execration, game number 3.
The battle begins.
And Execration, I mean, we talked about the first game and how impressive it was for them to take a game off of eHome, but it's not about taking a game off. It's about finishing the series and winning.
So this is a good read by Execration. They recognize eHome are looking to run an aggressive tri-lane. They're going to dodge. They're on the bat bottom. eHome would crush an Execration tri-lane. So I like this adjustment by them. Now, can they kill an Axe? I would say yes, they have a lot of nuke damage. Not at level 1. They'll at least need like a level 2, level 3 Morphling here. But I think Old 11 can just sit back and soak experience. I'm not so sure RR can. I think there's more kill potential here bottom for eHome as they're going to start things off nice and early with the level 1 Mono League, and RR gets held in place.
He should be okay. Mana Leak is now gone. He's got one Fairy Fire, not to mention a salve, although the damage is significant. He has to salve up. And that's the danger of this lane if they keep the tri-lane bottom. But the rotation mid, Chemo's coming through. Old Chicken, he's got no leap. He has arrow. He's level 2 now.
They don't have any damage on Abed, though, so
yeah.
He'll be okay. I like this play by Execration. While they could maybe kill the Axe, I think what they need more than anything is just to secure both of their cores farm. Alk getting a reasonably timed Radiance will stall the game, will allow the rest of the team to scale, and just makes it annoying for eHome. So ensuring both carries get farm,
oh boy,
probably the play.
No creep wave here. They're diving underneath the tower.
They're coming, though. I think he might. Oh, it looks like he's going
down. Fire? Nah. No, you breeze it and even using it in that situation. All right, first blood.
This is just a cheesy, dirty tri-lane. The thing is, Batrider didn't go for Firefly level 1. You don't really want to.
I don't know if this is the play.
He has Firefly. He will skill it. And with that, eHome have to disengage.
That is still a very dangerous play. And again, now he's below half HP. He's going to have to use his Tango to regen back up. Ice was looking to run, and Chemo's finally rotated up, but now I don't know. This feels dangerous, and it feels like eHome have the advantage in laning, at least down in the bottom lane.
Yeah, Ogre's very good against this type of tri-lane, though. There are a lot of AoE spread damage, and he's very tanky as an individual, so even if he dies, it probably means the Batrider lives a bit more, but it's not great as far as the bottom lane goes, Mod. The key is try not to lose your tower too early, because Alk really needs jungle control to be able to farm, stack up creeps. If you die, they will quickly just mow this tower down with the AoE spam they have. So even if you don't farm much, the Execration must limit the number of deaths here.
Top lane, Old 11. Nando's walking in. Still level 2. A level 2 waveform would be a nice bit of damage to be able to bring him down. But for now, it's bottom. RR again will get decayed. 2 stacks on him. And,
this is such a frustrating lane.
Oh, he's got an arcane room. That's gross. Oh my god.
I mean, the good news is it's only a level 1 decay, so it's still a pretty low base cooldown. But yeah, it's the dream Undying rune, I would say, at this stage of the game.
Yeah, he just runs in, and he's doing it again to Chemo. And now Chemo, who's an inherently tanky Ogre Magi, is starting to get
Oh, that Windlace, the Windlace advantage? Actually, no, they both have it, but Ogre with the lower base move speed, Lanham is going in.
He's got what is now 5 decay stacks. They're about
have
to run out.
He doesn't actually have a stick here. Lanham may have overplayed his hand.
Oh, the Mana Leak, though, and I don't think they
have another Ignite, but they're going to run into range of Ice. Rotation comes in from Tim's, though. This was unexpected, but it's not enough damage,
Ignite.
There you go. They get the kill. But now Ice moving forward. Riptide is going to hurt Squishy supports. They turn back for Fenrir. They're going to let Ice have RR and instead look for the Fenrir secondary kill. Ooh. Decent body blocking. Ice going deep in the bottom lane. He will find the second, but so too will Execration. So 2-2 the overall score.
Undying's back. Old Lanham's ready to go. And Tim's and Chemo are out of mana completely.
Oh, if they lose Tim's here, it hurts a bit.
They're going to dive right into the tower, and Soul Rip will get the kill for him. And now they're just going to say, okay,
no,
who's
they're
left?
going on Ice. Come back here, Naga.
What a bloodbath. Dear God.
The good news for Execration, though, Mod, is after all the musical lanes, they have 2 carries free farming here.
Yep.
Nando doing well in the Morph lane. Abed getting another bounty rune on the Alk.
Oh, that's beautiful for him. Top lane, they're
They
going
just have
toe-to-toe.
to stem the bleeding.
Ooh, Nando takes a counter. He looks waveform, but it's not enough damage. It's only level 2 waveform, and Nando might have
Needs the
overplayed
strength
his hand.
morph if he gets
He's got no mana left. He's got 3 stick charges. He's blocked in now.
Oh, this is a costly death, but he does have the tango. Eats his way through, so Old 11 has the move speed to continue pursuit. Not strength morph anymore, trying to bait this one, and while that's happening, a solo kill mid. Old Chicken with the double damage rune secures himself a crucial kill on an Alk who was snowballing, equalizes the net worth there. And eHome are going to switch up the lanes now. They bring Ice top. They want him to catch up on levels. They feel like they've gotten enough done bottom. And they will leave just the support duo here in the bottom lane. They'll send Axe to the jungle, so eHome trying to get the experience advantage now.
Tim's was spotted rotating up. They were trying to set something up, but as soon as they saw Old 11, they backed up immediately. That mid lane solo kill, don't know if it should have happened.
They had no rune vision. He had a double damage rune, and I think Alk just got caught off guard. Like, yeah, you know Mirana has the rune, but you don't know it's a kill rune like a DD. So
the good thing for
Alchemist,
unfortunate. I mean, like that's a tough kill, but we've seen Alchemist be killed 2-3 times, but as long as he has, again, like you talked about, ancient stacks and bounty runes to fall back on, he should be fine. He still is sitting top the net worth. Obviously, you want to be by top by a bit more, but here's going to be the Ignite. It's going to be dodged swiftly by Old Chicken, who leaps away. And so he'll be able to get out with top lane. No, it's just Illusion's going to work on Nando. And Chemo is going to get some damage done to him, but not enough.
He's very low on HP here. And Fenrir channels up the long range, illuminates,
no.
snipes him.
Oh, Nando.
Nando even had a ward to scout that out. That is an unacceptable blunder. You can't be making those mistakes in this kind of situation. Like, limiting your farm is one thing, but sticking around with low HP another. I think at this point they may have to send someone else top. Maybe the Bat Rider goes there. You give the bottom lane to the Morphling. He needs to farm. He had a good start in the lane, but the death to the Axe, now the death coming again. This is just something that can't be happening for a Morphling.
Yeah, I mean...
Or the near death to the Axe.
Yeah, that's a diff that shouldn't be happening. You're right. Bottom lane, Fire Blast, they've called out Lanham, and he's going to be in some trouble here with the 2 stacks of sticking Napalm, and Nando, he's like, all right, I want to be involved in a kill, and he picks up the last hit as well.
I like this move by Execration. They go for the lane swap, but they go for a kill before they execute the second half of the lane swap. So now RR will leave the lane. Nando will take it over. They get the kill, and now he'll go back to farming. So, yeah, it was very sloppy play by him. He shouldn't have died, but Morphling can recover from this scenario. He's not that far behind where he's totally useless. And Abed is farming very well mid. All is not lost just yet for Execration.
Certainly not, but they're going to leap forward, and they're going to use the Starstorm as well. Arrow out of mana, but Abed, he has no
He's got the
critical
ult
rage for
very
3
soon.
seconds. He needs it now.
Very soon. He's going to pop it. Is it in time? No, that last decay, just enough damage.
It's too good against a hero like Alchemist.
The caster jinx is real.
It's just, that's a tough play, a tough situation to be in. And they have a Vanguard now for the Axe as well. Although no boots, but I don't think he really cares. He's having a pretty good time.
They're just sending Fenrir to wherever Nando lanes, so they're just not going to give this Morphling an easy time. Alk is going to have to carry, and that's where he can't be dying mid.
Yep. The TP rotations have not been happening, though. They've not really been focusing on keeping him alive. Maybe they know that he's already dead or it's too late in certain circumstances, but they could have been there a bit earlier to help him out. Old Chicken looking at the Ancients right now, and either to set up an arrow or just to make sure that there's no Ancient stacking being happening.
I think more checking the Ancients, as Alk is one of those heroes that can clear the big stacks. Morphling forced to pop a south, still having to buy a region at this stage of the game. You can see Lanham running for the decay, looking to deny that salve. This is incredibly irritating. Meanwhile, Ice just free farming up in the top lane.
Yeah.
Mirana continuing to relatively keep up with the Alk mid. So
this is kind of what I was alluding to in the draft. It's like this aggressive early game, but you have ways to fall back.
They have a sentry here for Chemo.
Yeah.
No real lockdown though.
Could have mana leaked him, but they decided against it. They do have Old Chicken coming in. He is going to be scouted. We'll see if there's I think a back call from Execration. It looks like there will be. So Nando is, again, like you said, they rotate down Fenrir and Lanham to make sure that he can't farm. And it's up to the Alchemist, essentially, to find stacks, to find whatever he can to get a nice lead for himself. He has his armlet now. You know, but he's still not far enough ahead, I think, at this point in time.
Yeah, you got to keep on stacking for the Alk now. He is going to have to drag the team, kicking and screaming, back into this game, get that Radiance, stall while the Morphling plays catch-up. You will sacrifice some towers. Try to trade for towers if you're Execration. Maybe look for pickoffs with the Finger of Death, which is what we see them doing now. They can rotate into the jungle here. I don't think Old 11 is killable, though, Mott. He's got the Vanguard. Two supports cannot bring this Axe down. In fact, it might turn against them if they go in.
That extra 250 HP is so nice to have in this situation when you're against that burst.
And they're like, yeah, we're not touching that. So they lose their tier 1 bottom. They do not find a kill. They do not pressure the top tower. Not a very good trade for Execration. Alk is farming. That is the one ray of hope.
Nando is going to pick up a Dragon Lance, which I think is a good item and allows him to fight early, but he's not quite there yet. He needs still the 2 bands of Elven Skin. Tim's is rotated down bottom. Vision-wise, Old Chicken will see him walk up, and he just doesn't have the range. TP comes out, and that's going to be a lot of them heading to the top lane, trying to find some experience in gold. eHome, I think, are just being more efficient with their lanes. I mean, even if they rotate out of them all the time, it's still them getting the better end of the trades.
I think if you're Execration or one of their fans right now, you say a prayer to Ice Frog for the bounty rune luck. You need that Radiance timing ASAP. He gets a haste rune here, not ideal, but
he's got a good stack here, at least.
It's just all about the Alk right now.
Right. It has to.
And the thing is, he's not online, right? So the longer it takes for him to come online, the longer eHome will outmap control you. Are going to look to aggressively take fights and continue pressuring as soon as they get the Axe Blink. The good news is Ice isn't farming all that well. Only a 2k net worth. I mean, it's because of the lane swapping for him. He hasn't just been able to sit and static farm. It's actually his own Mirana in the lead for now, but it's not like an explosive Naga performance by any means.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, if you look at the net worth, it's just 3 of the top 4 are in eHome's favor, and they're about to get more kills as Tim's is going to get pushed back.
Monolith!
Yeah,
God
Monolith
damn it, says Tim. Nando's just got to let him go.
Yeah, he needs to get out too. The Starstorm will clean him up with the last right click from Fenrir getting the kill, but there's another hero coming in to cut off the path of the retreat, but he instead decides to not go for it. Old 11 just got boots finally, and he can't quite chase after Nando, especially with waveform. So he's able to get under his own tower. But again, it's another hero going down, LD.
Yeah, Execration are closing in on the Bat Blink. That's going to be their pick-off potential coming online. With the Finger of Death and or a waveform, there's some kill potential here, Mott. eHome moving mid, though. They're going to muscle up on RR, but right at that moment, the Undying ultimate will end. They do drop a ward, though. So you can just see the eHome game plan is we're going to park 3-4 heroes in your jungle, limit the Morphling's farm, limit the Alchemist's ability to farm stacks, and at the same time, farm our carries. Just try to win the War of Starvation, and part of that will be this move by Old Chicken. Comes in mid, finds the arrow on Tim's, leaps forward, gets off the double starfall. Decay is there, secures the kill. And that will likely mean the tower dropping as well.
Yeah, this is just Lions not having a great game, getting caught out. 3 deaths, it's not that many, but it's just he's not able to contribute because he's dead usually half the time.
And Fenrir going for an even deeper ward now. So even if they deward this one mid, which they do have a sentry over, can they go that extra level?
Song's available for Ice. He'll take a Ignite and his Fire Blast. It's actually doing some nice damage. They have 2 stacks of the Stinking Napalm that are about to fall. Soul Rip will keep him alive, and they're still farming elsewhere with the Alchemist as well as Nando bottom.
Yeah, he got an Illusion Rune again. He's just not getting lucky with these bounties down the stretch. Doesn't always matter on Alk, but this is one of those games where it feels like it might. He has his Relic now, still the Radiance. Not ready yet. He's going to buy the recipe. No, he's going to buy the Relic.
Yeah, he's trying to decide. He's going to get bloodlusted. So he's getting close, though. The Radiance, 14 minutes. That's the timing you're looking at for an Alchemist usually. And I think he's going to have it at that time unless maybe they go for a gank on him, but it could be tricky.
Dragon Lance up on Nando here in the bottom lane. Goes in for the waveform, then TP's home. Catching up okay. The problem is when your carry Morphling is this poor of a start, the real heroes that suffer are the supports. They're the ones who have to anticipate smoke ganks, go in deep to drop wards, sit behind you a lot of the time, and we do see them starting to really slip as far as net worth goes. And I think, very importantly, Tim's the lower of the 2 in net worth. This hero really needs a blink to have an impact later on.
That's why we see DC with Misery. They focus on him. Even if he's the 5 position, they give him so much room. Tim's was not arrowed. It looks like he was there for a moment, but he was actually just sitting around mid, making sure he wasn't going to get caught.
That sweet D ward by Abed gets the Grievel's Greed D ward.
How much
you.
gold did that give him, by the way?
133.
Yeah, that's nice. It's a nice bit of gold.
Not too shabby.
And he's got that relic, or excuse me, the recipe very soon. But so too does Ice Ice Ice, or rather, at least the relic.
Oh, this would be huge. Killing
Blake?
Ice 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 now.
Lasso?
Doesn't
He's
have
out of
mana.
range.
His deaths in game number 1 ended up coming back to haunt eHome. Will it happen again here? Undying comes in. Will it be
Yes,
Old Lanham to
there
the
it is.
rescue? It doesn't happen. That death they could ill afford, but the
Oh,
turnaround
what
comes
a
now.
call.
It's Old 11 coming in hot. The arrow's up the mark, but still Nando gets caught out. Can he strike more of a way? Old 11 slams the door on him. It's a double dunk. Not going to get the triple, so our predictions fail to come true.
That was a beautiful double call from Old 11. They did not expect the blink dagger from the axe. They were sitting together, and he just goes straight in for it. And now they'll get a victory tier 1 tower more than likely as the glyph is forced to
But
be used already.
they have Radiance, they have Armlet, and the level 2 ultimate on Abed. They can actually fight this mod.
They're going to go in. They have Unstable Concoction, but no mana. They get the Earth Spike. There's the finger.
Old 11's going to go down here. eHome, will they lose more is the question. They're moving on to Old Chicken. All of a sudden, mana drain, or rather, the mana... Oh, mana drain it is, indeed. I'm confusing that in the leak.
It's so there's
Getting
so
all
many
twisted,
mana.
but they get a kill on the axe. It's a nice kill. I mean, to me, that's still really pretty good for Execration overall because they got the Naga kill, so they get their Radiance. They delay the Naga's Radiance. Sure, they lose 2 heroes after that, but you're willing to trade some of those lower tier heroes at this stage of the game.
I think so. And Nando is going to get some more room after dying and respawning down bottom, but Chemo is very far up top lane.
No stuns, though.
TP's going to come through. Yeah, he's actually going to live. Yeah, just as you
Bye,
mentioned.
bye.
Just TP's out, no problem. Good awareness, and Tims was not able to help. Tims was the other hero in that top lane. There's no way he could help him if he doesn't have a TP there, so that's luckily enough. But here's the gang squad. Old Chicken and Old 11, the old boys down bottom looking for Nando. Or maybe not.
Looking for the young boys.
Yeah. They can
That
have,
sounded very wrong.
they have a blink call ready for Nando, and they're going to use it. There's the Battle Hunger. The arrow will be right on the mark, and I don't think he can strength more fast enough.
And Old 11 dunk. Does the old man have it? Wave,
Waveform,
TP. I'm out of here, buddy.
Nice. Nice play from Nando.
And meanwhile, Chemo just banging away at this tower mid. Ice 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 is here, has the Song available.
Yeah.
They're going to commit it for the Chemo kill.
And the tower deny,
And
too.
the tower deny. A nice little play by eHome.
2 for 1. Chemo is,
He's done, though.
he loses his last infused raindrop. The Starstorm will come through, and it's a couple of right
Meanwhile,
clicks.
top,
to get the kill.
Fenrir. He's going to bring in a buddy. It's Old 11. Recalls
See
him
him.
forward. RR didn't see it coming, but he blinks out in
Yeah.
time. Quick reaction there. And meanwhile, Tim's also hunting around under cover of Invis.
No finger. He needs at least another hero, if not 2, in order to be able to find a kill. I think he's just trying to get maybe some wards down or a courier snipe. He does find the courier, not able to get it, though. But RR spotted out, realizes that they're hunting him, and he's going to be able to go into the trees with Firefly. But now there's an Aghanim Scepter picked up for Old Chicken on that Mirana. That's dangerous.
Who's going to get the jump here? Old 11 just strutting up on the tower, daring Execration to fight him.
Chemo will be the arrow tanker, and it'll be fine. But then TPing bottom, Abed now has Boots of Travel, and so, all right, he's up to 12,000 LD. He's, again, you said it, he has to do the back-breaking work and Execration.
He's very ahead of the Naga right now. 5K net worth up. Yeah, you kind of expected a bit with Grievel's Greed, but it snowballs from here because he has the Boots of Travel. Naga still has to farm 1,400 gold to get hers. So by the time that she gets her Boots of Travel, he's well on his way to his Manta Style or his Octarine Core, and he could just keep on out-farming her. Will it be by a large enough margin? Not sure yet, but it's enough that I don't think eHome are comfortable.
Sentries, but they didn't leave in time, and Chemo just gets called down. As they had Moonlight Shadowed, and they should have known, but unfortunately he just wasn't able to get out of the area. And RR is now going to be chased next. And
this Axe has been doing work ever since he got the blink. Only 3 kills for himself, but feels like he's had a psychological impact on Execration as well. And with that kill, allows them to set up another deep ward. Trying to constrain the Alk, trying to limit the Morphling, who quietly farms away. It's not a carry who hugely benefits in general from the Aghanim Scepter. I mean, I guess you could hybrid this game.
You hybrid the Naga, and then you can use all non-ultimate abilities, right? With hybrid, I believe is how it works.
Yeah, it's not terrible.
For farming, I guess.
It's not. I wouldn't necessarily think it's your first Aghanim's pickup. Old 11 getting stunned here, though. They're going to bring in the Alk. They may look to fight this. Tims, though, does not have a Blink Dagger. Old 11 being burnt down. Will they get in range for that stun?
Yeah,
Ice Ice Ice
Blast.
has the ultimate ready though. Finger, that's a lot of commitment, and they're going to get turned on. Song, but it also brings in the Alchemist. He's got a Chemical Rage ready. I think they might be able to fight if the Alch wants to go in.
What a lasso into Old Chicken from RR. Still though, RR is low, but they will be able to find the kill. Even with the lasso, he almost dies to that Starstorm, and RR is to back up limping, but successful in getting that kill. That's huge. Gets him 700 gold just for that kill alone, and 1,000 gold exchange all across the board.
What were we talking about the hybrid? You can only hybrid your allies, right? So,
oh, can you? All right, my bad.
So.
That sounds right.
Because that's when Vici would do it. It was like they would always have like the Undying Alch Morphling strat, and they would go for the double tombstone.
You know, I've never actually seen a Morphling hybrid. I don't think in competitive or regular game of Dota, to be honest. So, or it's been a while if I have. And Abed will TP out.
He's going to head towards the bottom lane, toggling the Radiance on and off here, keeping his fingers fresh, but looks like Manta well underway. So continues to maintain the pace of full tier 4 item ahead of Ice Ice Ice.
Yeah, this is exactly what you were talking about. When Ice 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 gets boots of travel, Abed's going to have his Manta style.
He's got Manta.
Yeah, this is perfect timing for Abed right now. Tims and RR are looking to help him by just sitting around and making sure. And again, Tims, he needs that Blink Dagger, and he's kind of getting a little closer. He's 900 gold. I'm sure that's the most he's saved up this entire game. Also, he's on illusion duty. If you can manage in any illusion, then that's pretty great.
They really need him to farm a Blink, though.
Right.
You can't pull your allies a Blink, unfortunately, as Alch. So.
I think they want to give him this bottom lane to farm, I believe.
Like that to me is probably the most important item. The problem is eHome smoking and Moonlight shadowing in, hot in pursuit. They want this little lion.
I think they might have done that underneath the guise of a ward here towards this Roach
TP
pit.
out. Bat Rider could blink and TP. Does he see it coming? The blink call misses. He blinks.
Oh, wow.
He dodges the auto attack. They might still find him though with the slow. Looking for the TP out.
Oh my, is he gonna make it away? Oh.
RR pulling out the jukes. This is huge from the Bat Rider.
That was crazy. Like you said, right before the auto attack hit him, he's able to blink and dodge all of that damage coming through and avoid dying.
He like just stepped up, dodged the call. I think that was a bit by luck. Then blinked out mid Mirana auto attack animation.
Yeah.
Sick reactions here by RR, making big plays for the team.
Bottom tier 2 getting assaulted. They'll trade the tier 1 away, or at least they'll take it down. No trade happening yet.
The graph is climbing, Mott, and you look at this eHome draft. Heroes like Keeper of the Light, heroes like Undying, they don't really scale that well into the late game.
Right.
Certainly not without, an Alchemist of their own to pull them Aghanim Scepters, which they will not have access to. Their carries scale decently well, Naga and Mirana, but if I'm Execration, I'm fine with this situation. You have reliable lockdown, great pickoff potential, great burst damage, a host of supports that can really benefit from Ags. Like, sure, it's not that useful for the Morphling, but it's great on the Ogre Magi. It's really good on the Lion.
Ooh, this is a bait and a half, I think.
eHome, they do have that. Actually, sorry, the Naga backed away, but Ice 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 can maybe be recalled in. Are they going to look for the jump? They get the call up in RR.
Just barely, too. It's going to be the K, and the Starstorm with the Aghanim Scepter just melts him. And Lanham will get the kill onto the Bat Rider. They might look for more. Here comes the arrow coming through, but Chemo might get dove. They're looking for the entangle, the ensnare rather. That's not going to happen. They won't be able to dive behind the tower. Instead, they'll just take it themselves.
Abed, Manta complete.
Lanham just bought an armlet. All right. That's one way to do it.
It's not a bad item against the Radiance Burn, just makes you a bit tankier. It's definitely unconventional. Trying to think, why else would he get that?
Yeah, you could do so much more with like utility items like pipe and stuff, and I'm kind of surprised, but whatever works.
Why armlet?
I wish I could tell you, but we're gonna have to wait and see what it
Moonlight
does.
Shadow
for
bottom
them.
though. They're moving in, but there's a nice sentry here on the high ground. Oh, they're just out of range, unfortunately. Tim's gonna get caught. It's gonna be a long time before this man gets his blink at the rate things are going.
Yep.
Down again.
I guess, again, every time you die like that, though, you're still saying space created for Nando and for Abed as well, who, again, is very, very farmed at this point now with his Manta done, his Soul Booster's done, and he's on his way to his Octarine Core, and more than on his way at this point. My problem with eHome and you talking about their scaling supports is that you have 3 heroes farming every bit of the map. A Naga Siren pushing out almost every lane. You have a Mirana who's using Starstorm to do the same. And then you have, obviously, the access to jungle if he wants to. So you actively have to give your supports extra farm.
Yeah, you don't have an Alk.
No,
You're not going to be
exactly.
giving them free eggs. And
Right.
I'll bet about to complete the Octarine now, almost halfway there to the Mystic Staff. So he moves in mid lane. He's just going to go for a solo pick on Fenrir. Rolls in. The Song is there.
Oh, he
catches
tried
him out.
TPing.
He has the armlet. He does not have Chemical Rage up. Eho might be able to focus him down. Abed, this is a disaster if he drops. He gets caught. He gets called. He falls. Alchemist cannot be dying, and certainly not in that manner.
What is he doing there? The fighting underneath the enemy tier 2 to try to find a kill, and he almost did, but again, the Song was there at a moment's notice.
Who cares if you kill Keeper of the Light?
Right.
That hero won't matter if you just farm. That is a big mistake.
And that's not space created. Nando, he was not really farming at the time, and Abed, of course, going down is probably the biggest thing that can ever happen to your team. Execration, they'll avoid more damage being done to them, as Old Chicken was looking for an arrow top lane, but no follow-up. Instead, they're going to send some heroes down bottom with Lanham. No Roche, by the way, just yet in this game, but I think that might change soon for eHome.
I mean, even going for that dive, like, he didn't even have Chemical Rage up there.
No.
Maybe if he did, he could have gotten away with it and lived. Still a questionable play, but
he tried TPing and the Song was there. That was also, I mean, at least it wasn't.
I mean, they have a tier 2 up. Like, they're likely going to be ready. Oh, RR. Maybe getting caught out here on the top side of the map. Good double star storm, and Old Chicken finds another.
He would have survived had it not been the Mana Leak, because he would have been able to firefly up to the high ground, I believe, and that's just unfortunate for. It's just, look at the kill score, 6-16 now. eHome are clearly doing the majority of the damage here, but again, it's only a 3,000 net worth lead, which they did garner over the last couple of minutes by killing Abed. Call's going to go on to some illusions. It's actually the replicate. Blade Mail will be on top. Colm. No, I mean, they know it's a Naga illusion, so no need.
Still very impressed by Nando. He has found a lot of farm considering how the lanes went. He's actually ahead of the enemy. Mirana should be farming better, but the thing is for Old Chicken, he didn't go BOTs this game. He went phase boots. So that really limits your ability to farm around the map. You do have recall from the Keep of the Light, which helps a bit, but here comes a Moonlight Shadow creeping around. Chemo, Tim's caught out. 2 hero blink call. They will get decimated.
Chemo will be the second, a double kill for Old 11.
And looking for a third, they're also going to find Abed again. Execration crumbling under the relentless pressure of eHome. They look for more here. Can they focus the Alk down as the ultimate ends? It's an easy pick off. And suddenly an Alchemist that was once 6, 7K ahead of the Naga finds himself barely 4K on top.
Those kills give them about a 2,500 gold advantage. That's nuts. Again, it's just Abed getting caught out. They probably felt safe over towards their ancient stack, but there's a ward there. Again, the vision battle is being won by eHome, which is what we predicted at the beginning of the game. And Execration, Nando has got his Dragon Lance, he's got his Lincoln Sphere, but he needs more. And that's maybe what can get you back into this game. But a shotgun, I suppose, like you said, it's not great against Mirana, but
I don't think you go shotgun against Mirana. I think you go just for more right-click items this game, like Butterfly, maybe Scotty. The thing is, like, Undying's even very tanky with an armlet and a point booster. Keeper of the Light has a mech and is always carrying raindrops. I just don't think there are any easy solo kills with a shotgun. It does go fairly well with the Lion, but I don't think this Lion's a relevant hero.
He's picked up the Ghost Scepter.
With no blink at 27 minutes.
Nando has the Ghost Scepter. He had just purchased it, so I guess he feels confident in his ability with a shotgun to be able to bring somebody down. They are going to smoke up. That smoke's about to dissipate, but Tim's will find Lanham, who does have not only the armlet but the point booster as well. I don't know if you can ever kill him, but here's the fight. The last Old 11 going to get brought down to the low ground.
No Song for 30 seconds. Could be an opening. They're going to find Old 11, bring him down in the river. Can they focus him? They do. They move on to Abed. He's got the Chemical Rage up here as well as the armlet.
So much damage, though. The Illuminate will come through and kill RR, but now that might be the end of the engagement. A 1-for-1, but no, the Moonlight Shadow's going to come through, and they're trying to find more LD.
Abed, he needs the armlet toggle back on here. Oh, he gets sniped by Old Chicken. Another death for the Alchemist, and then Nando to fall possibly as well.
He's got a waveform ready to go.
Quadruple Starstorm maybe coming in. He waves his way out. He's going to create a replicate, continues retreat. He's running out of strength to morph to, though. He gets focused, isolated. Ghost Scepter, replicate, juke. It doesn't matter. He falls again. Tim's forced to limp away. It feels like everything has just fallen apart since that ill-fated move mid from the Alchemist.
Yeah, they had, like you said, a constantly growing net worth graph going back in their favor. They had the advantage coming. They had Nando farming very well. they were getting a couple of kills, but now they've lost control. They don't have map control. They've lost kills. And that last team fight shows you why. I mean, they kept that axe alive so long, and there was nothing left in the tank after that. For Execration, after that lasso came through and they killed the axe. So all that's left now for EOM potentially is to bust down these towers and get an Aegis to go along with it, perhaps. But maybe Abed can keep this game even if he still doesn't have that Octarine core. And he had that soul booster forever. I'm shocked, actually.
Naga actually beating him to the punch. That is extremely worrying if you're Execration. What was once a 6k gold lead over the enemy 1 position has now become scarcely a 1k advantage, and you're out. So the net worth isn't going to go as far. Not entirely out of it yet. A 10k gold deficit, but Execration with the lineup that can split push, that does have good pickoff potential. They have to get a Lion Blink, and they cannot afford to let the Alk die for a while now. He gets his Octarine. He will be able to split push much more effectively with this item pickup. Synergizes great with the Manta style, the Chemical Rage. But on top of this, like, you need to get even tankier here. They've been able to burst them in fights, Mott.
Yeah.
Oh, they're moving in. They find RR.
No.
The snipe is there.
That's the gem gone as well. Chemo will TP out. Call is ready? No, he doesn't have it. He actually used it in that engagement, but it's still a gem down. Did he just buy that? Let's see. Looks like, yeah, he did. He literally just bought that. 845 left on the restock. So Execration, they had enough trouble losing gems last game, but it seems to have crossed over into this game as well, LD.
EHOM, they were on the verge of getting knocked down after game 1, even heading into the early stages of game 2. It looked bleak. The early stages of game 3, not great. Sure, they were leading, but it felt like Execration were in control of the game, but the veteran poise under pressure is coming through for them. A 14,000 gold advantage, map control advantage, wards planted down everywhere. The gem, as you mentioned, snapped away from Captain Chemo. Execration are really on their last legs. They have to play virtually flawlessly from here on out to get back in.
That's not going to happen as Chemo is going to get caught with a call and a call. There's going to be the adaptive strike from at least one R. Actually uses his lasso on the Lincoln Sphere that was just purchased by Old Chicken, and now Lanon's coming in. They're going to have the Tombstone. Unstable Concoction dodged by the Manta Sal, but for now that looks to be the end of the engagement. Maybe they'll go back in, adaptive strike again onto Old 11, the Radiance Bird for the illusions, but that should be the end of it. Moonlight Shadow under the illusions. It's kind of funny.
Well, what's Alk going to be buying here? Oh no, sorry, that's the Eagle Song. So Shotgun is ready. You have Shotgun into Finger. Pretty strong combo. Maybe they're going to give Tim an Ags.
They have to get out of the base first.
It's not all over yet, but I just feel the Alk is falling off. He's even in net worth, but he can't really stand in the fights. I'm wondering what that next item will be. AC isn't that great. There's a lot of magic burst from the Mirana. Do you go for like a heart instead, just for raw HP to deal
Shivas,
deal with that? Shivas is the traditional pickup with this build, but again, EHOM are more about magic damage with Veil and Mirana, so I'm not sure if just getting armor is the way to go here.
I actually like the idea of a heart, but that seems you already have the Octarine on top of that, so I don't know if they want to go that route with Abed. Regardless of the choice, they're getting hemmed in their base. They can barely get out. Again, the map control belongs to EHOM with the vision they have, the advantage there. Chemo got out to put one ward over towards the Roche pit, which Roche, they still have the Aegis for 2 minutes. There's no more outer towers for Execration, and EHOM, again, now all they have to do is keep the waves pushed out and go for a high ground push, I suppose. Looks like they're going to group up mid to do just that. They're going to send the illusions in. And Old 11 will finish up his BKB, have that ferried out to him. And, they pushed it mid, but they decided to not go just yet.
EHOM definitely in the driver's seat here, now closing on a 20k gold lead at 33 minutes. It was so close, Mott. That one Alk death, it feels like it's just set off a chain reaction of disaster. As Old 11 moves in, Moonlight Shadow is there. The whole Naga swarm of illusions pushing all these lanes, and EHOM fishing with arrows. We'll have a go at mid.
They sidestep the arrow coming in, and Abed will be able to push out the mid lane using his illusions, but Old Chicken will deal with that very quickly. So that illusion's gone. It's, again, they have Aegis only for a minute longer, so I don't know if eHome will actually go.
They're waiting on the Axe BKB. It's going to arrive now. I think they may try to force this. The other thing is eHome, they have Song, so they can abuse the Song of the Siren, Song a couple of heroes on one side of the lanes, siege the other with Naga illusions. Like there are some cheeky ways for them to try and gain the map control advantage. And the other thing is, if it's going to come down to who pushes lanes better, one team is Keeper of the Light as well as a Radiant split pusher. The other does not. So I favor eHome in a war of attrition here.
That's how I feel about it as well. I don't like. Even if you could push the creep waves out, I don't think they're going to be out for very long. So even if they are able to get a couple of kills, I don't see them being able to push high ground or anything like that. I mean, there's still tier 2s alive for eHome. So, I mean, Execration have to win a fight first, and that doesn't look like it's happening anytime soon. Again, though, the shotgun is available. Aegis is now gone. You have, is there a Lion Blink yet? Nope, 1,800 gold. He needs that so badly.
Timps would have had this blink faster if he just sat in the fountain, but had he done that, his carries may have fed more. So it's a rock and a hard place for the starved support. I mean, I think Morphling should be letting him last hit, though. This is... You want the blink, man. That is your reliable follow-up damage after Lasso to get a kill.
Invisibility.
But he ain't getting it.
No, not yet anyway.
The struggle.
Yeah, I mean, at some point, do you go for a smoke for Execration? They have one on Chemo, but I guess you have to keep the lanes pushed out first, because otherwise you just take free tower damage. But
Execration, as was the story in game number 2, dead even through the mid game, and then it all seemed to fall apart. This time they haven't lost all hope yet, though. The rack's yet to fall, but under heavy duress here, eHome fighting the never-ending war against these Alchemist illusions. But they have the tools to do it with Gandalf by their side. You can see the lanes are permanently parked on the Execration side of the map, and barring a smoke gank, barring a bold move outwards, they're going to stay there.
yeah, it's so hard. It's so hard for them to even be able to...
Oh, they get a net off. They're going to move on Chemo, maybe.
Yeah, Riptide's going to come in. Starstorm, see you later. Old Chicken will find the kill, and he just, again, melts.
That nuke damage.
It's so good. The Starstorm damage comes out, and that's all they really need.
That and a
maybe on
Veil,
top
and
of
you're
that.
just you're
yeah,
dead.
exactly. The Veil on top will even make it even worse.
Another arrow. Oh, just off the mark. But they're killing these Alch illusions so quickly. Like maybe one gets out, kills one creep wave.
Being very diligent about that, which is great. And they've Moonlight Shadowed. They're going to maybe try to group up for the first time. They'll deal with the illusions down bottom. Firefly from
RR's going to go. The Song. He's out of range. He doesn't find the bat. Oh, they barely catch him out. Can they find the follow-up? Old 11 has a BKB. He's going to go back in. He wants to. He calls an illusion.
This is not the best fight right now. Nando from the backside trying to go for Fenrir, but doesn't do nearly enough damage. The point booster in mech keeps him alive.
With ease. And at this is a Naga in her prime. She'll have that Song back in 15 seconds, Mott.
Oh,
That's nothing ventured. Just the BKB. But Lion Blink. Lion Blink. There is yet a small ray of hope for the Pinoy squad.
Did you, the blink in from, or the leap in, no, the blink in from Old Chicken, and then the Starstorm, he had like 3 or 4 of them hit up onto the Morphling. It did half of his HP in terms of damage.
The great illusion wars, they rage on.
Roche might be up soon, though. It is. We're going to find out when that Roche will respawn momentarily, and that might be what eHome waits for. There is a BKB picked up, though, for Nando for the Morphling. Allows him to be a bit more aggressive with that shotgun and probably go full Agi, or at least close to full Agi.
You know what they say about going full Agi, Mott.
Sometimes it can be really bad, but no. In this situation, I think he has to. Nando is a little far up. He has Replicate. Lincoln Sphere will go. They actually use the Song. They're going to catch him out of position.
They're going to cancel the Song, though, and Tim's can come in and make a huge play. Oh, he only gets one.
Finger comes out. There's the net coming through. The lasso is up onto Old Chicken. They did get the Nagasar, though, in the back to Nando. And now Old Chicken might be next. The acid spray, the right click.
Execration looking for the comeback here. They're going to get 2, Mott. They're looking for more.
Oh, can they catch anybody? I don't think so. Abed didn't see Fenrir walk with the high ground. Old 11 is going to walk through the mid lane.
Oh my god, that has to be at least like a 5-6K gold swing.
Let's see.
Oh, actually not that much. Okay.
For 2 heroes,
4K.
for 2 heroes, if it was that much, I would have been Like, oh my god.
I mean, they're down a lot, man. They're down
they really
20k gold, but it will end up being a 5-6k gold swing as they'll take this tower. They may even get the tier 1 bottom if the Execration wants to rotate there, or they can threaten
Force
high
out
ground and
buybacks.
try to force out buybacks, but that is risky.
Yes.
Do they have their own in case they overextend? They do on the Morphling and the Alk, so
yes,
they're
the
going to
big
risk
ones.
it. They're going for the big play here, Execration. 1 buyback.
Yeah, they're not going to get a second, I don't believe.
They're still sticking
maybe
around.
Abed is being very, very particular about this. They'll back up together instead and TP out and not lose a single soul, it looks like, in that push. And a lot of damage done to the tier 3 tower mid.
I don't think they were
480
ready
HP.
for that BKB Morphling.
No, I don't think so.
They committed everything with the Saw and Arrow combo. He just calmly turns the fight.
And this is now, the Alchemist was struggling in that mid game the past couple of minutes, but now he has room to buy his team.
Hey, look who's
Aghanim
winning.
Scepters.
Look who's winning the Illusion Wars now. Creep waves, all shoved past the river, or at least to the river in the case of the mid lane.
That tier
Alchemist
one,
is coming back.
if that tier 1 wasn't there bottom lane, it probably pushed even further, but as you can see, the tier 1 sitting at 115 HP and deny range now. Oldana can go ahead and deny it if need be. And he will have an Aghanim Scepter. He's going to buy it and fly it out, and that's where this game gets a bit easier for an Undying, but it's still an Undying in the late game situation alongside a Keeper of the Light. But
They're very farmed, though. That's
Right.
especially the Undying. But once you get an Ags on this Lion, the Ogre, they're right up there with them. So we'll see an Aghanims come out for the Alk. Who's he going to give it to?
that's the question. Who do you give this Aghanim Scepter to? Who's the likely candidate?
Who's it going to be? He's
walking.
heading towards Nando.
Yeah, he's going to go to Nando.
Special delivery.
He's going to get the hybrid.
Here, Morphling. Come on, buddy. No.
Got the
Okay, it
third.
looks like it's not for the Morphling. Or at least he's in no hurry to claim his prize.
Everyone's actually walking up top, including Ehome, who are making
Man,
their
Nando's
way.
like, you come to me, my friend, but there's a lot of stuff about to break out here.
They gave it to Morphling. They have hybrid now, but they're all tipping away, and it looks like they'll all make it out. Moonlight Shadow's going to be useless here. It's not going to be able to find anything, and they lose the tier 2 tower, I believe, as well. So that's just a quick hit and run that works perfectly for Execration.
All right, so they have, I guess, another Alchemist now.
Yes. Wow. Very true.
Cannot use the Chemical Raids, though.
Where's that hybrid? Where is that thing?
No, he hasn't actually used it yet.
Okay.
But, I mean, is there? I don't think there's anyone else you would really want
Oh,
to
it's
hybrid.
a 60-second cooldown. Okay.
Yeah.
It's a long. Oh, it's a 20-second duration too.
I'm not sure that's the hero you want to be. Like, to me, these supports are really squishy and easily burst. Like, sure, hybrid's a strong ability, but I kind of like the idea of giving it to the Lion or the Ogre, just so they're
Right.
not like so easily brought
I
down.
think
Like,
the Ogre
one
in
Starstorm
particular-
and a Riptide, you're just dead.
I think the Ogre would be my choice in that situation. Roche, by the way, is being taken currently, and it's actually below half health.
This is so freaking cheesy, though, dude. You could have replicates, hybrids, Alkalusion, just... I thought Naga was dirty, but Execration may have found a way to one-up that.
Well, there's the hybrid. It's walking through. It's only got a couple seconds left. Where's he going? He's just walking straight down mid.
Oh, so you can't use the Chemical Rage, but if he already has Chemical Rage active, the hybrid will have it active. Okay.
All
All
right.
right. So you have 2 Chemical Raged Alchemists. Seems pretty good.
And then you just throw down an acid spray, and you just push
You only
the
get
wave
it for
out.
20 seconds, but that's long enough to do some damage.
Yeah, I'm still with you. I don't know about the Ags.
I mean, with him having Chemical Rage, that seems pretty annoying.
All right, that was, by the way, not Cheese Roche. That was the second Roshan. So it's just the Aegis picked up for Old Chicken. Old Chicken, Lincoln Sphere. We haven't really checked any Home's items recently. It's been all about who are we seeing the Aghanim Scepter going for Execration. And eHome's items are, as you would imagine, you have the Diffusal Blade, we already talked about, the Aghanim Scepter for Lanham. Old 11 has picked up a Lotus Orb, so he can just make sure he can just take off any debuffs or anything that's a problem.
Yeah, really good versus the Lion to deal with the Hex mainly, as well as the Batrider Lasso. Whew! All right, Mott. This one ain't over yet.
43 minutes, and we could go even longer, potentially.
I just Alchemist strutting out everywhere. Old 11's like, I must spin, I must chop. But there's too many targets. Now Abed, his finest creation about to be complete here. The Assault Cuirass. Still has room for a Moonshard. Also worth mentioning, we often forget about this, but they have Bloodlust. Bloodlust
Yeah.
with 2 right-clicking carries late game, do not underestimate. Tread with caution.
I mean, you get like a Maelstrom Mjolnir with Alchemist, and he gets Bloodlust, and you're like max, or not even max. I don't know what attack speed you're at, but it's ridiculous. I'll tell you that much. And then all of a sudden, you're just dying instantly to this hero if you can lock any targets down with the Alchemist. So we'll wait and see where.
Man, if eHome lose this game, oh my goodness.
That's a tilting loss. Then you go into the losers bracket with this loss on your back, with a Naga and a Murata.
I mean, the game felt, look at the graph, look at the map control, the game felt entirely over. They had shut down the Alk, they killed him like 3 times in a row, but they have yet to take that lane of Rex. They've only exposed the north lane, and they're heading south.
RR's sitting in a nook where they don't have vision, and if eHome walk up even a little bit, I think he wants to go.
Lasso.
He's going to go now.
He gets
bringing
him
in there, and 11 is in trouble. He's got BKB the finger. He's done. Shotgun will go first, and Nando is going to clear up.
They're going to kill the
tombstone
tombstone,
as well.
and they're going to look for more. Ice in pretty far. Does have a Psalm available. There is no Axe buyback.
They're just backing up.
But they're ratting it out a little bit top. Good news is Tim's, as the Lion, can quickly deal with those Naga illusions.
Yeah.
This is truly a chess match between these
that
two.
replicant is doing some work against Fenrir. And he's going to go in for
hey, buddy.
it.
How you doing?
Used, and now he's going to turn to Lanham and say, what's up? Decay is there, though. Lanham very
He can
tanky.
get more. That ultimate's in. It does have the armlet available. Solon has been cracked. Abed will stun himself, but Ice is on the run. It's Execration hunting eHome. They don't have vision for Lanham.
Nando, yeah, he has no detection, and he's going to be able to TP away, luckily enough. But they're fighting back, LD. They're getting these engagements going their way.
I mean, eHome did a little bit of damage to the range racks. Let's remember, this is a game of objectives, but just chipping away to range racks will not win you this game. You need at least mega creeps, and even then, one of these teams might be able to win in the throne race if they're not careful.
Even if they kill that top lane of racks, I don't know how much they care.
This is not a 1 lane of racks game. I don't even think it's a 2 lane of racks game.
No.
It's mega creeps. If you have buybacks, you're pretty good.
All right, well.
But Alk and Morphling can base race. These heroes hit buildings very hard.
Yeah, and he's picked up a Scotty now for the Morphling, not to mention, obviously, the Aghanim Scepter that he already has. And is there another axe coming out after he built the AC? Not yet, anyway. He just finished that item up. He sold his armlet for it, too. Now he is 6-slotted completely.
And now the supports. They have waited so long for this. Tim's half his life practically.
Chemo's even worse,
that
man.
That blink took him like, what, 37 minutes to get or something?
Yeah, I'd say.
He could all of a sudden be more farmed than the Keeper of the Light here.
And Chemo is...
Ogre, it's Ogre's. Ogre doesn't even know what he's missing.
He doesn't
look
have
at that
anything.
idiot.
Arcane
Have you heard him
person.
talk before?
It's like, I'm trying to get Yules the entire game. It's even worse.
Something you doing?
Pretty much. That's pretty much where he's at. He's at peon level from Warcraft 3 at this point in time. It's really bad at this point for eHome, or excuse me, for Execration's supports. And yeah.
It's now a 10K gold lead, which, considering the drafts, considering the stage of the game, is a mild lead at best. eHome creeping up, but the lanes are being cut here. Alchemist Illusion cutting the bottom lane. Nando getting to work top. They hold the high ground.
They have a Hex Roll Chicken Lasso. They get it off. There's the call in time. Old 11 was there. They used the Song of the Siren.
He's going to stun himself here. And Abed, no, he misses. He gets the slop out, and now he's going to move in onto Ice. Nando dealing with the tombstone. They're going to look for more. eHome needs to disengage. This doesn't feel like their fight to take. The stun, the burst. Can they get the call? He's low. No, they managed to turn it around. That Illuminate damage.
That was a
massive from eHome. Heals them all and just nukes the crap out of Execration.
That was insane.
The Illuminate with the Veil, and I think they also got like a Riptide, and Radiance was burning with the Moonlight, or the Starstorm rather. That is a lot of damage.
That fight looked real bad. It's so bad for eHome, but it just... Well, I can't believe it turned around like that. That Illuminate actually did so much work for them without it. This game is...
With the Veil, that is insane AoE damage. Nando's going in though.
He wants to fight Old Bonham as well as Fenrir is done with a shotgun. Now he's going to turn his attention with the right click. Slan's going to get caught out. Here's the song though. Back up off cooldown. Isis is going to come in. The arrow. It's going to hit. Now he's in trouble. But here comes Old 11. Abed as well. He's not that tanky.
Oh.
He's got
Abed's
buyback.
got to be careful here. Abed does not have buyback. They're chasing him out. Moving in a bit deeper.
They have Lasso ready to go. And they
Morphling
have
also has
in.
buyback, but he also may need to use it.
Yeah, he's going to have to use his buyback here. Luckily, he's pretty much got all the items he needs. He's roughly 6-slotted with the exception of a Moon Shard. RR has his lasso back up ready again, and Old Chicken, he's got his Lincoln Sphere.
We're at that stage of the game where just not having a buyback can instantly cost you everything.
Yep.
Lower bracket is not where you want to be in the wild card. That is probably the most stressful position you can be at. I would say up until like deep into the main event.
I would agree. This is your tournament life.
It's one thing if you're in the BO1s in the main event, like you had your shot in the group stage, but to have 4 teams come into the wild card, only 2 emerge, and then you spend 2 weeks in Seattle wishing you were playing Mott, that I think is the deepest cut.
Yeah, for sure. And all 4 of these teams, including Execration, have shown they are no pushovers. They deserve, I think, all 4 of these teams deserve a shot at TI. And right now,
well,
this
is your shot.
out. Yeah,
you gotta earn your place in the main event.
They're not forcing the buyback out from the Morphling right now. He is 13 seconds in, he's respawning without any.
This is great
buyback whatsoever.
Great defense here. Now, they still don't have an Alchemist buyback, and that's where eHome can maybe punish. Our first Rax finally crumbles to dust. The ranged top. It is but a chip in the armor of Execration, though.
It's a very small chip in the armor.
Honestly, it's more the kills that matter right now. Forcing out buybacks, killing the Alchemist and preventing him from buying back with 4.5 minutes to go. That's where you can really start chopping wood.
I've heard of slow siege, but this is a very slow siege. Old Chicken jumps in.
A bold strut forward, Chemo.
Oh my god.
This is why the supports need the axe.
Yeah.
They just need the HP. Look at this Ogre.
If there's any follow-up to that, and then Chemo's dead.
And that's an
like,
Ogre McGee.
Yeah.
It's a tanky mother.
He was tanky. He does have a Yule Scepter now, which will help. Actually set up a lot of kills, potentially. And also break Lincoln Spheres as well.
But I'm just seeing creeps. Creeps being dragged the wrong direction. eHome, where are you guys going? Get back in that lane.
Should see Ice is back at the base potentially. Not sure if they know it's the real one. Illuminate clears the group wave down bottom, and at some point someone's going to have to make a move.
You say that, but there's an Alchemist and a Naga in this game. Nobody has to make a move, Mott. I mean, let's be real.
At the very least, we might have to find another Aghanim Scepter pretty soon. He has 3,000 surplus, 3,200. He needs another 1,000 to have buyback, which of course is still on cooldown for 3 minutes.
Nando and Ice having a little fun in the top lane here. There's the net. BKB gets forced out.
He's going to just TP home. That's a lot of damage, though. Now they get the last off in old 11. Back, they get the finger off as well. He's low. The Soul Rip, there's the mech on top, but it's too much damage.
He buys back. They're going to Song prep, set up, arrow coming through. It's a whiff. They didn't time it right. Nando's able to wave away.
But they get on trouble. He's got no buyback, and he is going to fall down for 108 seconds, and that's just too much. Now you've got to defend without your Alchemist. It's going to have to do so much work for your Morphling.
And no hybrid either. They truly have no Alch. eHome still have to be careful, though. That shotgun combo can quickly burst heroes down.
Chemo takes 4 Starstorms to the dome and will go down as well. Old Chicken blown up by Nando, but now he's going to get called and Nando might be in trouble. He does have buyback and he will go down to the decay. Rather the Soul Rip. They find the net onto Tim's as well. He'll force himself back. He's just trying to get away from the illusions now. Ice takes the adaptive strike, but now the Rax in trouble. The range will be the first to fall. 3 dead. I don't know, LD. This might be
Execration. They fought heart and soul. They had their shots to the series, Mott, but it's just one dieback that could cost them, likely will cost them everything, is the mid lane under siege. No Alch for 50. Nando can't do it alone. Dota is a team game, and eHome, they've got the numbers. They've taken 2.5 lanes. They're closing in on 3. A win here. They move along into the winter bracket finals. They'll have 2 shots. Can Morphling somehow play the hero? Nando will try, but it just ain't gonna happen.
Oh no! He didn't have his BKB at the tail end of the TP, and that's it. Then you have to GG out. No buybacks.
It's nothing but O-lots here for Execration. Down to the lower bracket. Not out of it yet, but a long road to travel if they want to make it to the main event. For eHome, they take the shorter path. Still, this was a shaky performance, Mott. This was not the eHome we were expecting. I think Execration played a little better than expected, but I think eHome looks very vulnerable. This team was almost universally proclaimed to be the team to beat in the wild card.
Yep.
they don't look invincible to me.
I agree 100%. There were a lot of mistakes they made going back even to the first game where they seemingly walked into 5 heroes in the jungle when they were only 2. And from that point on, it was a couple of mistakes here and there. In this game in particular, the mistakes were kept to a minimum, I think. They played solidly overall, and that led them to a victory. And in fact, it was Execration's mistake with Abed in the mid lane that really cost them this game because they were coming back in. And they could have had a much earlier Aghanim Scepter for some of these heroes had Abed not died in that situation.
Abed did not have his best game, unfortunately,
No.
and he was the hero that had to, especially with the start Nando had. Nando, to me, played really solidly, but was just not given a good start to work with. And
Right.
with that, Game 3 a wrap. Execration looking a bit dejected here. The problem is you don't get a whole lot of time to rest. They start that next round immediately. They play 2 matches at a time up until the lower bracket finals, so they will have to collect themselves very quickly.
Mm-hmm. And that's going to be tough. Although I will say this about Execration. They look way better than they did coming into this tournament, playing in some SEA tournaments. And in the way, just in general, what people thought about them, Execration looked very good. So, LD, I think that's going to be it for us here today.
That wraps it up for our cast, guys. Hope you enjoyed it. Winter bracket finals and lower bracket round 1 coming up. 2 teams fighting for a guaranteed slot at the main event with a second chance should they fall short. 2 other teams fighting just for their single shot. There's last opportunity. Stick around. You're watching the International.
right, hello everyone and welcome back to the International 6. This is the lower bracket match between Complexity and Execration. Winner gets another chance to battle it out and try and earn a slot in the TI main event. Loser is going home. Someone's TI dreams will be crushed today. It's all down to this best of 3 right here. I'm Android and I'm being joined by Winter. How you doing, man?
I'm good, just had lunch. Good to go.
All right, refueled and all set for this. We saw a pretty interesting match earlier. Complexity versus Escape. Complexity unfortunately got 1-2'd on that, and then Execration, similar story, up against eHome. So eHome and Escape are going to be battling it out in the main channel right now, but here, Complexity, Execration. Any predictions for what we're going to see go down?
Well, I think Call looked weaker in their series against eHome compared to Execration against Call against Escape compared to Execration against eHome. They almost beat eHome 2-0 though, so I think that Execration has a better chance in this series against Call.
Yeah, Execration looked really, really strong in that eHome match. I mean, we saw them, they went for the Morphling, they had the Alchemist as well. Definitely a lot of powerhouses right there. Now, Mirana first pickup for Execration. Excited to see that. You know, what kind of partners do you think we're going to see? Do we think we see a Shadow Demon picked up for those really nice arrow setups, or is she just going to be one of those core Miranas that leaps around and gets Ags and drops Starstorms like they're hot?
Well, the hero is very good right now because you don't really need the SD. The hero can be played so many ways, support, offlane, mid, carry. That's why it's so flexible. Shadow Demon is a good setup for the arrow, but you don't really need that setup for the arrow. We saw in the series where Yapsor played Mirana twice on the support position where he didn't have any setup. He just relied on his own arrows to land, and he got a lot of farm, transitioned into a core. So that hero just does a lot in different positions right now. That's why it's a very good opening pick for teams.
Yeah, definitely very flexible. Now, Complexity, they open up with the Wisp Tiny. I was looking at the recent records of these players. Hanskin's been practicing his IO a lot. Limp, his Tiny. We're going to see those guys dueling it up in the mid lane. How do you think that's going to go for Complexity?
It's one of their, I think, best heroes for Limp, in my opinion. He plays a really good Tiny. Even without IOs, it's still a really good hero. Sometimes they run it alone. With the IO, it's definitely going to help the Tiny accelerate in farm stacks. You can do a lot of stacks with the IO, so Tiny can get his blink faster. But, you know, all in all, it's a very good combination together. And for Execration, like you said, it's either they go for a setup for like a SD for Mirana, or they just run Mirana as a support. But, you know, generally, you don't decide that early. You leave it open.
Yeah, very flexible. She could be played basically position 1 through 4 at this point. But Tiny Wisp has kind of that set momentum, usually a little bit stronger in the early phase if it does have that IO tethered to him. But Tiny needs a little bit of time to come online. Do you think we're going to see, you know, priority on mobility, like a blink or something like that? Or do you think it's going to be straight raw damage, hit him up, Echo Saber?
Probably a blink, and it really depends on also another important criteria, which is the lineup of the enemy. If you have a lot of weak heroes like squishy heroes like CM or heroes that can die in Avatar's combo, you can get an early blink. But regardless, I think that item is still very good on Tiny, even if you don't have easy targets, because it allows you to get into a good position and you get off a good combination to start the fight, initiate the fight for your team. Like one of the other reasons why Tiny is not so popular nowadays is because of infused raindrops. The item actually allows a lot of heroes to survive against the combo that Tiny has. And they go for the Sand King, decent setup for the arrow, good team fight versus, I mean the Epicenter is very good versus Relocate. You have Caustic against Tiny. I'm not sure if they're going to put Sand King versus IO Tiny. I've not seen that lane matchup before, so I'm not very sure how that lane is going to go. But we'll see.
I've seen a lot of Execration here. I've been keeping up with the SEA scene, and I've seen a lot of Sand King solo laning, whether they're going to go for an aggressive try and put him in the safe lane, or whether he's going to take up the off lane position. Just because of the Caustic, he can farm so efficiently, but I think that's going to come down to what Complexity opt to throw in their safe lane.
Yeah, I guess that's true, but at the end of the day, I think you want to have a good matchup for the Sand King. If you can get a good lane, because Sand King can dominate the lane. If you can get a good lane for the Sand King, you're going to be able to crush and slow down the enemy's carries farm a lot. So I think, in my opinion, during Star Ladder, Navi picked Sand King a lot. It was against short range cores. We see them use it against Juggernaut or Luna. Luna's like somewhat melee, so you get owned by Caustic in the lane.
Yeah. I'm excited to see what Sand King can do. If it's going to be one of those Mirana arrow setups, just going in with that Burrow Strike and the little mini stun.
I think it's pretty good if you think about the fact that you set up the arrow, so you do Sand King mid against IO Tiny. you have Caustic against Tiny, and when Mirana's around, you can easily set up the arrow with the stun onto Io. You want to kill the Io first, so it's a very easy kill, stun into just arrow, and the Io is pretty much dead.
5 seconds remaining.
All right, so moving on, both teams taking their time there. I love that respect ban. Complexity taking out the Meepo against Abed. Obviously one of this guy's absolute best heroes. He can just stomp on anyone with it. They're also going to take out the Beastmaster, the Dazzle. Anything surprising about that? I mean, Dazzle worthy of a second round ban?
Complexities.
They're
turn
banning
to
out
pick.
defensive heroes because they want to be, aggressive. And the other reason will probably be discouraging a Husker type of lineup if you take out the Dazzle. But usually you just ban the Husker because Husker can also be paired with the Oracle. But I think overall,
10
that pick is
seconds
just to take away a defensive support that can be very good against the
5
Tiny
seconds
combination because you want to initiate and kill someone right away. Dazzle prevents that from happening. And Beastmaster is just a very good hero. If you want to do it off lane or whatever, it's just a very strong hero in the patch. Gives you vision so you can scout out the Io. Because the way you want to play Io and Tiny is Io is mostly in a lot of situations hiding in the trees, and Tiny is farming the lane, so you're just sitting behind getting ready to save the Tiny. And Beastmaster can
10
easily scout out the
seconds
Io's
remaining.
positioning. And we see Call following up their draft with Prophet,
Complexities
so they
turn
have a
to
lot of
pick.
global presence with TP and Relocate.
Now, is that going to be a jungling Prophet? Or are we seeing Swindles on
Off
that in the
lane,
off lane?
I think off lane. Or safe lane. Chessie is gonna play. I doubt Swindles would play the hero. I've seen him play it very rarely, like once or twice I've seen him play it, but mostly when they have Prophet, it's
10
gonna be
seconds
Chessie playing the
remaining.
hero, regardless of off lane or safe lane. And if you
5
take a look at the
seconds
second phase of
remaining.
Execration, they took out the initiating heroes, Axe and Slada, because those heroes are very good with Relocate.
Reserve
You
time.
jump in, you get a call or a crush from Slada, relocate in and get a kill, easy kill. So that was what Execration took out in the second phase, and they responded with a Witch Doctor against the Prophet, which is one of the better supports at dealing with the Treants, because you have the Coconut Bounce, you can kill the Treants early, and you have very good team fight against the Relocate. Now obviously the Coconut can be used, the cast can be used against the Relocate as well.
All right, we have an Ogre Magi picked up here. There's been a lot of love for this hero picked up in, I want to say, like 4 out of the 6
He
opening
is-
matches.
He's a replacement, I would say, for maybe not a replacement, but an upgrade from Earth Spirit, where we saw in previous patches where
10
you see Earth
seconds
Spirit every
remaining.
game. There's always one roaming hero, Earth Spirit, Ricky, or the Bounty Hunter.
5 seconds
You always see
remaining.
one hero running around, making space, helping his team win the lanes. And right now, because of the
Reserve
recent
time.
buffs to Ogre, he's like arguably the strongest hero at level 1. You have the most effective HP and HP regen. And you have a very good range on the Ignite to catch out heroes and to slow them down. It's just a very good pick in general, and Bloodlust for Tiny is very good.
All right, so depending on what the Sand King's doing, Execration have yet to pick up their offlaner. And in the bans, there's been some serious hate for offlaners. Beastmaster, Axe, Slardar, Batrider all taken out. Execration do occasionally run RR on the Tidehunter. Do you think that's a possibility here?
It's possible. Tidehunter is very good versus the Relocate, and it's pretty good if you were to put 1v1 lane against Prophet. It's also possible. Tidehunter can fare very well against Prophet in the lane, but they're just gonna go for a very standard and safe pick for carry. For the Southeast Asian teams, a lot of the teams prioritize on getting Juggernaut. You see like MEP, maybe not so much Fnatic, but MEP in particular and the Pinoy teams, they like to go
10
for Juggernauts
seconds
because it's a very flexible pick. You can go mid, you can go safe lane. You have 2
5
builds
seconds
for the
remaining.
hero. You can either go for the Blink Diffuser, like the Manta Diffuser build and with the Blink, or you go for the
Reserve
Battle
time.
Fury, the more farm intensive build with the Manta and the Blink as well. So there's a lot of ways that you can play the hero.
Yeah, I mean, Nando loves his Juggernaut as the position 1 in Execration, but I have seen a lot of Juggernaut mid in the SEA scene so
Yeah.
far, so it depends how they really want to go up
Pretty-
against this IO Tiny.
Pretty good versus the Iron Tiny because you're very survivable because you have the spin.
Execrations turn to
And
ban.
they take out the Alchemist in the last phase for complexity. We saw Execration use it in the last game against eHome.
So
where
are they
almost won.
anticipating a support Mirana?
Yeah, probably. But I think, in my opinion, it's still pretty
10
open what they
seconds
can do with their lineup. They can do Sand King off lane,
Execrations turn
support
to
Mirana,
pick.
or Sand King off lane, call Mirana and pick another support. There's a lot of things that can go well with their lineup right now for Execration.
All right, so last pick here. Excited to see how they're going to round this out. I mean, Complexity have so much survivability. They've got an IO tethering
10
around as that little
seconds remaining.
ambulance. Tiny, obviously, literally made of rocks, hard to cut through. An
They
Ogre
have-
Magi.
They have a very good draft around the Relocate right now. They're going to finish up with Earth Spirit. In my opinion, in Southeast Asia, Teams is the second probably might, okay, second best Earth Spirit after DJ. He's really, really good at the hero. He spams a lot of pups. He used to spam a lot of pups with that hero. He's very proficient with the stones and landing his stuns, using his spells very well. And so overall, their calls would be Sand King, Mirana,
5
and Juggernaut.
seconds remaining.
So Sand King is going to be put in that solo lane, you think?
I still think it's open though. Sand King off lane or Sand
Reserve
King
time.
mid. It's still, to me, it's okay. Either depending on what they want to do and who they want to put on what hero. I guess like you mentioned, R is their primary initiating player, so he might be put on the Sand King, and Mirana would be mid.
Yeah, I'm thinking that's the play here, just because Juggernaut does work so well up against that IO Tiny. He can pop down the healing ward, he can just spin to be magic immune, so Avatos doesn't really slice right through him like a knife.
Even Mirana can do well in the lane because you can leap away. You have arrow if your Earth Spirit boulders in to slow down the IO, you can set up for the stun.
Ooh. We've got an Ursa pickup from Complexity.
Wait, what is
Short and
Swindus gonna
sweet.
play? So Swindus is gonna play Prophet. Yeah, I guess he's gonna play Prophet. I mean, mostly it's Chessie, but with this draft, he's gonna play the Prophet. Like, he generally doesn't play Prophet because he plays mainly the initiating hero for his team. But this game, there's gonna be a switch up in terms of how they're gonna run their overall setup for the team. It's gonna be Limp primary initiating, and Ursa with when he gets a dagger, he can also initiate for his team. It's gonna be a bloodlust for both the melee cores, which is really, really nice for the Ursa and the Tiny. So overall, I think Call's draft is looking really solid. They have good lanes because they have Io and Ogre to stabilize and win their lanes, and Prophet to TP in if needed. And they're pretty good late game with the Ursa and Tiny. They can abuse Roshan.
10 seconds
For
remaining.
execution, they have to play really well in terms of, in my
5
opinion, the team
seconds
fight. That's where
remaining.
they can use their Epicenter and Omni Slash and the Earth Spirit Ultimate to effective.
Alright, so loading in here, we got our predictions. Player with the highest total physical damage done to heroes at game end. Is that going to be
Prepare for battle.
Tiny just beeping him up with his right hand, or what are we looking at there? Nanda with the Juggernaut?
I guess might be Ursa.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, wait, Swindles is playing Ursa. Okay,
I'm excited
so
for
I
this.
was right. He was not gonna play the Prophet. Jeez, he's gonna play Ursa. I don't know what to expect because I've never seen him on a hero like Ursa.
You're not feeling it?
I mean, it could work for them because I know he doesn't like to play Prophet, so that's probably the reason why he's not on that hero. And Chessie is mostly on Prophet.
Alright, so we're going to see a little bit of a switch up here. Complexity, I mean, obviously they're coming out of a match that they felt kind of confident in, but Team Escape did bring them down. So now, again, both of these teams fighting to stay in the running for
30 seconds to
TI6, the biggest gaming tournament in history. There is a lot on the line here. Loser of this best of 3. That's it for them. No more TI.
Yeah, tough match for both teams here. And on the Radiant side, so their lanes would be, I guess Nando is going to be. Nando is. They're gonna contest the lanes. It seems. Ara seems like he's gonna go mid.
I'm
Wait.
excited for that. I
No,
think it's going to be
it's
Abed on mid with
Abed
the
mid, yeah.
Mirana. Yeah.
Ara has items for safe lane, I guess. They're gonna contest lanes with Jug on top. Seems rather strange.
Do you think they're going to go aggressive or just plop Sand King down in that bottom lane? Because I have seen it where they go for an aggressive try up top and then Sand King solos down bottom.
Yeah, but that usually happens if you get a melee versus melee matchup. Against Prophet, I guess against Prophet, he should do okay. Because I'm not sure how well he will fare against Prophet, because he's a range hero. He doesn't mind the caustic harass, He's always going to be able to attack from a far range, so he doesn't get affected by caustic harass. I mean, I guess you can deal with the Treants, but I don't know, we'll see. I'm not sure about how well the Sand King can do in this particular matchup.
I'm excited to see it. I have had my doubts about Sand King before, but again, that early point in Caustic just does so much work to get those last hits up, and we'll have to see. Now,
Yeah.
Swindle's in the Ursa going back in. He's got a ton of regen. Do you think he's going to spend most of his time in lane or just hop around the jungle trying to get that
He's
early?
definitely gonna lane. I think he's gonna take a few levels, maybe consider jungle after he gets a few levels, and depends on whether he goes for, like, there's two ways. You either get an early Mask of Death and you jungle, or you get Face Boots to win the lane. So it really depends on how well his early game is going to go. And usually you do that if you have a support. If you want to go jungle, you do it when you have a support that needs the lane, like a AA or Shadow Shaman. But in this game, if you look at their supports, they have a Ogre and Io. Io is going to mostly be around the Tiny, stacking jungles and whatnot, and Ogre is going to be wanting to roam. So I don't think Swindles will go into the jungle that quickly. He's going to focus on winning his lane. And he's gonna be up against a tri-lane here.
All right, yeah, that's going to be pretty difficult for him. We got solo versus solo. Chessie able to do some serious work with those treants. Now up top, we'll see if they can actually get the harass rolling. Nando likes to take his time, likes to farm up, likes to be efficient. With Earth Spirit there, that's going to be the catalyst to literally get things rolling.
Yeah, their primary objective of doing this is because when you're playing against an IO Tiny, you're going to have 2-on-2 lanes. So you want to be able to abuse the fact that they have 2 heroes on the other safe lane, so you slow down their carries farm. So this is what they are trying to do here. I'm not sure it will work out for them because I don't know if Sanking will get a very good time in bottom lane. I don't think this lane is that good for Sanking.
Yeah, he's going to be sitting back there, obviously putting that first point in the Caustic finale, but Chessie just now ticking over to level 2, having some fun.
Yeah.
Going to have some pings up top. There's a rotation around into the woods.
Yeah,
From
they're moving Hanskin back top, so they're feeling that they want to have 3 heroes to stabilize the Ursa's lane, and Tiny is fine against Mirana alone, so they feel the importance of securing the Ursa's lane first.
all right, these sentries do scout each other out. We're going to see who's the first one to act. And
Keeping bottom. Teams is coming bottom. He wants to set up a kill onto the Prophet.
yeah, Chessie's relatively easy to lock in place right now. Just now skills up to teleport. They go in. They will land the Burrow Strike. Chessie temporarily stuck in place, but can they actually get the Earth Spirit there in time? He's trekking. He's going as fast as he can. Pops up the trees. They will go through. They will connect. Chessie now caught between a rock and a hard place. Will be the first blood. RR securing that on the side of Execration. Now over here in the river up top, Chemo looking for something. Coconut bouncing back and forth at Swindles. Still able to lay in the damage there. He's got himself a lot of right click going back in the Wisp to bring some little regen coming in. So Witch Doctor will trade his life for that. But overall, still a really good kill for Execration.
Yeah, that was a mistake by Chessie. As soon as he got stunned by the Sanking, he should have just immediately TP away because there was no other stuns following up. Earth Spirit was just level 1, so there was a mistake there by Chessie, causing his team to give up First Blood. But they got a kill in return on Swindles there on the Ursa. So 1-for-1 trade, and we see RR here running at Chessie in the trees.
It's a little bit deep right there. He's got himself the Burrow Strike. It will connect, but there's really no follow-up damage to bring the Earth Spirit. The roll does not quite connect. There's trees to try to form a protective fence, but it's not going to do it this time. Yeah, that guy hits quite hard there. 108 damage per bop.
Yep.
And now it's going to be Radiant really securing this bottom lane over here in the woods. We are going to have Z Freak contesting some farm Chemo, but Nando getting the most out of this here in terms of overall last hits. Juggernaut not being so overwhelming. Oh golly, going rolling every which way. Chessie wants to get something done. RR could be the sacrificial lamb. Not enough mana for the Burrow Strike coming back in. He's taking a couple spirits right to the face. Is there any sort of backup? They've got the Earth Spirit. Can he actually be the protector here? He's looking at King, just really trying to get up that mana, and he's got 10 more, and they were a nice stun from Tim's going back in, but the trees are going to be spawned out. Tim's taking a lot of damage now. He's in some trouble, rolling himself back under the safety of his tier 1 tower. RR able to salve up, able to live through this.
This Earth Spirit making so much plays for his team, saving the Sanking there and setting up the other 2 kills for his team. Very good rotation by teams here, creating all sorts of havoc onto Call's lanes.
All right, now RR sitting on about 700 gold. Do you think he's going to go straight Blink, or does he go level up Arcanes or what?
I don't think he'll go Blink first. Usually you just get Arcanes, you get an early game item so you have mana to help your team.
Swindles is angry, but looks like they're going to be going in. They will land the Maledict. Swindles taking a lot of damage from this. He's bloodlusted up, he's speedy, but I don't think it's enough here about Chemo. He's going to be taking the brunt of damage. Z-Freak able to secure a kill onto the Witch Doctor. Now Swindles is limping back in. One more Maledict strike. He's super, super low, but it is able to wrap around. Now meanwhile, we are going to have Mirana going down. Tiny able to land a couple of right clicks and secure that kill. And that was Wisp helping out. Man, we have got so much action. Earth Spirit able to get down the Ursa, who stayed in lane.
Why did he stay in the lane?
Oh man.
He should have just gone back. Like, he was just greedy. There was no salve on Z-Freak. Like, Ogre had no salve for him. Like, he just wanted to stay in the lane and farm. And Earth Spirit got a very, very easy kill there. That was really, really bad by the Ursa.
Yeah, now we've got Earth Spirit sitting 2-0-1 here. His overall net worth is going to be looking pretty mighty. Ursa now back with a vengeance. He's got his little overpowered rocket ready to go, but no real targets to go on. Just wants to farm up, wants to find something, but he's just going to be screaming at nothing.
Yeah, he has to farm. Like I said, like, go for the face to get the lane.
He's going to be going in. Nice kick. Rolling back down to the low ground. He's going to be nice and safe.
Yeah, so right now, if you look at the lane that we have not seen a lot, is like going onto the Mirana.
Avatos, looks like the Spirit should be able to finish the job, leaping up to the high ground, but one more click from Hanskin is able to go through and secure his first kill of the game.
They're almost saving the Mirana's life there. Like I mentioned, that item is extremely good against Tiny. You have to get it. And barely surviving there, so rather unfortunate for him. So Limp gonna be closer to his blink, Tread's blink, if he wants to go that route this game.
Yes.
I think he has to be the initiator because Prophet and Ursa need someone to initiate, and they are going to go in and lay in the damage. So I expect Tiny to be the main initiator for it.
Alright, we're gonna have a roll in down bottom. Chessie just got back to lane. They're dropping the epi for this. He's trying to TP out. But RR just absolutely lethal right there.
He went for the soaring tranquil build, so it's gonna give him a lot of regen.
Dire's bottom tower
And
is
yeah,
under attack.
like you mentioned, is he gonna go for the blink first? He's gonna go for early game items first, then move into the blink a bit later.
Avalanche is gonna latch Limp. He's feeling good. He's got that Bloodlust rolling. Abed doing a lot of damage there with that Starstorm. Limp is gonna get tethered up, healed up by Hanskin. He's gonna be going in. The arrow not gonna latch. Nice restraint there by Hanskin, but there's gonna be a lot of damage laid in. They will go through rolling boulder. Gonna be doing a lot of work there. There's the kick. They will be able to get the kill onto the Io. Now Limp is just solo. He's got no more regen. Avalanche will latch at the Tims. Marana, Abed, no more mana for the arrows. One more hit under tower. There's a toss back up. They bring in Chessie. Might be able to return kill onto the Earth Spirit.
God.
They are able to do so. Meanwhile, up top, we've got a bloodbath going on, as we are gonna have TP back out, but overall, they end up losing the Juggernaut up there in the top
Yeah.
lane. So this is now 6 kills for each team at 6 minutes in. We are at like 2 kills a minute. This is crazy.
That Earth Spirit is just making so much. I mean, this guy is for now 6 minutes, 7 minutes in the game. He's the MVP for his team. He's just gotten so many important kills and saved the Sand King once. This Earth Spirit is definitely doing so much work for his team. And Nando there, unfortunately, going down to the Ursa and the Ogre. He has to be much more careful against, like, Ursa with Bloodlust is extremely powerful.
Yeah, I mean, he's just vicious right now. Going in, they are going to trap up Nando. He goes for that Blade Fury. Is he able to get it off right now? The Wrath of Nature comes, bounces around. Chemo's got that Voodoo Restoration going in. Juggernaut has that 1 point healing ward up soon, so they do have the restraint now. Meanwhile, Abed, mid lane, leaping to safety, getting away at sub 5 HP. Is he actually going to be able to do this? They've got the courier flying in.
Oh, Prophet TP way behind. Like, they expected Abed to be running towards his tower.
Abed just sitting there cowering. Doesn't have mana for a TP right now, so has to be very, very careful not to let himself be vulnerable. Yeah, the lane is clear if he wants to back off right now, but he's probably terrified of that Prophet TPing in and tapping him.
Yeah, that's why I'm very unsure that why they tried to contest the Ursa's lane initially. Like, Jug against Ursa in the laning phase is not that easy. They only have like somewhat about the same net worth because Ursa made a mistake earlier when he gave away a free kill. Otherwise, Ursa would definitely be ahead of the Juggernaut.
Now, we do have a drawing up top. It looks like the Tiny's going to be rotating in. Wanted to get a kill onto Nando. He does have his Omni Slash and does have that Blade Fury for the Magic Community, able to walk back under his tier 1 tower.
This is too difficult for them. Unless he's played Fury from cooldown, I don't think they can get the kill. They need the blink on the Tiny ASAP.
Absolutely. Now, walking back in.
R, he's gonna scout out Chessie here.
He's got the Epi if he wants to go in. He's just laying in the damage. They bring in the Burrow Strike, follow up with the arrow. They bring the Io in, trying to do something, but Hanskin, he dived way too deep for that one. Limp is able to go in, but the coconuts are bouncing around. He pops the illusion rune, but Limp, that might not be enough time for you. Toss comes back in. RR still alive. Is going to be able to get out. He has to just...
Look at that team play, Annie, from Execration. They reacted so quickly. As soon as the stun landed on Prophet, like everyone TP'd right away. Like Cole got outnumbered there. They just... Like, Io tried to save his buddy, died. Like, it was really bad for Cole there overall.
Yeah, I feel like if Io just stayed out, they would have been able to get out, drop their Tiny, but unfortunately,
They
the
had
save your buddies.
They had to leave the Prophet behind that. Like, there you go.
Yeah.
Goes in with the sprout onto Chemo.
Yeah, he goes back in. He will take the Fire Blast in, and Abed looking to clean up the trash there is okay. Burrow Strike comes back in, channeling up the epicenter. They want to go in. Z-Free pops the dust, trying to make sure there isn't going to be any sandstorms out of there, but now Limp goes in, drops the Avalanche. They've got the Wisp to help everyone toss back up. Abed in some serious trouble. Can he actually get out of this? The leap away. They're able to do it. They get down the Io. I think Limp might be able to get out safely here. There's going to be TPs coming in every which way, but for now, it's just going to be a bloodbath in favor of Execration.
They need this blink on Tiny. Like, there's no way Cole can actually fight right now without the blink. They can't initiate, and for Execration, there's just so many ways of them initiating with the stun from the Witch Doctor or the Sand King, or landing an arrow, or the stun on the Earth Spirit. There's just so many ways they can initiate and pick off heroes. Cole are just over-reliant on the Tiny to start fights to catch someone out.
Smoke is going to be coming in there. They've got the burrow strike to start things off. Limp. Oh, they go in. They connect. This is looking terrible. Tiny going to be further set back on his Blink Dagger. They go in. Moonlight Shadow rocking for the Radiant. They're looking for something deeper there as they are able to get down the Ursa as well. Juggernaut, the bounce is going every which right way. Blink back on in. There will be a relocate out, but all they have to do is camp this. They really can't do much about it. This could be Ogre down from the low ground, just bloodlusting himself, but I think this poor Io is about to meet his fate. He's going to be coming back into 5 very hungry Execration heroes. Going to be tethering back down to the low ground. Hanskin somehow gets out alive here, but that was a little bit too close for comfort. I feel like all the complexity are clenching pretty hard. Now looking at overall net worth, going to be about 5,000 in favor of Execration.
Really, really bad because their laning phase got destroyed by the Earth Spirit element. That guy just destroyed Call's laning phase. And they were really desperate that they tried to get the Roshan, but they couldn't get it. I mean, right now they're just waiting for the big attack.
Abed tossed up, smacked down, but to bring in Tim's trying to defend him. There we go. Arrow going to connect on that poor unfortunate melee
There's nothing they can do right now. They need the blink on Tiny. There's no way they can do anything. They have to get this blink ASAP.
So you mentioned the laning phase being pretty shut down in complexity. How vital is that to their overall strategy? I mean, they've got a Tiny who scales well, but can they come back from this?
They can. It's going to take a while. They have to farm out their items and get the Ursa. Aegis somehow. Win a team fight, get an Aegis. It's going to be a long way back to the game for all now, but they definitely can do it if they make the right moves.
Alright, so they are able to go through. Ursa getting a little bit of tower gold for himself. Nice and yummy. He's going to be saving up. Does he go for Blink now, or is he going for something more creative?
I guess you go for Blink right now. If he wanted something else, he would have already got it. I think he wants the Blink so that he can initiate for his team instead of just waiting for the Tiny as well. Because Tiny is not having a good game. And for Execration, they have the Blink on Sand King. They have pretty much basically everything they need to take team fights right now. They are extremely powerful right now compared to Call. Call's team fight is not comparable to what Execration have.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the overall net worth split, you've got the top 3 heroes being on the side of Execration. Sand King really holding his own, matching up with his position one. He's just been doing a fantastic job. Impact all over the map.
Yeah, what Call has to do right now is utilize their global presence with the Prophet and the Relocate to split up, farm more efficiently and slowly draw out the game. Get more items. Because Execration wants to fight with their heroes and items right now, so they need to prevent that from happening and try to just use the map better. Because I don't see them being able to win a team fight right now.
Tim's is going to be TPing down bottom. Just wants to go ahead and clean up these Treants, preventing any sort of loss. Because, you know, as far ahead as Execration are, they really can't sacrifice any Roshan control, especially up against complexity.
They have really good ways of scouting Roshan. They have Arrow, they have the Moonlight Shadow, Earth Spirit constantly running around with his mobility to scout. So as long as that they keep that in check, they're in a very, very commanding position right now for Execration.
Alright, so Tiny finally getting close to that Blink Dagger. We are going to have a Smoke wrapping around, going for Swindles here. Swindles, oh, he cannot afford to go down here. He's so far behind. He's got 2 deaths already.
He's going to TP.
Oh, okay.
Good TP. And Execration, despite not getting any kills with that smoke, you see they place a deep ward down into the enemy jungle, so they're going to be able, 2 deep wards in fact, so they're going to be able to scout out a lot of their movements. And Limp is going to get his Blink right now. This is extremely crucial for them because the way they're going to play the game is they split up the map, they get pickoffs. Without the Blink, it's very difficult. So now they have the Blink soon. They're going to be able to find potential pickoffs.
Oh, speaking of pickups here, RR goes in. They bring in the arrow, connecting onto the back of Zeebrug's skull. Nice avalanche going in. They are going to pop the Magnetize down, able to secure the kill on the Ogre Magi. I think that's going to be the end of the engagement. They will TP in the Nature's Prophet, but he's not going to be able to re-engage on this.
They saw him with the ward previously, so superior vision from Execration right now is just paying off. And they're going to go in with the Moonlight Epicenter.
Oh, this is going to hurt. They are able to go through Hanskin. Unfortunately, going to be plopping down. The Coconut bouncing back and forth. Limp, Maledict connecting. They're going back in. Toss up Mirana. Just all over the air here, catching some serious win about Limp.
He got his Blink.
All right. They got Blinks all over the board here. Ursa picks us up as well, but unfortunately, those 2 buddies sitting back at the grave now. Down bottom, Chessie able to go bring some trees, pushing this bottom tower, but I don't know if it's worth a tier 2 here. Sand King TPing back. He's going to be ready to go in and blinking forward and wants to go just 1v1 Chessie. Chessie running away. They are going to connect there. As, oh gosh, they bring in Tim's as well. There's going to be TPs all over the board. RR just laying in the damage. Chessie, there's nothing he can do. Just gets swatted down. Unstoppable streak. Abed getting low, but leaping forward. Arrow going to be off the mark. Burrow Strike as well. Swindles might be able to get out of this one. He's going to be turning. He's raged up. He wants to get something, but oh, they've got the DPS. They've got the kill. That's going to be Ursa dropping for the 3rd time this game. Complexity.
Things are going from bad to worse right now. They have to be able to find pickers with this blink. Otherwise, they're just going to be very hard pressed to find any space for the other heroes to farm. Like Prophet is not going to offer much right now for his team. He's just going to cast his ultimate and try to farm the map. So, I mean, the Tiny and the Ursa are the main heroes right now to find pickoffs.
I mean, we're only 15 minutes in, and just looking at the overall net worth chart,
really
about
bad.
a 10,000 lead. I think Complexity can still come back in this. You can never really tap out an IO Tiny, but
Yep,
what do
that's
they need
true.
to do to get themselves back up?
Well, I said it before, they have to split the map, farm efficiently, use the blink on Tiny to get pickoffs, and obviously the blink on Ursa as well. Every pickoff would probably grant them another 1 or 2 minutes of farming time. So every kill they can get, any kill they can get right now is extremely crucial for the team. And split the map, farm jungle, farm the enemy, jungle if possible, and try to, you know, get more items until you claw yourself back into the game. And for Execution, they want to keep getting objectives, keep pressing the map forward, get Roshan, get towers, and eventually go into your base and siege your racks.
Alright, nice little quick scout there, making sure no one's in the Roche pit, and this very aggressive ward from the Radiant needs Chessie. He's gonna get slapped down. There's ward vision everywhere. Bottom, Nando could be in some trouble, will get tossed up, it takes 4, but they are able to kill the Juggernaut. A very big kill there. Almost 500 gold bounty going straight to the Ursa.
This is what they have to do. I mean, preferably not losing any of your own heroes, but, you know, considering the situation they're in, any trade-off, like 1-for-1 trade-off they can get is good for them. They have to be able to keep doing this, keep picking up heroes, pick the daggers, and eventually, hopefully, get enough items on every call to be able to take a team fight. BKB is very important for them.
Wrapping in, they are going to go. The arrow going to be off the mark. Swindle's trying to do something. The Moonlight Shadow looking to reinitiate here. Limp going to be tossing everyone about, but they will be able to go through. Initiation onto Swindles. They're focusing him down. They end up dropping to Magnetize. They want everything for this, but with everyone TPing in, it might be too much. Chessie could be going in, but oh, there's the epicenter. Limp. Can he actually live through this? Rock Boy going to be not brought down by the Earthquake this time. Abed going to be 1v1ing everyone over here. Chessie able to go through and live on the back line. We have the wraparound coming back in. Avalanche connecting up to Chemo, but he's still alive. Now Blink in. RR going to get handled, tossed up. It's too much for him. He four-steps himself away, but the negative urn charge, will it be dragging him down? Meanwhile, over here, we've got the 4 Radiant heroes exerting their power. They want to go in. They want to finish off Limp. They should be able to do so. The toss back up, but the negative urn is going to be taking them away. That's going to be another kill going the way of the Earth Spirit. Now, underneath the tower, Juggernaut is able to go through and get the kill on the Ogre Magi.
Team Soul Spirit.
Gosh.
Doing so much for his team there. Sanking that barely surviving against the last tick of the urn charge. That call right now. They might have to use their buybacks to defend here. I'm not even sure if they can defend. That wasn't even the best epicenter from Sanking, but Execution was still able to win the fight. That's how far ahead they are.
I mean, after that fight, Tim just straight up bought a mechanism from the gold he accumulated. Now, oh, Blink forward, man. This Sand King is just on a roll going, and the arrow latches onto Handskin. He's going to get silenced up, smacked around. Oh, there's nothing he can do. He's just completely brought away. He's going to be able to TP back to Z-Freak. Might be able to get out alive here, as there's going to be a burrow strike back down to the low ground. Chessie not able to get any lockdown this time. Limp goes in. Looks like he might be able to get the kill onto the Earth Spear, but look at that stun. It's beautiful. The toss back in. They throw in Swindles. Ursa finally able to latch onto a piece of prey and bring it down, but it is still looking pretty grim for Complexity.
I mean, they got a kill, they defended their racks, so at least they got that going for them. And like I said, they have to get to their BKB timings. Without BKBs, it's very difficult for their cause to enter the team fight.
Abed, he's got that Invis rune coming in. This could be a great snatch if he's able to go through and get it. They're bringing everything for this. Abed still has all the time in the world there, but the spirits are going to be doing something with it or something. Then they bring in the Sand King. He's looking for something there. He goes in. The Effie doing so much damage. They are going to be able to go through, bring down the Sand King, bring down the Earth Spirit. They're looking for more. They bring in Nando. He doesn't have his Omni Slash. The Coconut. Oh gosh, the Coconut does the work. And now Swindles, he's trying to get out alive here. 1 second on his blink. He should be able to get back up. But oh, he's going to be fighting here. He goes back in. He's looking to turn things onto Abed. He takes a Maledict. He's going to be flopping down to this, and that is going to be Chemo going back in. Double kill going down the way of Nando. And this Roshan should be going the way of Radiant. Z-Freak trying to be a formidable presence here, but look at Tim just laying in the damage. Solo Magnetize, barely cutting through that regen, but enough to keep him back for now. That's going to be a buyback forced out from the Ursa. They got to go in. They got to contest this, but the Roshan is falling so quickly. And we'll see there's going to be a relocate in. It's just solo Handskin trying to make things happen. They bring Swindles back into the pit. Nando taking a lot of damage. There's Swindles doing what he can. He's ultimated up. They want to go in, but the kick out. Oh, they force him out of the pit. it! Ursa, no ages for you. He's stuck on the cliff, and that's got to be demoralizing as hell.
Oh my god, the kick!
Oh, that was so beautifully played, and it looks like they're just going to clean him up. Limp just sitting there and taking it. He's stunned up and just ready to tap out. You can feel it. This is so frustrating for Complexity. Chessie now on the run once again. Doesn't have that teleport. Nando looking for something to force back in. Tim's is a freaking animal going back in. Chessie gonna be slapped down. It looks like they're going for more here. Limp cannot afford to go down here. They kill off his Wisp, they kill off his Ambulance, and he's gonna be falling. It's a full wipe. Triple kill for Nando. Execration are looking unbelievably solid.
Give this man an award already, man.
Oh
Tim's
my.
Dire's
Earth Spirit,
bottom
man.
tower is under attack.
This guy is just amazing on the hero.
That was unreal play from Tim's right here. I mean, everyone else is definitely pulling their weight.
Okay,
Nando on the
that is-
Juggernaut.
that is tilt mode on, I'm telling you.
Yeah, you gotta feel bad. I think you're trying everything you can. Freak just going and spraying out the hot garbage, but you
That
can't
is
force
the nail
that
in the
lineup like
coffin
this.
for them. for
Oh.
sure. That Roshan, they had to get that Roshan.
Alright, so Execration's able to go through, take a full lane of mid Rax Complexity. I mean, it's looking grim here. Almost 15,000 disadvantage in terms of overall net worth. Do you think they can come back from this? If there's unbelievable throws from Execration, what's the footholds?
They can only come back into this if Execration allows this to happen. Like if they make a huge mistake, they give away a team fight, a team wipe, like maybe 2 team wipes in a row,
Dire's
then Call will
bottom
come back into the
tower is
game.
under attack.
Yeah, we haven't actually talked a whole lot about the Juggernaut. He's doing fantastically. 10, 2, and 5.
No, basically his team has been just doing all the work and he's taking all the kills. The Earth Spirit, the Sand King, the Mirana setting up all the stuns
The
for
old
him.
anti-mage strat, just pop in, take the team wipe, and get credit for it. Now he's sitting on a bunch of pennies. He picked up a Blink Dagger. Do you think that mobility is exactly what he needs?
Yeah, this is basically the build I talked
Oh,
about.
going back in, Limp. Oh, poor buddy. He just wants to live. He just wants to farm, but he looks like he's going down for the 8th time this game. It seems like Tiny just gonna be flopping right over. 45 seconds in the grave with no buyback. This could be it. Complexity, they've got one more shot to hold this as Execration want to go right in for the racks. The arrow going to be sliding on through, not going to connect onto anyone. They will bring in Z-Freak, spraying out that Fire Blast, wants to get something done. But Nando just spinning around the, oh, go, Chessie. He tried to stay back, but that's not enough. The Moonlight Shadow defend everyone handskin, taking the full duration of that Death Ward, able to get plopped down. Chemo doing the work there on this Witch Doctor, almost as his ads completed, does have it done, but he wants to flap it on over to himself with that Courier. And Z-Freak once again on patrol, looking for some way to stop this, but it doesn't seem possible as Nando, so aggressive now with the Blink Dagger, able to go through and secure a second lane of Rax. We could be moments away from a GG. Execration looking so strong in this matchup. Do you think they've earned themselves a slot in TI yet?
Yeah, they've put up a really, really good performance against eHome, and right now they're absolutely dominating Call, which they looked really shaky in their series against Escape earlier.
Again, just to highlight the stakes of this, if Complexity drop this best-of-3 series, if they lose this game and another, they are not participating in TI6. They are going home. They are all done. Now Swindles goes in. One final YOLO attempt to get silenced up. The boulder kick coming back on through. It looks like there's going to be some serious fight going back in. Nando just spinning around like a freaking helicopter, looking for something. Swindles, he's low. He's taking melodic ticks. His ulti's going to be over. And on the back lines, we've got everything going down. Tim's still alive. They are able to get down the Tiny. He's going to be dead forever. And now Z-Freak just going in, tries to get the stun off. They will be able to do so. Nando forcing back, but I mean, they're not tapping out just yet. They're fighting to the bitter end here as this Rax will fall. There it is. Complexity now 1 game down against Execration. Moving forward, what did Complexity need to do differently in game number 2?
I mean, I don't think I would say that they got outdrafted this game. Both teams have their own specific way of approaching the game. They have different lineups, very different lineups. I think that the Earth Spirit just played exceptionally well this game, and Call, they don't have Ogre running around reacting towards what Earth Spirit was doing earlier, so maybe the next game they should be looking to do that much better if they are going to allow Execration to get their hands on the Earth Spirit. They have to react towards expect the early rotations from him and react accordingly towards it. They can't just let the rotations destroy out their laning phase again. Because overall, I think if the rotations didn't happen, Call had really, really good laning phase. If you look at the CS against the Ursa against the Jug, he was doing fine. Tiny was also doing fine against the Mirana in the laning phase. Prophet against Sand King, he was also winning his lane. If the rotations didn't destroy their laning phase, I think Call would be set up into the mid game in a much, much better position.
All right, I'm excited to see what game number 2 brings, but again, super high stakes, and unfortunately we are going to have to say goodbye to one of these teams today right after this series. So again, game number 2 of Execration versus Complexity going to be coming up next. I'm Android, that's Winter, and we're excited to bring you the English coverage of the International 6 wildcards. All right, see you guys soon. All right, hello everyone, and welcome back to the English coverage of TI6. We are potentially on Complexity's last game in this tournament. They've got to take a game up against Execration, otherwise they are heading back out of this tournament. And Execration get another shot to go ahead and qualify for a chance to be on the main stage here. Again, this is the lower bracket first match. Best of 3, we're on game number 2. Execration took a very convincing game number 1 up against Complexity. I'm Android, and I'm being joined this time by Winter. How you doing, man?
I'm doing good, and I'm excited to see my friends from Southeast Asia doing really well in the current series, and even put up a really good show against eHome earlier.
All right, yeah, up against eHome, they would somehow manage to go ahead and take a game off them. Unfortunately, eHome moves forward into the winner's bracket. They are playing up against Escape right now, and winner of this is going to be playing the loser of that match. So we could potentially see another Execration match coming up very, very soon. Now, Tidehunter picked up very first pick. I like this right now. Tim's likes it. I think it's going to be a nice little offlaner there if RR wants to take it up as well. He does like to run that over there, and the Ravage is such fantastic control.
Yeah, he's a player where, you know, there's two kinds of offlaners nowadays. The one that takes a lot of farm, or the one that specializes, actually 3 kinds. The one that specializes in teamfight, or
5 seconds
the one that
remaining.
specializes at like half-half, like both, like a hybrid type of player. And RR is more towards the
Reserve time.
team-based playstyle. He plays around his team, he initiates for them, he gets the mech. So it's one of their most comfortable heroes for RR. You build a lineup around Tide and you just push and you group up as 5.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what else they're able to combo with that. Now, Complexity, taking a page out of Execration's book. First pick, Sand King.
I wonder if they're gonna plan to contest their lanes, because Sand King versus Tide is a extremely good matchup for him 1 versus 1. He's gonna be able to dominate and crush the Tide in the laning phase. So we'll have to
10
see whether
seconds
Call
remaining.
has that idea right from the get-go. It
5
could also just
seconds
be
remaining.
a normal setup, Sand King, maybe a Sand King Dazzle dual lane. We saw that from Navi, from Star Ladder.
Reserve
You have a support in the lane to help Sand King pressure the opponent's safe lane, depending on what carry they have. And all in all, off-lane pick and a support pick, a very standard opening here from Call.
Now, speaking of standard openings, with this Dazzle pickup, on a scale of very likely to Annie go home, you're crazy, how likely are we to see a Huskar for Complexity?
It's possible. It's obviously possible. Every time you see Dazzle, you see Oracle, there's always going to be an opening for Huskar. And the opposing team, you either have 2 choices. You choose to ban the Huskar, or you build your draft around being able to deal with Huskar and use your bans against other heroes that you feel are going to be stronger on the opponent's lineup. So those are the ways that you can approach it. I mean, it's annoying to think about Huskar in the back of your head when you're drafting all the time.
Absolutely, so we're gonna see, oh gosh, they go through! There's gonna be no Meepo respect ban, so Aved gets his paws on that little pink miner. I am so excited to see this in action. It is legendary right
He's
here.
very, very good at the hero. Like, he's super good at the hero. So, you saw all the games before this. All the 3 games against eHome, the hero was first base ban. And in the first game against Call banned it. And this game, they chose to ban the Mirana, which I felt wasn't even a hero that made a big, big impact in the last game. It's just a very good hero in general. I felt the Earth Spirit was the MVP in the last game for Execration. So they're gonna allow the Meepo to get through, and in the second phase ban, take out the Earth Spirit, take out the Juggernaut, and for Execration they took out the Sven, which is one of the best heroes against Meepo because of the cleave, and there's still Ember Spirit with cleave against Meepo. But in the early stages of the game, Meepo is not afraid of Ember Spirit. Sven comes online much faster than Ember.
I'm just thrilled that we get to actually witness
5
this right
seconds
here in the
remaining.
TI wildcards. Now, Complexity, they've got an opportunity now with such an early Meepo pick to
Reserve
pick up
time.
3 heroes that can counter it. What are their best options?
I mean, Sand King is pretty good versus Meepo. You want to have Disable plus, yeah, Timber is also a very good hero against Meepo.
Turn
Disable
to
plus mass AoE damage, which Timber and Sven offers. So they are both banned out. Like I said, Ember is a hero that can deal with the Meepo, but after you get Battle Fury. So he's a much more slower paced hero in terms of dealing with Meepo.
10 seconds remaining.
The other heroes would be Earthshaker. Cloud is not that great mid to late game. Early game he's fine against Meepo if you catch out one Meepo and you have the battery assault preventing him from poofing out. But late game he's not that great against Meepo.
Yeah, I really worry for Clockwork here. I think he's a little bit flimsy in that early laning
They
stage.
they are setting themselves up
10
in a
seconds
situation where they're
remaining.
gonna have to maybe end the game by 30 to 40, like 30,
5
35 minutes, 40
seconds
minutes at
remaining.
maximum if they don't have good heroes against Meepo. All these heroes, if you notice, Tide and Silencer are both heroes that
What is happening?
Tide and Silencer are both heroes that protect the Meepo because you have those big AoE, big ultimates to protect the Meepo. He jumps in and you get the Global Silence or Ravage off. And for Call, right now they're picking, I mean, this is a pretty good hero in terms of dealing AoE damage against Meepo.
I mean, this
10
just feels like
seconds
desperation right
remaining.
now. Shadow Fiend is quite flimsy. Of course, he can do a lot of AoE damage, but
5
if he's the one that gets
seconds
jumped,
remaining.
he's in some trouble.
Do you get Ags this game against Meepo?
I mean, it helps with the damage. Why not?
Reserve time.
It's hella expensive. Now, Complexity, they've got one picked left. I'm assuming they still need to go for their position 1.
Mhm.
They need more AoE, I guess. Do you go for something like an Ember Spirit safe lane?
Possibly. Then the Sand King would be like a greedy support. So we'll see how they actually run it right now. Or they're gonna just put Sand King on safe lane as a core, which we see from Navi from time to time. But not sure if that's Complexity's playstyle.
I mean,
so we'll see what they do.
there's the possibility for a
Yeah.
Drow Ranger, but I really don't think that's what Complexity are looking for right now.
So Execration gonna just follow up with Ogre, which
Complexity's turn to
has
bat.
been
Oh gosh.
was he in every game today? I think so.
The first match of Complexity versus Escape, he was not picked. But every match since then, I believe he has been picked up.
Yeah, just a pretty good hero, like I mentioned in the last game. Very good at stabilizing your lane. He
seconds
fulfills the role that a Riki, Bounty Hunter, or Earth Spirit would do in the game. You run around,
5 seconds
you pressure the
remaining.
lanes with your Ignite and your super good base armor and HP regen. And then in the late game and the
Reserve
mid game, you have the Bloodlust to help your carry.
Yeah, I mean, I'm terrified of a Bloodlusted Meepo. I think that guy's just going to go through like a chihuahua, start nipping at your heels. Now, Complexity, I mean, they're sitting back very, very careful with this ban. Do you think this is going to be Silencer in the safe lane or Silencer support? What are we going to see?
Support more likely, I think. Support Silencer, Ogre will be roaming around, then they'll pick another core, I believe. So you don't put all your eggs into the Meepo basket, you have another carry that can deal physical damage.
I mean, it's Aved Meepo, one of the best in the scene.
Oh,
I mean,
that hero is also, I mean, he is the drafter, so
Yeah.
he knows every hero that's very good against Meepo. So he's gonna just build the draft around Meepo. There are 4 heroes that can protect the Meepo. You have Silence from Silencer and Puck. You have a big AoE stun from Tide, and you have Ogre helping the Meepo win his lane in the early game, like secure his lane. And for Call, they
10
have to be able
seconds
to pick a
remaining.
core that deals well with the Meepo clones, whatever you want to
seconds
call it. Meepo.
I call them Meeps.
Meeps. I'll just call them Meepo clones. But like we discussed,
Reserve
Ember's
time.
a pretty good solution, but he gets countered by Silencer's Global. And you don't come online that quickly, and you already have a Shadow Fiend, so that might actually make your overall lineup greedy and slow pace, and it's going to allow the Meepo to run over you in the early stages of the game.
All right, last pick coming up for Complexity. This could be their last shot. This could be their very last draft of TI6 in total. If they drop this game, well, goodbye Complexity. Execration will move on, but I mean, it's all down to this. We could be going to a game 3. I mean, it's definitely not ready to tap out Complexity just yet, but I worry that their laning phase is going to be flimsy once again. I feel like that's one of the big things last game that threw
Yeah,
them off.
if you run a Sand King support, you're going to expect your lanes to be weak, because you are running a 4 position that's greedy. You need levels, you need farm, and if you compare that to the Ogre, Ogre doesn't need anything. You need boots, that's about it. Boots, win lanes, you run around. You don't even need boots in the early stages. You just run around and you club enemy heroes with Ignite. Nobody can fight you. But for Sand King, you need to find a place to farm, which is an issue if Ogre's running around pressuring the lanes.
All right, so it will be the Ember Spirit that we talked about. Bring some nice AoE, but, you know, where's
Slow
Complexity's
pace.
power peak? I mean, it seems like the Shadow Fiend needs to come online early.
Very, very
Yeah.
slow, and they need to wait for Battle Fury, Ember. They have a few timings, Blink, Sand King, Battle Fury, Ember, and depending on how the Shadow Fiend itemizes, is he going to get an early mech, or is he going to just get a BKB? Because you need BKB against Tide and Meepo. There's no way out of that. You need BKB. Or he's going to get an Axe first, then BKB. So those are the important things. But at the end of the day, their overall lineup is very, very slow. And Execration, they don't need much. They need their levels. Meepo maybe gets 1 item or 2, the Aghanims, and he likes to build Dragon Lances. Multiple Dragon Lances on Meepo because it gives Meepo very good stats, 14 strength, 14 agility. It's extremely cost efficient for the
10
hero.
seconds remaining.
And with Ags, you're very, very tanky. So I would say Execration's timing and peak window is very, very fast. But Call needs a lot more time. They need to be getting a lot of items. I would say 20-25 minutes is their timing, but Execration can definitely fight a lot earlier than that, like 10 to 15 minutes. They're extremely strong.
All right, I am very excited for this. Again, I'm Annie, that's Winter, and
Wait,
this-
look at the, oh, look at what they're doing. They're getting souls on Limp. They place cogs at the base and Limp is denying.
That's a pretty nice combination there. You are able to get a couple souls just with those cogs right in the face. I've seen that a couple times. But meanwhile, over here, we're going to have Swindles just beef-bopped up, going to be taken there, that little ignite right to the face. Abed coming in, maybe try to get a piece of this. Swindles, he might be forced to level up that Burrow Strike, which he does not want to do. Looks like he is able to go run through. Meepo's attention span, not quite long enough, but Swindles gets a stern talking to right there from the Ogre's Club.
Jeez, this is, okay. Cole is just using one of their, I would say this is something that they prepared for an important match that they want to come up with. We used to see this before when, I think it was Infused that did it with Venomancer wards plus SF. You just do what they're doing right now, but this is much better, you can do it faster. So Shadowfiend would be, I mean, Shadowfiend has to win his lane. He's going to destroy his lane because of all the damage that he's getting right now.
Right now we got the puck just sitting here into the pit. I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of rune contest. It looks like Dire gonna go for the top rune. I'm excited to see how Limp is going to perform on the
Man,
Shadow
Puck
Fiend.
is going to go back to his lane. He's like, what the heck is going on? Why does the Shadowfiend have so much damage?
Yeah, he's hitting pretty hard right now. He's got himself.
I mean, this lane is just over for the Puck. He's not going to be able to contest the farm. Like, he might have to constantly use his AWP to take last hits because SF will have a huge amount of advantage in terms of getting, in terms of his base damage plus the damage that he got from Necromastery right now over the Puck.
Alright, so moving forward, Nando, he got himself that little null tally to start. Do you think we're going to see, you know, the early Veil build from Nando, or is that just going to be a casual tally?
This game, I think, it's more important for him to get the blink because he needs to initiate for his team. I would expect the Tide to get the mech for the team, so there won't be an early blink on Tide. On RR here, getting
speaking
pressured.
of Tide, he's actually getting pressured so heavily. Pops out with a Berry Fire, one more hit. I mean, the
that
first
was-
blood goes to the way of Hanskin. Nice body blocks there from Chessie. He has to take a couple
That
tower
was really,
shots.
really good play by Chessie there on the Ember, getting the body blocks off. But like I was talking about, I was expecting the Puck to go for an early blink. Veil maybe later, because I think that mech on Tide and blink on Puck, that would be Execration's timing. You want to play a very fast-paced game this game.
Alright, once again, Tad undertaking some serious damage. I love the early poison touch into the dazzle.
Yeah.
How do you think Hanskin's going to build? Do you think he's going to prioritize that poison touch, or is that just the value?
Mostly just 1 point, then you prioritize your other spells. Your other spells are just way more valuable than Poison Touch. I think maybe maximum you get 2 points, but you don't go anything more than 2 points. If you need that second point to get another kill on Tide.
Alright, so Silencer doing well, just able to go and bop some serious damage there. Little Glaives doing some work, and Nando's going to have to go heal up and lane up against the Shadow Fiend. He's doing a lot of damage. Obviously, Shadow Fiend not picked a whole lot in the meta, and you know, why is that, Winter?
I mean, after all the nerfs, and I think especially the change to the mana cost on Raze and how the jungle creeps work, where you get the additional magic resistance on the creeps, so it's very difficult for Shadow Fiend to farm the jungle compared to before. That's why you see the drop-off of Shadow Fiend being used in the competitive scene.
Alright, Nando not able to get a whole lot out of this, has only 8 last hits to the Shadow Fiends, 17 denies on Limp right now. Of course, a lot of those are the cogs, but still, that's going to be some serious denies adding up right there.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we kind of expected, that Puck can't really do much in his laning phase because Shadow Fiend just got such a big head start in terms of his damage. There's not much the Puck can do to slow him down in terms of farming. So he's just going to have to wait for his level 6. You run around or you react with a TP to turn ganks around and try to get yourself back into the game that way. Because I don't think there's anything he can do in the laning phase against the Shadow Fiend anymore.
Yeah, speaking of our laning phase down here, Abed doing very well, holding his own in terms of overall last hits, and he has it as level 3. Divided we stand, still not leveled up, but he's going to get some meeps going for himself soon enough. Meanwhile, back to mid lane, we're going to have Z-Freak going back in. You can tell he's itching for something, but only level 3, no hook shot just yet. Now Swindles goes in, deep dive there onto Chemo. They're going to bring in Tims. He's cut himself that ignite if they want to go for the slow, but just able to go through Silencer with some casual harass, holding him back for now, but that's going to be Silencer with some wasted time as Abed gets some nice jungle farm for himself.
Yeah, you look at overall their supports, what their supports are doing on Execration. They're stacking the jungle, there's multiple stacks left and right. they're just preparing this meeple for success.
You almost had that.
Alright, going back in. Swindles, he's doing what he can here. Has himself his boots down.
They're trying to get a lot of pressure onto the meeple by committing 2 heroes into the lane. Swindles was jungling with his Iron Talent before, but right now Call decided we cannot just let the meeple free farm, so they are committing 2 heroes right now onto their offlane to sort of pressure the meeple, but I don't think he cares that much though. He can start to jungle.
Nando could be some trouble here. He went for the rune. He really, really wants it. Gonna go phase shift back in. One more raise means that is a dead puck and a rune picked up for Limp. Hasterin if he wants to go make something happen. Meanwhile, down bottom, big stack here. Kima wants to get his fair share of that, but it looks like Swindles is gonna be taking most of the prize.
Radiant's bottom tower
Right
is
now,
under attack.
the situation for Complexity is they have to get more advantage so they can sort of deal with the meeple better. And getting that kill there onto Puck is really, really big for them because like I mentioned, Puck is going to be their important initiator. He has to be able to get an early blink and help his team initiate team fights where they want to fight around 10-15 minutes. Meeple has enough levels and Aghanims hopefully and tied with a mech. That is their most important timing for X Decoration.
Alright, speaking of Tidehunter here, he's going to be sitting back, trying to do what he can. He picks up that little ring of protection, but he's a long ways off from any real items. He's got himself only 9
He's
last
going
hits.
to Iron Talent jungles.
Yeah.
This lane is pretty difficult after he gave up the first blood. I mean, it's already difficult by itself because Ember deals a lot of magical damage and Tide is more survivable against physical damage because you have the Kraken Shine, you have the Anchor Smash. So right now the laning phase is not that great for RR. He has to wait for the Puck to make a move or someone to make a move or start jungling with Iron Talent.
Going back in here, we're going to have the Meepos just going and farming. They couldn't care less. They're getting something done, but there is going to be a smoke rotation, and Z-Freaky's sitting back. Still no hookshot, but they got the raises, the raw damage coming from Limp. This could be very, very big. The Meepos going around farming the small camp. Will they actually get the vision on it? Z-Freak wraps around. They know something's going down. Limp with that long-range raise. Will it be enough to get down Abed? He's scooting his boot right on out of there. And they also do have Ogre down here in the bottom lane. He's got himself the Ignite, but not enough mana.
There's no way they caught up to Abed there. He's just way too fast for them. He's really, really close to. Usually he builds Boots of Travel first, so he's 200 gold off that. That's going to allow him to farm even quicker, pressure the map faster. And overall, Call is really, really worried that the Meeple is coming online. You can see that they committed 2 heroes to pressure his farm, and then they made another smoke rotation to try and kill him with the Clock and the Shadow Fiend.
Over here, looks like Chessie could be in some trouble. Going to be taking a little bit of slow there, but able
He's
to leap
fine.
back to his Remnant. Yeah, he's going every which way, but Tidehunter now getting some time to himself in lane. How's that going to impact his scaling?
Yeah, he has to be able to, like I said, get the mech, get his levels plus the mech.
Swindle's going to be going in. Chemo, you're going to be trapped in between a dire sandwich. Will be slapped down. Abed able to poof his way out of this. Looks like Hanskin now in some serious trouble. Abed, can he go for the double here? That's going to be the Burrow Strike right now. Swindles can turn this if he wants to. Burrow Striking right on through and should be able to get away safely. They are going to be rotating Z-Freak. Maybe trying to get the wraparound here, but the Meepos are still relatively healthy.
They have to give like the Clockwork a lane to get level 6. Like this is the issue of you having the Clockwork support just to help Seraphine get a better laning phase. He has to be jungling at some point into the game to help repay whatever the Clockwork has done for him in the early game.
You can tell Nando's just chomping at the bit to get something done here. His DD will expire, but he has his Dream Coil at the ready. If he can get a kill on the Shadow Fiend, that could be awesome, because Shadow Fiend here, he's sitting back. He's rocking 30 souls right now. Yeah,
despite that one death in terms of CS, he's doing okay. I expected him to get crushed more after what happened in the early game. The Clockwork giving the Shadow Fiend such a big advantage. So 33 last hits to 48 SF, acceptable after one death for the Puck. So they have to be more than happy about that.
Oh, down bottom, we're going to see something go down. Z-Freak going in, trapping Chemo into the cogs. Chemo, he seems fine with that arrangement. He's going to fight to the bitter end. They are going to begin Nando there. He's ready to go. He's got his Dream Coil if needed. Z-Freak going to get smacked away. They will end up using the silencer. And now Hanskin, he's on the run here. He's got himself one grave. He goes for the heal onto Swindles. Got himself nice and healthy in the process, but Tim's going to go through the Fire Blast to lock him down. Hanskin, no time to react. No Tallow Grave. They lock Swindles in place. Swindles trying to turn things, trying to get something done, but only level 6. Does not have his Epi leveled up. Now Tim's kind of left on his own devices. They're looking for something now deep here. And Tim's, he's going to be still sitting quite low. Swindles goes back in. Another Burrow Strike as Puck just abandoned ship. No mana, no ability to fight that. Sand King able to have a really nice impact in that fight, picking himself up his first kill.
Yeah, that was really, really close. That I thought they would not have got the kill because they missed one of the raises from Lim onto the Ogre, but they still had the follow-up stun from Swindles to actually secure the kill. So overall, it's really important that they get a quick blink onto Sand King. Because like I mentioned, the timing window 10-15 minutes for execution is going to come. And you have to get your hook shot out, your blink on Sand King so you can defend your towers if you need to. And looking at the Shadow Fiend's item right now, he still has a lot of gold, so like I mentioned, BKB is very important for him this game.
Yeah, I mean, is that what he's moving toward next, or does he pick
Not
up
sure
a
though.
Shadow Blade in the meantime, or?
Shadow, if you want to go for Shadow Blade, you have to get a lot of kills. You need to be snowballing right now. I mean, he's not exactly snowballing, so at some point you have to be defending your towers because execution is going to force the push soon when they get their timings. So he's going for the early BKB. Like I said, BKB is extremely important.
Just want to take a quick moment. Welcome, everyone. If you're just tuning in, this is going to be game number 2 of Execration versus Complexity. This is a lower bracket game, so loser of this is going to be going home. No more TI6 for you. Now up top, RR gets shackled up. It's just going to bail out of there, hit that TP like it's hot. We are going to have a rotation up. Looks like the Ogre Magi might want to go through, just putting up some nice vision.
Yeah, so right now you can see Lim is transitioning into the jungle, and they are allowing Clockwork, played by Z-Freak, to get his level 6.
Oh, going in. Nando in some serious trouble. Is going to be able to go and leap up to that illusory orb. And that's going to be a free escape pass for him. And, you know, I'm excited to see the first Ravage. Tidehunter holds it on to that tightly. When do you think it's going to come out?
I said this before already. They have to get the mech. That's very important. Mech plus Blink. I mean, we might see early Ravage if there's a reaction. Like if called.
Nando still in some trouble here. Might be able to hop back. Will be able to do so. Now here we are going to have the Dream Coil popped out. Chessie under tower, able to go leap back away to his remnant. Tidehunter just sitting back, farming the jungle. Nice and cool for him. No pressure just yet, but now with Lim coming in, stealing some of that farm. Nice little bit of farm going his way. Man, 120 gold just from popping out some raises.
Yeah, like you mentioned, the first Ravage will most likely happen when Execration feel they're ready with the Blink and the mech, and they're going to force towers, try to get objectives. Otherwise, I don't think any Ravages would happen unless there's going to be an aggressive play by Call, and Execration will be reacting towards it with a TP from Tide. So, yeah, I don't think there'll be any Ravages soon until they hit all their items, the mech and the Blink.
Alright, so Global Silence now is online. Silencer ticks over to that level 6 and has just enough mana for it. And switching over to Net Worth, we are going to have Nepo at the top of the chart. No real surprise there, but he hasn't really felt a whole lot of pressure for the last couple of minutes as he has bailed out into the jungle.
I mean, to be fair, Call did try to pressure. They put 2 heroes on the offlane. We see a hook shot.
Bottom lane, hook shot connects. Chemo in some serious trouble. Mass rotations in, though. Everyone wants to get a part of this. RR is going to go ahead, pop that Ravage, trapping everyone in. Z-Freak taking an Anchor Smash to face Abed, joins the party. Z-Freak silenced up. There's nothing he can do. He will go down, looking for more. Swindles not able to TP out. One more club of the Anchor.
He was able to get his blink before he went down there. So that is really important for them. It's not, he didn't lose to any goal there. Got his blink. Despite going down, wasn't a really good exchange there. 2 heroes for a lone support silencer. But there you go. A reaction from Execration when Complexity made an aggressive play, allowing them to utilize their first Ravage.
Yeah, meanwhile, up top, Chessie able to get a lot of free farm. And we've been talking about how terrifying it is that Nepo's been unchecked, but this Ember Spirit, he is actually starting to have a decent impact in this game.
Yeah, but he's going to take a while more before he reaches his Boots of Travel plus Battle Fury state, whereas Meepo is going to get towards his timing, which is the Axe plus Boots of Travel soon. So Meepo is going to be able to try and influence the game sooner than the Ember can. So that's going to be the part where Complexity needs to chill and not lose too much objectives before they hit their timing on the Ember. SF is going to get his BKB soon. He's more or less halfway there right now.
Alright, Z-Freak sitting back, all the Dire Heroes grouping up. There's a smoke on the Clockwork if they want to look for something, but for now they seem content just to exert a little bit of pressure here onto this Radiant Tower.
Yeah, right now they understand that the Ravage is still on cooldown, so they are using this timing to try their best to get as many objectives as they can, since it's a big cooldown and Execration. Cooldowns on Ravage, so they're trying to get any trade-off. When you don't have your spells, you try to get a trade-off. And mid lane,
could be in some trouble. Global Silence, he can't run in out. He's trapped into the Dream Coil. He just has to sit there and wait for the silence to end. There will be a net coming back up. Oh, the multicast looks like it hurts. Meepo able to go through and snag his 3rd kill of the game onto the Ember Spirit, no less. That is a very, very important.
That was very well done by Execration. They used the Global Silence. They followed it up with a Waning Rift from Nando, and then it allowed, like, every spell was used at the correct timing, and it allowed the Ogre to come in with the final disable. And Teams is going to get hookshot by Z-Freak here.
Oh yeah, he's trapped in there. He's going to be spraying out the garbage. He wants something out of this. Dazzle doing what he can. Heal Bomb will end up taking it out this time, and that's going to be Dazzle's 4th kill of the game. He's had a really high impact there with those 2 points in Poison Touch.
Yeah. Good rotations overall, good movements. They don't have any wards in the jungle at the moment. Like against Meepo, you want to have wards in the Meepo's jungle, so you want to scout out his movements. And Cole right now pressing another tower at top lane. Ravage is up for Execration, so I would expect Execration to try to defend the towers right now with the Ravage up. They have the mech as well. Ravage, mech, and blink, so everything is there.
Oh, there is going to be a nice little burrow strike there. They go in with the Searing Chains. RR debating whether or not to pop the tentacles. There he goes. Tim's coming in. Chessie going to be silenced up. They will be able to go through another kill onto the Ember Spirit. Well, that's feeling good. They're looking for Z-Freak now as Abed comes in, joins the party. He wants to throw out the net. Z-Freak going in with the cog, trying to burn up some mana, but there's going to be Swindles popping in with the Epi, but it's just not doing enough. Swindles now busts his load and just sitting back. There's going to be a shallow grave here, keeping everyone safe for now, but Swindles is going to be outlasting that, and they're looking for more here as Liv. He's still going to be able to do a whole bunch of damage. That was beautiful there. Z-Freak looking to turn this right around. Tim's going to get slapped into place, and now Chemo going to be one of the lone survivors of this fight. Another nice cog there, but Z-Freak taking one too many tower shots. Abed able to go through and take out the trash, looking for more. Look at the damage coming out from these poofs. They're able to go in, and Abed lives with just a little bit of health. That's not going to be enough souls to pop him down this time.
Oh, that was a really back and forth fight. I thought Execration were going to take the fight after the Epicenter didn't do that much, but then the triple stun from Swindles there sort of salvaging the team fight, getting them the kills, but then Meepo waited and waited until that he felt like it was the best timing for him to come in there. But the initiation from Complexity there wasn't that great. I felt Swindles was in a very, very good position. He was on the high ground and his team was on the low ground, but all he needed to do there, I think that he needed to wait for Execration to commit, go on to his team, and then he epi in. He epied like probably 1 or 2 seconds too early there.
Yeah, we are going to have Meepo going through, picking up that Dragon Lance, and oh gosh, speaking of Meepo, this fight is far from over.
Chessie.
Big silences there. He's going to try to leap away. Nice burrow strike, connecting onto 3. Swindles might have to trade his life for this. The Glaive's popping around. He will get caught in a net there. Do they have the vision for this? Looks like they are going to be able to go through the AoE. Plenty. And one final spray of damage out from the puck.
They should have gotten the kill on the Ember as well. It was like half a second late on the global there from Silencer. Mid lane.
Yeah, Limp is going to go in. Looks like he's going to be in some serious trouble here. He's only got 27 souls, but that still hurts. Now they're going to be going in. There's going to be a Cogs doing some work. Limp is still alive for now. Chessie actually coming in. He's going to be leaping away to his safety remnant. Shallow Grave going to be expiring. Limp trying to take someone out with him. Will he be able to do so? No, the souls pop out. Everyone's still alive. The mechanism doing some serious work. Now Hanskin in some trouble. Can RR really dive this? He's so gosh darn tanky there with the 3 points in Kraken Shell. They're wrapping around. They want to find this juke spot. They will be able to go through. They connect there with the Fire Blast. And finally Puck able to secure his 4th kill of the game.
That was really, really bad for Call there. Limp was about to get his BKB. He was on a career, and they fought without the BKB arriving to him. He needed that BKB for that fight. That was really, really bad for Call there. Not fighting with the BKB. That was a disaster.
They're now at a deficit in terms of overall kills and net worth. Golly, that is now about 2,500 in favor of Execration.
So basically, Execration, like I mentioned, they have all the important items. The Blink, the Mech on tight, and you know, Aghanim's plus boss. Like everything is there for Execration. They're going to constantly look for fights when they have their ultimates up. And for Call, they have the BKB up on Shadow Fiend. They need his souls. They have the Blink on Sand King. And the next thing that they're waiting for is the Battle Fury on Ember. Chessie has to be able to get to his Battle Fury timing. That is their best resort against the Meepo at the moment.
Oh, Puck getting down and dirty. Goes for that Dagon build now. How do you feel about the Dagon without a veil?
It's mostly for sniping out the Dazzle, because when your team is initiating in front, Dazzle is going to be positioned behind, getting ready to grave the target that you're focusing. So when you have that Dagon on the puck, you're able to blink behind, solo kill the Dazzle, take him out of the fight, and allow your team to kill his teammates easier.
Alright, I mean, we have got basically a fully stocked Tidehunter. He's just waiting on his little Blinky coming back in, but he's got himself the makings of Greaves. Do you think he finishes off Greaves first?
I think you get Blink right now. Greaves is not that important for him. In games where you're up against Silencers, where there's something important that you want to remove, Then you get the Greaves early.
Net coming in, the
oh,
global
he missed.
silence. Yeah, that net is really unfortunate. Another toss will connect, but I don't think the silence is long enough to hold him in place. So unfortunately, a big ulti spent.
They are
for no
still
real
strong
reward.
enough, I feel, to be able to just push and get the tower. I don't think Cole can actually take the head-on fight right now. They really need to get the battle free on Chessie. With the Ravage, they're still pretty strong. So, oh, they're actually going to run in.
No, they're looking for something here. They're smoking up. They want to get something done. They've got eyes on this puck. and they
Swindles
know-
is all the way down though. He's not anywhere near his team. He has to get to his team ASAP. Like look at it, look at them. They're so spread out.
Chessie just YOLOing in here, really wants to find something. Tidehunter, looks like they are going in. There will be a hook shot connecting, but Nando should be able to get back up to the high ground fairly safely. Meanwhile, there's a little bit of a 1v1 here. Tidehunter finding Chessie out. There's going to be a remnant down to the low ground. They're looking for something here. The Meepos going to be running away. Nando ticking after him. Has that negative earn charge coming in. There will be a Dream Coil coming back out. They want to get Swindles locked down. Looks like they might be able to do so here. He's going to get a really nice burrow strike. He's still up. He's still fighting, but not going to live for long. And that's going to be Abed going in some serious damage. His limb shows off that BKB. Can he actually get down the Meepos? Abed still fighting, throwing out nets every which way. And now Z-Freak, he's still up. He wants to get something done. Battery assault, not going to be enough. The Ravage comes back in. RR, the hero his team needs. Z-Freak, the lone survivor, but not for
Meepo.
long. Oh,
Meepo.
Meepo. It's going to be an 0 for 5. Triple kill for the puck.
Man,
But Meepo is doing the real damage there.
What was going on in Complexity's mind right there? They initiated with the hook shot onto puck, but Sanking was not in position for a barrel strike there. There was a huge miscommunication there for Call. They did not position their team well enough to be able to take the team fight. I get the idea that they wanted to take a fight without global silence, but they just didn't have the positioning. They didn't coordinate that fight very well.
Oh, I love this build from Abed. I've seen him do it a couple of times there. 2 Dragon
Stats.
Lances. It's so cost effective. I mean, yeah, people are like, oh, Meepo's not ranged, it doesn't work. But it's just so effective. It gets Meepo up and fighting before his usual power peak, before he's known to be a real fighter. And I mean, look at him now. We're 19 minutes in the game.
Oh, he missed the Waning Rift there. Otherwise, he would have gotten the solo kill on Dazzle. Nice try there by Puck. But like you mentioned, Dragonlance is a very cost-efficient item on Meepo. Any stat hero in general. Heroes that utilize stat very well. We see Dragonlance on Morphling. We see Dragonlance on even Gyrocopters. Like that item is just very good.
So Swindles here on the Sand King. Definitely a different Sand King than we saw last game played by Execration. You know, oh god, Meepo,
This Meepo is
please
just
relax. Oh, and takes out the courier too. I mean, that's just a knife in the heart right there. And now we're going to be looking for more Chessie. The global silence comes out. It's going to be godlike for the Meepo. Abed spraying out nets left and right. Doesn't even matter if he doesn't catch anything. Just his ferocious presence is enough to drive back all of
he is
Complexity.
too powerful right now. Like,
It's crazy. Hansen going to try to TP out. Can they actually break it? Swindles is going to be focusing his efforts elsewhere, trying to get Abed stuck down, but Swindles just limping away. And that's going to be him just scurrying around, using
He
that
should
blink,
still
the
be
best of his
dead.
ability, going in for the burrow strike. But man, Abed is relentless. Oh god, brings in the damage beyond godlike now. 10-0-6 on the little Meeps. Is there anything Complexity can do?
at the moment, none. They have to wait for their Battle Fury on Ember. The Meepo is just, like I said, they hit their power timings right now and they are way stronger than Call, and Call is far behind. They don't have enough farm on their heroes. So they're not going to be able to take any fights, and that poor
God.
Dazzle there.
Please relax. I mean, just look at the level split right now. Meepo level 20.
Oh, he was close. He almost got Z-Freak there.
Ugh, it's really vicious right now, Complexity. They've got like one final last stand in them, but this Meepo just picks them off left and right. He's so mobile. Boosted travels every which way, poofing around, hopping back to base for you know, a brief sip of the well before he's able to go and finish the job, rip off the band-aid, and take
And
Complexity out of TI6.
This guy just understands Meepo very well. He builds a draft around his Meepo. Everyone would allow, like every single one on his team allows Meepo to shine better and understands his timing windows. They're just using their timing very well right now because they understand that they're stronger, and before they have the battle free on Ember, there's not much they can do against the Meepo.
I mean, there's a reason Meepo is respect banned against Abed in every single game of this tournament so far, except for this one, and you know, we're seeing it. Abed here, 15 years old, and already one of the most ferocious Meepo players in the world.
Well, I'm sure someone will figure something out against Meepo if it's picked early, because I feel like that hero is still a pretty situational hero. He's a good hero, but situational. Not the best hero in the meta. And opening the hero in the first phase allows your opponent to plan ahead on getting the heroes to deal with the Meepo. Like, you can only ban out 2 good counters against the hero.
Yeah, I mean, do you think for Complexity this was kind of a draft loss or execution, or where did it all go wrong? How did Meepo get to this point?
I think they have a pretty good job at dealing with Meepo. Even though I feel Meepo's, the teammate Meepo has around him, this game is really, really good to allow Meepo to shine. But I feel the execution of Paul was really lackluster this game. The team play was not good. The way they took team fights and their movements as a team in general. They just didn't play well, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, was it just down to laning stage or down to that one smoke rotation? It seems like there was just such a crucial point where Meepo started to be like, oh god, we have to deal with this.
I think their laning phase was okay this game compared to last game. They lost their lanes because of the Earth Spirit rotation, but this game there was not much rotations and they didn't lose their lanes. It was just when it comes to execution, they didn't execute as well. And execution understood their timings, the blink on top, Mac on Tide, and they just kept taking fight after fight when Meepo has Aghanim's and Pulse of Travel.
Alright, this is the last hold coming up here. We've got the TP back from Sand King. He was trying to push out and rat out that top lane, but has to bail out. His racks are more important. They go in, they just blow up Chessie like it's nothing. He buys back immediately. This is the Hail Mary play right here. You've got Hanskin trying to do what he can, looking for a nice little weave there. They are able to go through, get a stun onto Abed. They go for the Poison Touch, but a triple man Dream Coil. It's looking nice for Puck. Lips able to go through Blink, and he gets off the nice little souls. But Abed, he's getting low. He's got the Aegis. They're turning things onto Limp. There's nothing he can do about it. Another Requiem comes out. The Ravage to finish everyone off. Everyone's dropping down to the grave. There's going to be no buyback on the Ember Spirit, no buyback on the Shadow Feed. This could be it. The racks are under attack. Meepo is still up, still fighting, still has an Aegis. They're looking for everything they can possibly get. Swindles, there's going to be no Epi for him. Nice Blink Strike coming back in, but oh gosh, they're looking for something here, and it's an ultra kill from Abed. Can he get the Rampage? Sand King, the lone survivor, scurrying back to his base, sitting in the fountain while everything all goes down. The racks are falling apart. This is unbelievable for Execration, able to go in again. This is Complexity's last shot, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to hold out for now, as Execration going straight for the objectives, keeping their eyes onto the prize. They're going to be rotating the Meepo back in, everyone healing up nicely, going for a second lane of racks rather than the tier 4s.
And he used that Ethereal Blade to actually save himself, not wasting the Aegis there. Now goes back to base, heals to full HP, comes back again. This is GG, like this.
It's looking real tough. I think Complexity, they're going to stay into the bitter end again. This is their last taste of TI for this year.
There's nothing they can do against the Meepo. Ember was forced to buy back, and there's no way he get the battle for you now. And they just need to 5-man that run down bottom and just end the game.
Yeah, I mean, he's just absolutely dirt poor here. Looking at the overall net worth, the support Ogre Magi is surpassing him. It's rough, man.
The only way I see Cole winning a team fight is somehow Swindles lands probably at least 4 heroes in his Burrow Strike, plus all the Meepos somehow, and they land a Requiem on top of that.
I mean, he's had some fantastic Burrow Strikes. The problem is
it's not enough damage.
You get a bunch of heroes stunned up, and then what? You drop the Requiem, and even at max souls, everyone can live through it.
Man, they have a pipe on Ogre. They are not going to be able to kill them. Like, this item is so good on teams. They are just basically building items to help Meepo survive against this AoE.
God. Overall XP and gold is going to be approaching.
No, they are not going to kill Abed. They're definitely not going to kill Abed. Like, not even once. Like, he has Aegis. How are they going to kill him twice?
Oh, well, he's just going in, just laying into these towers. The full entire team looking to contest that. Rocket Flare comes in. Chessie, he's waiting. He will get a nice steering chains onto 3. They're looking for something, but the rest of the Radiant are now behind them. Tim's going to be coming in. Chessie going to get netted up. There's the Global Silence. This is going to be the last hold to go in. Godlike streak down for the Puck as well. Nando doing his work. Swindle's going to get locked into place. Burrow Strike. Requiem, but it's not enough. Swindle's tethered in place with the Dream Coil Limp. Trying to do what he can, slashing around, but it's not going to be enough. He's going to be falling back to the grave. Has one more buyback with the GG. Comes out. Complexity eliminated from TI6. Execration take them out in an easy 2-0. They're going to move forward in this bracket, but holy hell, Winter, what was that game?
That was just a one-man I mean, even though I want to say it's a one-man show, but his teammates just basically set him up for success. All of his teammates, everyone played their roles perfectly this game. Nando had the hardest game, I felt, because of the disadvantage that he had in the lane against the Shadow Fiend after what they did with the Clockwork Cogs, allowing Shadow Fiend to have full souls when he come into the lane. I mean, it's just a very good display by Abed that he was the drafter. He picked the Meepo, he built a lineup around Meepo, his teammates understood how to play around Meepo, and they just executed.
That was definitely an interesting game, and we definitely see why Meepo is banned out up against Execration. And Execration are going to be moving on right now, but again, just to recap, Complexity, time to say goodbye here. They had a very nice run in TI6 so far, but that's going to be it. No main stage for them. A little bit disappointing. I know a lot of fans were rooting for them, but I mean, they still had a pretty solid performance so far. Again, this was going to be the wrap-up of this series. Moving forward, Execration going in. I've been your caster, Annie. I'm being joined by Winter. Thank you guys so much for watching. We hope you enjoyed, and well, go ahead and check out what's coming up next at TI. I'm very excited to be part of this event. I know you are too, and well, can't wait to see what else we see, what kind of action, what kind of picks, and well, it's all coming up here on this channel, so stick around. Bye.